He was just an ordinary high school student in the modern world, but for some reason, he was transported to a strange new world. And to make matters worse, the first thing Atui had to do unwillingly in this world was to have his hands tied to serve as bait for monsters, while Atui was still trying to figure out how to handle this desperate situation. Suddenly, two ambushers shouted loudly, "It's coming!" Surrounding the small boat was the silhouette of a gigantic sea monster. It's curling up and thrashing around. Mr. Trung looks worried. Didn't he say the sea monster was only half a person tall? It's bigger than I imagined, just rising up and almost capsizing the boat. Trung's face shows panic. Oh my god, it's too big. It's coming this way. Master Truong stands ready to fight, wielding the 10-year secret technique of unparalleled mastery. The moment has finally arrived. The years of waiting have led to this very instant. This punch is 10 years of effort. Can you handle it? As soon as he finished speaking, the sea monster surfaced level with him, mouth wide open, ready to devour, tearing apart the creature outside the boat. Trung's head and Vattais are unsteadily balanced on the wooden plank, as Trung's leader shouts loudly, "I can't die here." And suddenly he turns his head back to Atui, stabbing a knife straight into his palm, causing Atui pain and to let go of the boat's edge, falling into the water with fresh blood continuously flowing out. His hand was tied up so he couldn't do anything. Atui bit down hard on the rope, trying to break it, but it wouldn't budge. The smell of blood attracts the monster, causing it to swim over. Atui is gasping, eyes half closed. I'm really in trouble now. In despair, the image of your father appears before your eyes with a pleading voice. "Atui, you idiot, wake up!" Now he only hopes that this image is real. It would be so good. Atui's hand reaches out, longing to touch his father's hand. But the truth is, he managed to touch the boat right at the spot engraved with the two of them. And this is his father's boat. Just as he lifts his head, barely having time to breathe, he is dragged down by the sea monster. With a scream that doesn't form words, Atui struggles to the very end. The water level keeps rising. I tried my best. I am truly sorry, father and son. Soon, Atui was dragged down to the bottom of the water. Just as it opened its mouth wide to bite, a message appeared underwater. The Troc Din is being activated, has detected the ability to collect Troc Lin, successfully collected, and can awaken the water control ability. A few more notifications appear. Collecting Troc Lin Tui How To, in progress, collection complete, successfully refined, body recovery underway. Suddenly, Atui opened his eyes and realized he was still underwater. The young man was stunned. Didn't I already die? Died in the water. Just then, Atui suddenly shivered again, surrounded by a shimmering blue light. Huh? Why does it feel like I'm walking on land while in the water? It seems the resistance has disappeared. Looking at his hand, the young man didn't understand what was happening. System notification, water control ability successfully acquired. You are consuming stamina to manipulate the water flow. It was even more shocking that this water control ability allowed him to breathe underwater comfortably, and his wounds had already healed. Behind him, the water monster was glaring at him with greedy eyes. It immediately opened its mouth wide. Startled and frightened, Atui raised his hand to block it, then suddenly saw nothing and opened his eyes to find the water monster being blocked by glowing blue streams of water. The young man looked stunned and sweat ran down his face, saying, "Are these water streams created by me? Could this be the system that novels often talk about? So now in our country there are no more restrictions, and I can even control it." The water monster struggled desperately to break free. Atui looked worried because the control only lasted for a limited time, and as soon as it ran out, it would bite again. Realizing that this couldn't go on forever, she knew it wasn't sustainable. He tried to think of a way to control it when suddenly the system announced that the Blood Seal Mastery skill was successfully collected. The effect allows the blood of the ancient script inscription's host to establish a contract with the water beast. Atui looks refreshed. This is it. The water monster lunges up from below, and he quickly uses his ultimate water control technique to temporarily subdue it. After struggling for a while, it breaks free again. Atui's hand now shows many red marks. He activates his power and charges straight at the sea monster. Atui Long's eyes are fierce. So is this a battle of mental strength here? Are you about to fail? Your face is starting to change, and there are layers that look like fish scales. Remembering the image of struggling for breath on the oxygen tube, Atui told himself he must survive. Once again, he activated his power and said, "Beast, submit to me now." Using all his energy, he fought it to the end until he reached the shore. Lying on the riverbank grass, the young man breathes a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The shape of the water monster suddenly surfaced from the water, but it no longer looked as fierce as before. Atui looks directly at it with confidence. "Of course, I have finally tamed this monster." The information about the monster appears. Lord Atui is refining the Trucklin Tui Hao with a 5% fusion success rate. The essence of the water cave is absent. The water beast lord consumes 80 water cave essence, points to evolve. Evaluating the water beast's origin from the great ancestor of the ancestral line can awaken those with weak and flawed destinies. Atui ordered it. Don't worry, stay here and I'll call you if anything happens. After being tamed, he and it formed a mental link that allows communication at any time, or it can also contact him. The water monster simply turned back to the water. Atui rubbed her hungry stomach and said, I need to go home and find some food to rest properly. Luckily, I have a map of this area in my memory, and the house isn't far away. The scene shifts to a village where Steward Zheng is walking with a few others, including Head Chang. The innocent villagers behind are whispering excitedly, Who are they? Are they heading to Atui's house? It's Head Trung and the people from Trio Mansion again. It seems Atui has caused trouble again. Hearing the name Atui, Lilapba's friend was startled. It's over. Atui is in trouble. The four of them are heading to Atui's house, and Trung's head is boiling with thoughts. Since Atui has passed away, won't his estate fall into my hands to handle? Just in time to make up for the consequences of this mission's failure, it's all because that Trung guy is too weak. With that, he kicked the door open and forced a fake smile. Manager Trin, please come in. Before you could enjoy your triumph for long, inside the house, you see Atui sitting comfortably, yawning widely. He was so shocked that he just said, That guy, why? Why are you still alive? Atui looked at the world with half-closed eyes and asked again, What are you all doing here? Housekeeper. Trin Huang from the Trin family shows his displeasure. What do you mean living and not living? Why are you always in such a hurry and rushing like that? Trung hurriedly bowed to flatter him. Lord Trin, it's him, that Atui. Trin Huang sneered. Oh, so you are Atui. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Indeed, fate is truly remarkable. Truong Hua sneered with a sarcastic tone. That's right, disasters tend to last a long time. Trin Huang didn't say much, waving his hand to order his men to capture him. Atui was startled and stepped back, shouting, What do you want to do? Truong Hua sneered and threw a punch directly into his stomach, causing him pain, and asked why. And you? Daring to collude with the water monsters and harm Lord Truong, causing heavy losses to the Trio estate and putting the villagers in danger. You clearly set a trap and used me as bait for the sea monsters. Then Master Truong sneered and stepped closer to your face, his voice full of resentment. Hurting Master Truong to the point of death and still daring to return, you are truly bold. Moreover, you are a monster. The words monster echoed like a thunderclap, and painful memories from Atui's past suddenly flooded back. An outcast, a child with no parents who is constantly accused of stealing, mocked and shunned by everyone. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. The fat man chuckled and said, Well, looks like your eyes are revealing your monster side again. If you've got the guts, come and hit me. Atui clenched his fists, breathing heavily, his eyes blazing with rage, and he gritted each word through his clenched teeth. Monster. If I'm a monster, then I will show you what true cruelty really is. Without hesitation, he charged forward and threw a punch straight at the fat man's face. He staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Facing the astonished gazes of those around him, Atui remained resolute. Even if his abilities were exposed, he would never submit. With a fierce will to survive, he struggled to break free from his subordinate's grasp, but when he finally escaped, he staggered and fell down. Still, his eyes remained cold and burning with the fire of battle. He grits his teeth and secretly vows that even if I truly become a monster as you say, I will bite a piece of your flesh. Then Truong sharply strikes the fan in his hand, his face contorted with anger, shouting, Do you still dare to attack me? Housekeeper, Jing, I told you to bring him to the Xiao estate. Aren't we short of someone to take care of that thing? I think this orphaned kid suits the job. Trin Hung narrowed his eyes at Atui, a sinister look on his face, and slowly spoke in a cold, ruthless tone. You have two choices. Become a foster child of old Master Xiao, and this can be overlooked, or today I will cut off your legs. As soon as the words finished, the villagers around started whispering. Is it their turn to take in a child now? I heard that people sent to the Zhao residence haven't been heard from again. Recently, the Zhao family has been accepting quite a few people, which is strange. Before the gossip could die down, suddenly a deep yet resonant voice made everyone startle. I will see who dares to bully little Shui here. Everyone turned around at once as a gaunt but commanding figure with a cane stepped in. It was Director Li. I am not yet poor. What do you mean by you? I am an official in the court. How dare you attack a sitting official? Humph. Even your old master Xiao must show me some respect. If you keep being unreasonable, I'll drop dead right here and see what you dare to do. That remark hit him like a heavy blow. Zheng Huo was so angry his face turned red, but he dared not lash out. He gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort of anger. The old man is clueless. I won't bother with him today, but just wait. This isn't over yet. After finishing, he waved his sleeve and turned away, but he cast a cold, poisonous look at A Tui, sneering coldly, "You don't know what's good for you." Then he quickly followed Zhao Fu's group. The tense atmosphere gradually eased as the crowd continued to discuss for a while before dispersing one by one. Director Lai stood still, watching the figures who had just left, then slowly turned to Atui with a deep but warm voice. Some things are better avoided if possible. Atui bowed his head gratefully and said, "Thank you, Head Lai." Atui will remember his words. Headmaster Lai nodded in satisfaction and then left. The surrounding villagers gradually dispersed, leaving Atui standing there alone. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, saying, "One chance to be saved, but what about a lifetime? I can't keep relying on others forever." Looking up at the vast blue sky, a strong determination rises in Atui's heart. This system is my chance. As soon as that thought appeared, the system notification panel immediately appeared before his eyes, detecting the essence of the water spirit pool, with the beast's evolution level increased by 0.1. Atui gazed at the notification. The spirit essence of the water cave. Atui stepped away from the shore, the faint moonlight reflected in his eyes creating a mysterious beauty. He raised his hand to his forehead, as if summoning something. After taming the Tai Hua crocodile, he could now call it at any time through the mental link. The gentle waves on the lake's surface began to rise, ripples spreading as if a giant creature was about to surface. Atui waited anxiously, heart pounding, but as the water gradually calmed, there was only a tiny crocodile no bigger than his arm. I frowned at the creature in front of me, voice tinged with suspicion. "Where is my big crocodile?" Immediately, a piece of information appeared before him. The aquatic beast he tamed can now adjust its size at will to control energy consumption. With each evolution level, the small crocodile's energy consumption is extremely low. Atui was amazed and couldn't help but laugh. You think to yourself, as expected from the system, it even has this feature, but then you suddenly remember something and quickly turn to ask the little crocodile, "That's right, where did you find the essence of the water cave? Lead the way." The crocodile nodded and dove into the water. Atui took a deep breath and followed after the crocodile. Under the clear water, the little crocodile swims gracefully, leading you into a moss-covered cave with faint light shining through the water, creating shimmering, magical colors. Atui couldn't help but marvel. This cave is truly magnificent. Among the strange plants growing everywhere, emitting a faint glow, the twisting roots resemble tentacles radiating a mysterious blue light. Suddenly, a system voice rang in his head, revealing that the treasure contains the essence of the water vein. Please choose a method of absorption. Ashui was stunned. Truly, this world contains geniuses and treasures that he had only heard of in legends. He muttered to himself, saying that in the backyard of the Zhao residence, there was a cold spring where rare spiritual herbs grow at the bottom of the lake. Lao Trio still uses it to attract warriors from everywhere if I can find those things. The boy shook his head, dismissing that thought. These treasures are already valuable enough. Ashui bent down to pick up a branch, eyes full of excitement, not knowing how much essence of the water vein it could provide me. "You little crocodile, give me a hand too, will you?" The crocodile, hearing about the treasure, suddenly fell flat on its back. Atui was at a loss, throwing up his hands. "You're so lazy, calling you incapable of moving is more accurate." Reluctantly, he had to gather the treasures himself. After collecting enough, Atui climbed ashore, carefully examining the strange plant in his hand. He didn't hesitate, and immediately took a bite. The cool, refreshing taste spread across his mouth, along with a strange surge of energy flowing into his body. The notification appears, indicating the absorption of the essence of water, with the fusion level of the Trak Lan Tui Hao Tu increasing by 2 and the accumulated water essence points rising by 10. Atui takes a deep breath, feeling the surging energy within, and continues to gather the remaining treasures and absorb them. The essence of the water element increases by 1, and the notification keeps ringing. Soon, his stomach is full, and he feels so satisfied that he can't eat anymore. Atui sat down, let out a satisfied sigh. At this moment, the system panel reappeared, indicating the fusion of Trak Lin Tui Ho Tu with 7.5% fusion rate and no remaining essence of water. Tai Huangyak, the leader of the water beasts, consumes 800 points of water essence to evolve. He looks at the notification board in surprise, his eyes scanning the fusion rate of the trochlin and the level of evolution of the water beast. After a moment of thought, Atui decided to prioritize strengthening himself. Without hesitation, he pressed the add button. Immediately, a faint green energy spread throughout his body, making him feel like a powerful tiger awakening within him. His body gradually changed, muscles tightening and becoming more agile. The streams of water around him seemed to start obeying his commands, and his power increased rapidly. Now, my ability to control the water flow has reached 45 caddies, enough to face those who once oppressed me. Next, I need to accumulate a few more days. I can't absorb any more today, Thui pondered quietly. Right now, the most important thing is still the economic issue. Autumn is coming to an end, which means the crocodiles will soon enter hibernation and fishing will be temporarily halted. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded nearby. He looked down and saw a big fish just fallen where he was. Surprised, he turned to see only his smug little crocodile looking at him. The tail gently swayed in the water. Atui couldn't help but laugh, repeatedly praising the little crocodile she was holding. Not bad, not bad. There's potential. Your temporary economic crisis can be resolved. Just take the fish to the market and sell it. The next morning, with a full purse in hand, he smiled contentedly. Merchants in this world are more easily persuaded than vegetable vendors in your previous life. You realize that trading isn't too difficult. The economic issues and the essence of Tai Track are now settled, and now you need to find time to settle accounts with the headmaster. Just as I mentioned him, a voice suddenly rang out behind me. Isn't this Tui? Oh, we just had a small misunderstanding a few days ago. I was about to find you to apologize. What a coincidence. My boat is nearby, let's have a good meal and clear up any misunderstandings. Don't worry, just the two of us. Again, Truong smiled brightly, but a sly glint flickered in his eyes. Inside, he thought. Are there only the two of us? Let's see where else you can run. But Atui is not someone easily fooled. He slightly curled his lips, a subtle smile flashing in his eyes. Facing the opponent's scheming gaze, he responded with a calm yet meaningful tone. Very well, just the two of us, I feel very at ease. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Notification. 80 units of water beasts received cannot move. Waterlord Troc Din's fusion rate is 7.5%. Late at night, the faint moonlight shrouds the small courtyard, causing shadows to flicker on the ground, while Truong kneels in silence, panting heavily, his face covered in wounds and dried blood at the corner of his mouth. In front of him, Zheng Huo stood there with a cold expression as if hiding unpredictable schemes. Zheng Huo said, emotionless. Recently, the experiments in the mansion have been encountering problems, and many have lost their lives. He glanced at Truong's head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. There is no medicinal herb refining in the estate, and Atui is an orphan with no relatives. Do you understand? Truong lai kui zhao suong, nam chak tai tan quyen, zhong kang khan. I understand. Atui. That kid won't escape this time. Tomorrow I will capture him. Trin Huang leaned in, close to his face, with a sinister look. If you do well, Lord Xiao will invite those great figures to help you become a fairy. Du Truong's eyes gleamed with a crazed light, trembling with excitement. Really? Am I also about to become an immortal? Of course. Trin Huang said coldly, then tore his shirt in a fit of excitement, revealing wounds all over his body, with eerie red characters still clearly visible on his torn skin. He looked up at the sky, his eyes blazing red, laughing maniacally. I'm about to become a fairy, finally about to become one. Ha 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 ha. The scene shifts to the clear, tranquil river surface reflecting the sunrise, with light mist drifting gently over the water like a silver ribbon. A small boat drifts gently on the clear blue river, with a pot of fish porridge emitting an enticing aroma, as Do Truong stirs the bowl with a sly smile. Atui, don't you see? The scenery here is truly beautiful, and today there are no other boats around, he said while secretly dropping a red pill into Atui's bowl, pretending to say, let's have a good meal together and settle all misunderstandings. Atui frowned, suspiciously asking, are you sure there are no other boats around? Du Truong chuckled and nodded confidently. I have indeed examined everything carefully. I secretly rejoiced, imagining Atui being poisoned and writhing on the boat, but no one could hear him. A cruel smile gradually spread across his face. I just need you to eat this bowl of porridge, and no matter how much you scream, no one will save you. But at that moment, Atui suddenly stood up, his cold eyes piercing straight into Dao Truong, his voice low and carrying an unpredictable danger. Then that's good. Du Truong jerked back, his face turning pale. Atui. Before you could finish speaking, a powerful stream of water suddenly shot up, wrapping tightly around his face. Trung trốn trừng mắt hoảng loạn vung tay loang xạ. Những chi cảm nhận ruột nuốt cuốn vào mũi vào miệng khiến hắn nghẹt thở. Dối tay run rẩy cố gắng vất vật những không thể làm gì ruột. Hội thổ dần yếu gì. Dựa lân sống dữ dội, hình ảnh A Thủy vẫn dùng yến, lạnh lùng quần sắt. Ánh mắt khống chụt dao rộng như thế, dang nhìn một con mồi sắp heo. As night falls and the dark sky covers everything, the faint moonlight reflects shimmering rays on the water, and Dao Trung gradually regains consciousness, his mind dizzy and his body numb from being tightly bound. He looked around in panic and was startled to see Ehi Tui sitting there, with a gentle smile but a chilling aura of deadly intent. "You sleep so soundly, huh?" "Sleep so?" Atui's soft voice made Trung's back go cold. He trembled, stammering, "What do you want to do? I hear you've gained quite a bit of benefit from dragging me into the Xiao estate, haven't you?" "It's at least 2 taels of silver." Hearing this, Trung's face turned pale again, and he hurriedly begged, "Atui, please listen to my explanation." But he paid no attention, only coldly gazing into the distance with a slow, mocking tone. "Do you recognize this place?" Trung looked around nervously, suddenly feeling his whole body tremble, and his face turn pale. "This isn't the place where that incident happened that night, is it? Is it a sea monster?" Immediately, the water churned and a giant shadow appeared behind him. Under the faint moonlight, the sharp teeth of the sea monster glinted, creating a scene that sent shivers down the spine. Truong's eyes widened, mouth agape, his body stiffening, and his voice choked with emotion. "Water and water monster." He softly smiles, reaching out to stroke the giant crocodile's chin as if playing with his pet. "Once a sea monster, that's true, but now it has become my pet." "Didn't you call me a monster before?" "Monster, you really are a monster. Please spare my life. I will tell you everything." "So you can explain why Steward Jiang wants me to enter the Xiao estate?" "Recently, they have been recruiting more people. What is their real plan?" Lai Dao Trung could no longer hide the truth and tremblingly replied, "Those people are all ingredients for Master Xiao to refine immortal pills. He needs living souls to refine herbs and create eternal elixirs. No one who enters the mansion ever leaves alive. So you've also captured quite a few innocent people, huh?" Trung dầu với vàng dai thịt, không không, tôi bị ép buộc. Tôi không còn lựa chọn nào khác những trong lòng tham nguyền rủa, dạng ghét, một ngày nào dỗ. Triệu lao gia và dậm tin giờ của hắn nhất định sẽ biến nguội thành vật liệu luyện giận, khiến nguội sống không bằng chết. "But you've seen too much already." Truong's eyes widened and his mouth was agape, but no sound came out. His body trembled before being swiftly dragged down into the cold water by the crocodile's claws. I sat quietly on the boat, my eyes faintly glowing blue in the night, deep in thought. They dragged me into the mansion to refine pills. If I don't deal with it soon, your death will be mine. A gentle breeze blows across the water, creating ripples. He took a deep breath, gazing into the distance toward the horizon. "It seems I need to find a strong support to buy myself some time to become stronger." Under the river, strange symbols on the top trap's belly emit eerie light before sinking to the bottom and disappearing without a trace. The personal record appears, showing 2 taels of gold, the crocodile monster unable to move, and a 5% water demon fusion rate. A heron perched on the boat suddenly took flight as a hand waved above the water, and a tui climbed up, wet and smiling. You look at your hand, happily acknowledging that having real power is really convenient. A tui pours the fish from the basket outside, thinking, "It's been 3 days since I killed that Truong head." During this time, to hide my true identity, I pretended to be an ordinary fisherman, going out to sea early in the morning and returning late at night to sell fish. I no longer visited Hosenya. "Your new boat is also a recent purchase, and I traded this one using the head of the gang leader." Hearing this, they clenched their fists in anger. This damn bastard of the chapter head is always bullying others. Atoi begins to feel tense and draws a conclusion. However, Zhao Fu's forces will definitely not let this go easily. And with Zhang suddenly disappearing, it will ultimately lead to clues about me. He frowns to himself and makes up his mind, knowing that only by becoming a martial artist faster can he protect himself. And Atoi also understands the next step he should take, and that the quickest way to become a martial artist is to join a martial arts school. There are 3 martial arts schools in Binduang town, and the strongest is the Yang Clan school. I have some knowledge about this place after researching. I heard that the head of the Yang Clan martial arts school possesses a legendary ability that can turn gold into stone, so they can maintain their position. Atoi lowered his head with determination to make his choice. As long as I can join this martial arts school, the Zhao family won't dare to mess with me easily, since members disappearing would cause quite a stir for the school. He raised his head, scratched his head in confusion, blinking and closing his eyes. but to join the martial arts school, he would need at least 5 to 8 taels. Right now, I only have 2 taels and 8, so I need to work harder to earn more money. Tai Huangak looked up with a strange expression, but then Atawi turned away, smiling brightly, regaining her positivity. Indeed, there's no need to worry. Since the last level up, my body has adapted to the growing power. My mental strength has also increased significantly, so I might be able to tame an additional 2 to 2.5 immobile creatures. He stepped out onto the bow of the boat, looking down at the water excitedly. Let's keep fishing. Atui dives into the water, feeling the changes in his body after awakening, becoming more agile in the water. He glances at it excitedly and reminds, no movement allowed, let's continue the competition. Recently, I've been training by focusing on speed and staying still. Tai Huangak glanced back and nodded in agreement. The whirlpool beneath spins fiercely. He swims forward quickly, becoming more confident. This move is the ability to control the water flow, compress the water under your feet to the maximum, and then explode. Atui carefully analyzed and pointed out its advantages and disadvantages. Many of its points are unstable and will quickly drain your energy. For now, no one can match its speed. Suddenly, a figure flashed past you, unintentionally catching Atui's attention. What is that? After getting a clear look at its shape, he realized it was a Bao Ngu. In this world, some creatures with special powers have evolved. The fish living in the swamp are called Bao Ngu. Upon closer observation, Atui realizes they are 2. A joyful smile spreads across his face. It's usually hard to find even one, but today I saw 2. The 2 guardian fish swim diagonally past each other in front. Then, Atui points ahead and shouts loudly, "Don't move! Go catch that one!" Tai Huangak swims straight ahead, enlarges in size, and transforms into a giant. It targets its prey, its eyes shining brightly as it moves forward. On the other side, Atui also quickly swims down, looking down with a bit of disappointment, blaming himself. Damn it, I should have brought a fishing net. A whirlpool surrounds Atui. He reaches out his hand and uses magic. Water control. A rare guardian fish was accidentally surrounded. Atui quickly swam forward, tightly holding one in his arms, a joyful smile on his face. Got it. Behind Atui, a monster with glowing eyes appears. The system's classification board divides them into different types. 2.5 gold, immobile, a Phi Truck's top water demon, with a high degree of compatibility. He carefully packed his belongings into the basket with a bright smile. Thinking ahead, today's harvest was quite good and could fetch a decent amount of money. Suddenly, something wrapped around Atui's body, pulling him backward by the chest. Atui was pulled away before he could react, a stream of blood spurting from his mouth as a Phi moved even closer with a fierce look. Atui clenched his teeth tightly in frustration. What is this? Then he also realized its true identity. I heard there is a 6-barbel catfish in Nguiatin River that eats people. What a bad luck to run into it. Atui then realized the danger. What move is this? It wants to attack again. You acted a step faster and attacked first. Hold, Tui. At this moment, a Phi opens her eyes wide in surprise, and Atui can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, I reacted quickly. It suddenly got close, making you panic too. Clever indeed. After examining him carefully for a while, Atui also recognized him. Are you laughing? Suddenly a Phi seemed to have a strange reaction. Tai Huangak attacked it with its tail. Tai Huangak's underwater reaction was incredibly swift as it lunged forward and opened its mouth to bite into a Phi's neck. You did well. Keep it still. Atui leans his hand on a rock below, then charges forward, secretly thinking, if I don't defeat it now, I will die. At this moment, Atui uses his blood to fight, the Thongangu blood cover. I have enough mental strength, I can probably tame it. The system keeps sending warning notifications, warning that the host's actions will lead to mental overload. Please stop this action, as low mental energy will make controlling the aquatic beast counterproductive. Please cease your actions immediately. Stop immediately. The mental energy warning is reaching a critical level. Cease your actions now. Warning, mental energy overload. Atui's eyes glow brightly. It seems it was also affected in that way. After a while, a Phi lost all resistance. The boat is still drifting on the water. After a while, he struggles to climb up from below. Atui lay on the boat, gasping for breath, finally returning. I didn't expect the mental strength of the catfish to be so strong. The chain broke. A smile appeared on his face as he glanced sideways, but Atui looked at the water with great satisfaction. The harvest was indeed plentiful. The system now offered an additional suggestion. Having dominated the 6-armed catfish, it could evolve by spending 800 essence points to transform the 6-armed catfish into a headfish. He propped his chin with one hand and sat up, deciding, Someone as fat as that should be called a Phi. A Tui poured out a few fish from his basket, ready to process some of the harvest, but he was stunned and opened his mouth wide. That was a young fish. A Tui gently pats its head and praises it. You can't move. You're really trustworthy. There are many different kinds of fish on the boat. You put a fish into the pot to cook, first eating a small one to see if it can boost your strength. After finishing, it's just a skeleton. A Tui happily holds something up. This small corner would make a perfect keepsake. Then the system sent a notification. Water spirit essence plus 18. You look closely at the calculation table. 18 points of profit can be compared to 18 pieces of random essence. Thui rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. If the small fish are like that, then the big fish must be at least 3 times larger. It can reach up to 54 essence points of the water realm. Currently, the fusion rate is at 7.5%, and with the big and small fish, it can easily surpass 10%. You cross your arms and sit watching the pile of fish, but you must be patient. Right now, the most important thing is to earn enough for tuition. But maybe that's enough. A Tui's storage has gained a new species, gold weighing 2 tails 8, which cannot be moved. A Phi Track Din Tui Hotu has a 7.5% fusion rate. The scene shifts to a bustling market at Than Nghia Hung with lively crowds. A Tui walks over, glancing around curiously. Last month, they just passed Yuejie, so what festival are they celebrating now? Jai Xiang held up a fish and shouted to sell it. Look at this! This is Bao Yu, a once-in-a-century heavyweight of 136 taels and 6 cash, Tran Kiet Sung. Everyone was excited to see this. Bao Ngu! It's real. The young master of the Tran family really has some skill. This also caught A Tui's attention. Did he also catch Bao Ngu? You push your way through the crowd, everyone glancing over with annoyance. Isn't that the young master of the Luang family? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Jie Zhuang immediately brought Bao Ngu out to show you. Pull it out! A Shui leans in close to boast openly. At Thuong Niu Wharf, we are truly blessed by the river god, catching 2 Bao Ngu in a single day. Someone who looks annoyed frowns and reminds you, what are you talking nonsense? That kid from the Tron family only caught 1 fish and then he reached inside to rummage through the bag. I said the second one isn't his. Then A Tui lifted up a shining Bao Ngu, emphasizing that it was mine. But the viewers not only didn't believe, but also laughed and confirmed. You, a ugly fish like you, also think you're a precious fish? They're probably just picking any fish to sell at a high price. They keep bursting into loud laughter, making you turn around in frustration. Jie Seung, with one hand on his hip and a smile on his face, glanced over. Suddenly, a figure approached from afar, exclaiming in admiration. Isn't this Hong Tuyet Lu? Seeing Hote approaching from afar, everyone quickly recognized that this must be the martial arts master of the Voquan Duong clan. It's true. Truly extraordinary presence. Hote walked straight up to Kiet Shuang and asked directly, How much are you selling him for? As he nervously wiped sweat from his face. Sir, what do you think is reasonable? Hearing that, Hote slowly asked for more information. How much does this one weigh? Zekis sois. Jie Shuang also quickly calmed down and replied, 1 jin 6 liang and 6 hua. So, will you sell for 3 taels? Hearing the good price, Kiet Shuang eagerly agreed. 3 taels it is. At this moment, A Tui suddenly raised his turtle and offered, Sir, please take a look at mine. The people around, hearing this, looked at him with disdain. Look at yours too, Luang family brat. You're truly shameless, provoking the master warrior, and we'll all be dragged down by you. Yes. Ho Tiu widened his eyes and quickly glanced, recognizing it as new jiao bone. Yes, 1.5 jin 2 liang per flower, so this is called new jue shui? Is he holding up a finger to suggest a price? Is this one sold for 6 taels and 5 cents? Everyone around gasped in surprise. 6 taels. 5 cash. Oh my God, our family hasn't had 6 taels of silver in generations. Even the talented Xiong is trembling, looking stunned. A bystander in the crowd quietly warned that there is a chance to earn a sword but not to spend it. But Ataui paid no attention and happily agreed. He sold the bones, put the basket on his back, turned around and left. The boy respectfully clasped his hands in front of him, curious and puzzled. Sir, I want to ask why my fish can be sold for twice the price of Hong Lu Shui. He also calmly and kindly explained in detail. The hard scales of Yu Jiak Shuang can be used to make medicine into a pill that refines qi and blood, helping to break through blood blockages. I am currently facing this difficulty, and it is extremely useful to me. Atui nodded obediently after hearing that. I see, Lord Ta, luckily the hard scale of that small fish was still preserved. By now, the sky was gradually turning to sunset. He sat in a corner of the street, pulling out money to count 6 BA. Suddenly, a figure approached from behind. Lap Ba unexpectedly put his arm around Atui's shoulder and praised him. "Well done, kid. You've truly made a name for our small town." "Duh, is that you? I didn't even get a chance to thank you properly that day." Taking the opportunity, he grinned slyly and proposed, "So give me 6 taels." Atui's face darkened with displeasure as he emphasized, "You put the money deep inside your shirt, then ask questions." "Oh, right. I have a question for you. Do you know how much the recruitment fee is for the Duong clan martial arts school?" Lap Ba elbowed Atui's arm proudly and emphasized, "You're asking the right person. My father is planning to enroll me there." Then he quickly recounted in detail that Lao Duong's martial arts school required 7 taels of silver, excluding accommodation, 10 taels including lodging, and 20 taels including lodging and medicinal baths. Food costs were separate, and although slightly more expensive than the other 2 places, it was worth it for the higher professionalism and reputation. After hearing that, Atui happily calculated for a while, combining the 7 taels from these days with the support money. 7 taels these days, plus the support money, plus the 6 taels 5 from today's sales, and 130 when from the fish caught. "I have 9 taels and 2 cash, that's enough." Then you point behind the canal towards the gossiping crowd. "Then let's go register tomorrow." Lap Ba was also surprised and punched you in the side. "Huh? So you're actually a wealthy person? Then it's not a problem." Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out, revealing that Bao Ngu was there. Atui, noticing something surprising, turned around and the scene shifted to another location, the Zhao residence. Below ground, Zhao Fuzheng looked up and reported, "This Truong guy doesn't know where he is right now, but the clue points to a kid named Luong Ku, and the person in front calmly speaks to remind him, 'Oh, something this small doesn't need to bother me every day. Handle it yourself.'" His face was contemplative as he narrowed his eyes and observed, "In Atui's storage, there are now 9 taels of gold and 2 2-cent coins that cannot be moved. A Phi Track Din Tui Hao has a 7.5% fusion rate. It is gradually evening, and the boat is floating on the water. Atui is slicing food on the boat." Tai Huangak glances over at where he is cooking. "That broth is boiling with incredible aroma. You're making a delicious fish soup." Atui lifts the bowl to his mouth and drinks in 1 gulp, then excitedly praises, "So delicious." Atui pours the bowl of soup down to invite them. "Come on, everyone, have a little." The system now sends a new update. Water Trench Essence, plus 24. He could feel the change in his body. No wonder they call it the treasure fish. The exhilarating sensation from the water cave spirit essence. Even his physical strength has become much more robust. Atui turned to look pleased and praised. "This time, you're really lucky." And then I found a treasure fish, raising my head with great excitement and delight. That's right, it's time to level up. Last time Niu Jiao Shuang gained 18, and this time 24. Then Aitui pressed on the screen. He looked at his hand and felt the change, power continuously flowing out. The system sent an additional detailed report. The Peak Lord Liangju has refined the Tranquil Spirit. White Water Ape's fusion rate is 11.7% of Water Spirit Essence, Water Beast Command, and Tai Hua Shock consumes 779 Water Spirit Essence, points to evolve into a Horned Shock. Water Beast Control, Luke Tu Nim Gu, consumes 779 points of Water Essence to evolve into Ho Dao Niem. Evaluation. Atui punches the air in hope, wishing there was someone to practice with now. He tries to use his magic again and praises it. Atui noticed that her water-controlling ability had also increased significantly. Looking down at the 2 creatures she recognized, she was surprised to find that just giving them some leftover soup caused their evolution points for both the immobile and the lazy to decrease. The system sends a reminder. Water Beast Control, Tai Hua Wonder consumes 779 points of Water and Earth Essence to evolve into Jiamu Wonder. Water Beast Control, Lutu Nianyu consumes 779 points of Water and Earth Essence to evolve into Hutu Nian. Atui looked at the Truck Din in his hand with curiosity. This item is truly miraculous. Was it created by someone? Maybe it was like that from the beginning, huh? He looked down carefully and concluded that there was only one side resembling Yinglong, one side like a giant monkey similar to Wu Chi Ki, another side with various human-faced snake-bodied gods, and the last side was the mysterious Black Emperor. Atui clenched his fist and reminded himself that thinking too much now was pointless. He was feeling very excited and secretly made up his mind that he could reach the martial arts school tomorrow. He had to get stronger quickly to deal with the Zhao family. The next day, the sky was bright again with very pleasant weather. Laba raised his hand excitedly and shouted loudly, Let's go. He turned to look and asked curiously, Master, how long do you think it will take us to get there? Lap Ba pulled Tui's hand, still smiling brightly. Luang Ku, look over there. After a while on the road, they finally arrived. Tran Binduang and the others entered the crowded place, and Liba ate a bun, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face. It's too hot, so I came to see the sculptor and praise his work. You're very skilled at sculpting. Then the two of them went to watch a martial arts performance, and the scene shifts to a dark alley in a small street. Someone with a fierce face, curious, asks, Are you sure the kid you mentioned will pass through here? Vuong Tang, with a sinister look, confirms again, and of course, he grins and recounts what happened. I heard him personally say that he had arranged to meet the young master from the Lai family today at the martial arts school to register. This young master sold everything yesterday for 6 taels and 5 coins. Do you know how much money that is? Even someone selling their wife couldn't afford it. So that person immediately proposed an exchange. If we give 6 taels of silver, we won't be taken to the yamen, right? He sneered contemptuously and asked, What do you understand by that? How much money is wasted on such a large amount for the martial arts school? We are helping him manage the funds. Vuong Tang glanced down the road and said, If you go through this road after martial arts, now is a good opportunity. Seeing the two people approaching from afar, he reminded his followers, Don't say anything. They're here, they're here. Lap Ba has already started moving his hands and feet. Tui, do you think I can fight off a few people once I become skilled? Tui glanced around nervously, unsure how many people he could fight at his current strength, if there were just a few. Suddenly, a guy hurriedly stepped forward and called out. But he stepped forward with a smile and demanded, Hand over all your money, kid. Vuong Tang, feeling very proud, gave 2 options. You can choose to hand over the money or have these guys bury you right here on the street. Since you're not scared at all, I'll just bury you here. Vuong Tang, provoked, became furious and punched forward. You want to die? But Tui was quicker and punched back at the opponent. Another guy couldn't hold back and attacked fiercely. Tio Tutoi glanced back and reacted even faster. Tui firmly grabbed the opponent's hair. He seized the opportunity to throw you at Vuong Tang, who was then bleeding from his nose and looked terrified. Vuong Tang's face showed clear horror, and before he could react, he was hit with a punch. Lap Ba was sweating and wide-eyed in shock. Too fast, the fight was over in 9 minutes. He looked down at the ground and saw clearly the results of his efforts. A Shui clenched his fist and let out a relieved sigh, praising that his physical qualities had indeed improved significantly. He stepped closer, feeling utterly puzzled and curious, and asked, When did you become so powerful? Do you still need to apprentice under someone? He glanced away, scratching his head with a darkened face, saying, Maybe I am a genius. Then Tui walked straight ahead and reminded him, Let's go, or we'll miss the entrance exam. Lap Ba glanced down, remaining silent. After a while, the two of them headed straight to the main residence, and Truong Tung clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Huang Truong Tung. You 2 junior brothers can call me senior brother Huang Truong Tung. They also raised their hands and smiled back. Hello, Brother Huang. He walks ahead, gesturing to lead the way. Follow me. I will take you to try a different training exercise and explain the details about the martial arts school. We have arrived at a place, and Truong Tung points and instructs, This is Brother Ho. He will teach you. He is a direct disciple of Master Duong. Tui widened his eyes, quickly recognizing his identity as the martial arts master who bought fish the day before. Hearing this, he was surprised and turned to look back. He also smiled unexpectedly, quickly recognizing them. So, it's you guys. Truong Tung was surprised that they recognized each other. What a coincidence. Senior brother Hu knows these 2 junior brothers, he said happily as he turned to introduce them. The bullhorn that I used for my upgrade was bought from this young brother's stall. Truong Tung pointed behind and said, That's great. You guys should follow Brother Ho to practice martial arts, and tonight you can rest at the inn. They clasped their hands together and bowed. Hello, Brother Ho. The 2 junior brothers follow me. Next, I will test your physical strength. Hearing this, Tui broke out in a sweat, looking bewildered. Tendons and bones. Hearing this, he chuckled and quickly explained, Don't worry too much. It's about using tendons and bones to choose the master. I want to express my wish. We still don't understand what martial arts really is. So we want to ask Senior Brother for a detailed explanation of the principles. The principle. The martial way is divided into 4 main aspects: skin, flesh, bones, and blood. He explains each type and its functions clearly: the skin layer, the muscle layer, the bone layer, and the blood layer without tearing. Defense is greatly strengthened. The flesh layer increases vitality, capable of easily defeating opponents with one hand. The bone layer allows for more. Zaiyu release of strength, to the point of breaking stones and smashing tablets, and the blood layer representing blooming flowers on silk enhances overall power. He raised one finger, frowned, and emphasized that basically it all comes down to one word: training. Of course, ordinary people can train but still only have one head. To break through this limit, there are two inseparable points: techniques and medicines. Using images, it would be a book and a bottle of medicine just like them, techniques and medicines. He confirms again and then clearly points out that, yes, the method is the martial art. For example, our Yang-style boxing is a three-weapon technique, and having a martial art is what gives a person a ladder to advance. You become even more curious, looking back to ask for clarification. Probably about the cultivation method, but what about the medicine? He then explained in a simple way. The method is a stepping stone to advancement, but this staircase is steep and treacherous, requiring a handrail to climb quickly and steadily, and that handrail is the medicine. He further emphasized, the buffalo horn bone you sell is exactly the medicine we need. Shui also felt lucky inside her heart. That's great. With Jiaoding, isn't it easier for me to get these things? He smiled kindly to reassure them. The two disciples don't need to worry. The path of martial arts is long and winding, so we must pay attention to our footing first. You also happily reached out your hand and said, "Thank you, senior brother. Please help me test my strength." A group of people in the distance were watching. Dian Tai, with a mysterious expression, looked into the distance, wondering. Is this the person that young Master Zhao San mentioned? Lo Dian Tai, a person standing behind, confirms. Yes, as long as you drive these two people out of the martial arts school. Hawk Nguyen, with an evil expression, agrees to what was discussed earlier. The thing you asked for, I can help you take control of. Zhao Shuiyuan shifted to another scene where someone approached to report. Master, this Luang Ku is only 15 years old, a perfect alchemy material, and his age matches the third young master, plus he is an orphan. At this moment, Zheng Huang's mind began to hatch a plan, thinking that as long as he could force him to refine pills, the body of Lord Zhao. Hong Vian also happily agreed with this idea. Yuan Ni has been frail since childhood, so now finding a suitable age for the pill is very difficult. This Luang Ku is truly the best material. Knowing more about him makes us worried and cautious, but since I heard this young guy plans to join the Yang Clan martial arts school, with Duong Dong Hung's personality, it's hard for us to act. After hearing that, he quickly left. Well then, master, I will take my leave. Atui's picture falls to the ground. The person who picks it up opens their eyes wide with determination. I must eat the immortal pill and escape the mortal world. Who dares to stand in my way? Yuan Shui declared with a fiercely cruel expression. Dead. Lap Ba pointed at the surprised, tearful face. I never expected this little brat to have the best innate talent, but I only have a mid-level one. He kept shaking his head behind, not believing the conspiracy, so he glanced away and changed the subject. This is talent. Lap Ba hesitated for a moment before chasing after from behind. Wait for me. Atui still firmly speaks up to remind them to hurry to the martial arts school. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, completely stunned. Huh? Lap Ba quickly recognized the person standing in front of him and approached with a hostile attitude, questioning suspiciously. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? You can all come here, he confidently asked back with his hands on his hips. Why can't I come here? Lap Ba, furious, pressed his face close, veins bulging, and said, You little brat, even when you're happy, you don't hesitate to challenge me. How do you want to fight? Atui smiled and stepped in to stop the two of them. We are all fellow townspeople. Forget it, forget it. Then he turned to greet everyone warmly. Hello, brother Kiet. Tran Keet Sung is also from Ngia Hung City, 2 years older than me. He is a famous fisherman in town and has a good relationship with his former boss. Atui smiled and asked about the situation. Are you also coming to train at the martial arts school, brother Kiet? He clenched his fists, showing his determination. That's right. Nowadays, who doesn't want to have strong power? So last time I sold all my fish to gather enough money, I came here. Then let's go to the martial arts training hall and join the practice. Senior brother Ho has already been taught over there. Laba also became panicked, turning to remind him. Yes, 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 if you don't go, you can't participate anymore. He throws a powerful punch forward, hitting many people who are training there. Lapba's face is grim and trembling. Behind them, 2 people are also struggling. He raises his hand high and shouts loudly, Stop! Then he turned around to give instructions to everyone there. Everyone is now free to rest for a while, and in the afternoon, the spear training instructor will guide everyone to continue practicing. Lap Ba sat down, panting heavily and complaining, I'm so tired, I want to give up. Jai Wang lowered his head, shook it in contempt, and said, Trash. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out. I was just wondering where that fishy smell was coming from. Dian Tai clenched his teeth and placed his hands on his hips. The terrible stench is unbearable. Can you please step back a little or not? Are these 3 people really born from a fish's belly? He said, raising his hand to secretly ask for money. Give us 2 taels each and we'll let you stay here. Lap Ba, hearing this, immediately stood up in anger. Kiet Shuang raised his hand to block and calm him down, saying, Stay calm, don't cause trouble for Brother Ho. Hatui also looked on intently, becoming tense. With my current strength, I can't deal with these 3 people. Dian Tai twisted his neck and wrists, his face grim. How can you still want to exchange a few moves? Come on, I'm about to break through the bottleneck and want to test my skills. Hearing that, he immediately tensed up and started calculating. The secret pass? If it were in the middle of the river, Brother Yen would grit his teeth in extreme anger. Damn it. Suddenly, Brother Hu's voice rang out, Lo Dian Tai, what are you 3 doing? He pointed behind him and ordered you to stand there for half an hour. Then he sneered and frowned, implying you're lucky. But there's no place here for your cowardice. He must have emphasized it again. Can't you hear? Dian Tai didn't dare to hesitate any longer and ran over. At this point, Master Huin Lap Ba raised his middle finger behind him. Damn it, you bastard! Kiet Shuang remained calm and tried to soothe him. All right, cursing behind my back is useless. Atui then crouched down, silently reminding himself, I need strength and to seize the right moment to become stronger. Then he shouted loudly to the 2 of them, I want to go back home. Atui hurried back in the opposite direction, saying, Please help me take a break this afternoon. Lap Ba, confused, became anxious. What's wrong with Atui? Jai Shuang also looked confused and could only let it go. Who knows where they went? But Atui has now realized the problem. The lotus pond is in danger from enemies. This is what makes me stronger. Nothing can happen to it. At night, the 2 of them walk around, with Lu Ba hands on his hips and looking up anxiously. It's been a day, and little Luang Ku still hasn't returned. Yexiong turned to show a calm attitude. The emperor is not in a rush, and the eunuch is not in a hurry either. Maybe Atui has his own matters to attend to. He immediately became angry, turned to ask again, Are you provoking me? He couldn't hold back either. Kid, you're really a troublemaker. Suddenly a loud noise rang out behind them, and Dian Tai's arrogant voice sounded again. It seems that today the heavens have opened their eyes again, and let me face both of you. He grinned with a sinister smile. Today, Brother Hu will no longer be your support. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and looked ahead tensely. Dian Tai raised his hand to his cruel face and declared, I will see if I can ruin you 2. The scene shifts to Atui with the reed grasses. At this moment, he has descended deep below the water surface. Atui rides a Tai Hoan Ngak down beneath. You with a tense face become worried. Since you can't touch a Phi who has reached the secret realm power, yet you can still make the 2 beasts fear and send me a message, what exactly are you? From behind the seaweed, Atui looked outside and became tense when he saw the traces on the ground below. Damn it, if it can leave such large traces, then they must be enormous. The 2 beasts behind suddenly startle. He looked ahead and recalled his careful calculations. After eating the sea cucumber last time, his fusion level reached 11.7, and his water control capacity increased to 70 kilograms. More importantly, the ability to sense in water has extended by another meter, now able to gather information within a 6-meter radius. Tui's face is constantly sweating. At this moment, he begins to become cautious, his voice trembling. What is that? Is the monster actually it? A quick glance at Tui's face makes me think this is her. Is this her? After seeing its full form, you also have to be amazed. This one is just too big. Atui slowly steps back, cautious. With such a huge body, could it already be a transformed spirit? According to Instructor Ho, monsters that surpass the level of secret portals in this world are called spirit demons. With this size, it's probably a spirit demon. He turned to look carefully and deduced that it probably wasn't too strong, or else it wouldn't have moved, and a Phi wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Atui looked ahead with even more confusion. Can I do it? I have no plan at all. You have to follow your own plan. But then the fierce image of He Zhang appears. You monster! His tone is extremely cruel and contemptuous, just like your father, clueless. Den Tai also dismissively reminds you, this place is not for you, 3 cowards. Ashoi's face was grim, her body bent down, but surprise and danger have always been part of my life. She has always understood a truth that only those willing to take risks can change their fate. Important things happen by chance, while unimportant matters are carefully planned. At this moment, Atui, furious, raises his weapon. I won't accept it. What was in my hands I don't have the habit of giving to others. His face darkened as he remembered one thing. He wanted to kill me with that blow, so he ended up dead. At this moment, Aitaue is determined to fight. If you want to steal my lotus pond, let's see who has greater skill. Your two beasts quickly rush forward, and Atui also swiftly charges into the middle of them. On this side, Kiet Shuang's face was swollen from the hit. Dientai squatted down and had to admit, "You're pretty tough too. Where are your fellow villagers?" He fell back and quickly grabbed the stone, then struck Kiet Shuang hard in the face and said, "Go to your grandfather's house." Dientai's face darkened as he smirked and stomped on his face. His eyes widened as he coldly declared, "I think you two really want to die today." He turned to order his henchmen behind him. "Go guard the gate for me. I want to take my time torturing these two." They quickly agreed to follow. "Yes." "Damn it!" Dientai reached out quickly, grabbing his hand, then twisted Lapba's arm behind his back. Dientai sat down with a wicked smile on his face. "Mao Cape, you're quite talkative. Go on then." He flicked his bony hair in mockery. "And your eyes are quite spirited too." Dientai threatens with 2 fingers. "I will gouge out your eyes so those 2 hunting dogs can train their skills." Lapba is far away, shouting loudly to give the order. "Mokik, stop for me!" That finger gets closer and closer to one eye with each moment. A loud, desperate scream echoes out, followed by a quick, commanding shout. "Stop!" A Shui's bag now contains 2 coins, unable to move, consuming 740 essence points to evolve into the sharp-eyed owl. A Phi consumes 700 essence points to evolve into a tiger-headed seal. The fusion rate with the top of the Waterlord's offspring is 11.7%. Turning back this way, the crab claw grabbed a rock, and with a gentle press, the solid stone shattered completely. Atai reacted quickly and dodged. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling extremely frustrated because this crab's shell really couldn't be broken. Then Atui quickly ordered to stop it from moving and to entangle it. Taihuan Ngak quickly obeyed and bit into the crab's claw, seizing the opportunity to swiftly use water magic to control it. At that moment, a Phi swam up from behind. Atui coughed a few times, beginning to sense the danger. "I can't control my mental strength anymore. I'm injured, and Kuatin's claws keep struggling." It curled up to protect itself, and a Phi took the opportunity to charge in, then smiled happily, praising with admiration. A Phi looks very beautiful. Kuatin becomes extremely angry at this moment, stomping down fiercely. Kuatin stomps on the lotus flower with its foot. Atui's eyebrows furrow in disbelief. "Damn it, my lotus flower. You boldly charged straight in to attack, but Atui unfortunately coughed up blood." He stepped back a long way to gather his strength. "Atui won't be able to swallow this insult. Today, you will definitely die here." The tin crab swims across again above. "You've just now realized you also have a weakness." It swung its spear down harder, but Atui dodged it. "Your face shows clear attention, then you quickly order the 2 beasts that cannot move." A Phi. They immediately rush in to attack and help. After a while, Atui finally realized that whether injured a lot or a little, it instinctively protected its belly. So, if that's the case, then the belly is its weakness. "You swing your weapon back how to gain momentum?" "I've been planning this move for a long time." Focusing all the water pressure into the tip of the wooden spear, Atui clenched his weapon tightly, now only able to forcefully create 2 loops by exhausting all his mental energy. This will cause the wooden spear tip to have 2 acceleration phases. Suddenly, the system issues a warning that low mental energy will cause the aquatic beast to retaliate. "Please stop your actions, but you still show your determination." "But I already said it. Watch and see who between us is the most capable." A strong beam of light erupts from that spot. Kuatin also happened to be hit. At this moment, Atui's sharp weapon is directly aimed at him. "Ngao Dian belongs to me." That surge of power pierced straight through Kotin. A bright and excited expression appears on his face. "Damn it! Damn it! I won!" Atui closed his eyes with a smile on his lips, and beneath the water there was only silence and bubbles. After a while, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. He sat up straight, holding his head in confusion and wonder, and asked, "Why am I in such a daze?" Atui smiled brightly and ruffled their heads happily. "Did you two save me? Thank you." He stood up straight, holding his head in exhaustion. "My head hurts so much. I'd better be more careful with this trick next time." Then Atui opened his eyes wide, glancing to one side. He turned to see something enormous. "This is..." After realizing it, Atui nervously asks again, Is this the divine crab? You two also brought it up here? I can't help but think about how much essence of water this crab must have provided to Binduang. Tai Huangyak stood up and pointed in one direction. A Taoyi approached, curious to observe the situation. And was it also a female? What is this? Is this a crab egg? Too bad if I could tame this big crab, my strength would be. A Tui looked deeply inside, excited to come up with an idea. Wait a moment, I can't tame this big crab. But isn't there a small crab inside this crab egg? You sit down and look at the ground. Can the blood seal talisman tame what's inside this egg? A Tui slices his palm with a sharp piece, using his blood to draw a pattern on the blood control egg. A Tui stared intently, stammering with curiosity. Did it succeed? At this moment, the egg begins to shake and move, a small claw slowly breaking out of the shell. A tiny crab emerges with sparkling eyes, successfully controlling the Thach Now Jai, which can evolve by consuming 8,000 points of water spirit essence, transforming into the Thach Now Jai Vuong. Your inventory has been updated with 2 more items. 2 tails of silver and 2 coins that cannot be moved. Spending 740 essence points of water attribute can evolve into the antlered mantis. Spending 700 essence points of water attribute can evolve into the tiger-headed seal. The head of power consumes 8,000 essence points of the water trench to evolve into the king of shells. The peak of the water. King has an 11.7% fusion rate. The 2 sides of the crab shell split apart to reveal the meat. While you enjoy eating it, the system reports an 10.4% fusion rate. The stats keep rising steadily. Compatibility 14.7%. Compatibility 18.8%. Then it continued to rise higher, reaching an affinity of 36.6%. At this moment, a Tui erupted in a roar. The 3 creatures are also waiting beneath the water's surface. He looks down at his body in amazement. All his wounds have healed. The 3 beasts looked on with sparkling eyes, while Angel A Tui gazed at his muscles in awe. Yet the fusion rate can still increase to 36.6%. Aside from the physical benefits gained from eating the protective fish as usual, there is also a potential boost from the fusion itself. You look down at your chest and notice a change, and I can even feel the blood energy. A Tai looked at her fist with excitement. According to the Guardian of the Lake, I have come closer to the energy of the family guardian, even stronger. Then he threw the remaining crab eggs down below. The eggs and crab meat left over are for you 2 to eat. Crab meat is hard to preserve. Each crab egg only gives 6 essence points of the water realm. That's too little. A Tai raised her hand to glance and gently advised, "Forget about the fist strike. It's too cruel for creatures of the same kind to fight, and since it's only fist-sized, the small crab is named Qian Dao." You frown and tense up, calculating in your mind. If I can break through to become a disciple within a month, Triufu won't threaten me anymore. At this moment, Atui smiles confidently. Next, I will return to the martial arts school for the morning training session tomorrow. As I head back this way, a voice calls out to stop me. Stop! Someone is coming from afar and irritably reminds you that Lu Diantai, enough already. The young master frowned and emphasized seriously that the martial arts school has its own rules, yet he still arrogantly turned his face away. So, you're a patrol officer from Lu Guild? Don't blame me for not warning you. Dealing with these people wasn't my idea. I am representing young master Zhao-san. Hearing that, he immediately turned pale. The young master then continued aggressively, "So tell me, is your dog here following the rules of the martial arts hall or those of the Zhao estate?" At this moment, the young master fell silent, too afraid to speak. He took the opportunity to step forward, point his finger, and laugh loudly, glancing at this person. It's been only a few days since he left the Zhao residence, yet he's already forgotten who his master is. Diantai continued to mock, saying, "If it weren't for the Zhao family taking you and your father in, would you be where you are today? Isn't it better to just be a dog that's afraid to die? Do you dare to step forward? Fight it out yourself. Have you forgotten already? Your father is still in the Zhao estate, so be careful with your words or I might speak up for you. Dad, as long as I can protect my family, I don't care about anything else." Sorry. Yenkai keeps pointing and laughing. Yes, that's exactly how to be a good obedient dog. How sweet it sounds, you mutt. Suddenly, a drop of saliva splattered onto his face, and Jiexong, lying on the ground, kept laughing. He didn't hesitate to bluntly criticize. Your father really doesn't like your sneaky tricks. This is really embarrassing. Diantai widened his eyes and wiped the spit off his face. He cruelly stomped on his chest 3 times. Diantai pressed his foot down harder and demanded, "So you're a hero, right? Keep going. I will kill your friend if I don't fight you." Jiexong, furious, shouted demanding, "If you dare, come at me now." Diantai, proud, asked with his hands on his hips, "Do you think anyone is coming to save you now? The sect enforcer isn't here. Where do you two get your solid backing from?" A shadowy figure faintly appears through the mist of bones, and Atui, with shining eyes, steps back into view. He glanced down at the two friends lying there. Jiexiang looked up and tiredly called, "Atui." Atui clenched his teeth and burst with anger. "I want just one pill, just one." He boldly declared, "I will use all my teeth to fight you." Two people are quietly watching from above. Senior Ho glanced over with regret and said, "Master, it's all my fault. I was so happy after breaking the blood gate that I drank too much and came late, causing all this." Dong Hung looked down below and was also surprised. This Lo Hoi is usually not seen as a cold person. He put his hands behind his back and made a comment. Lo Hoi's personality is a bit cold, but he still has a good heart. Today he was stopped at. Dong Hung watched carefully and calmly commented, "This is one of the reasons he cannot break through the blood barrier. A martial artist without courage is like a person without breath." Senior Brother Ho continued to lean in and introduce. Today he just joined the martial arts school. Lo Diantai approached the blood gate, but had no chance of winning. But then Dong Hung opened his eyes in excitement, captivated. "Wait, this young man's blood energy is quite interesting. Your turning around radiates a powerful aura." Diantai spreads his arms arrogantly. "Do you want to crush me? Can you do it?" Tui clenched his fist below and emphasized, "I told you, if you dare to charge straight at them, I will crush all of you." He was not afraid and simply pointed at his subordinates, saying, "You are just a petty fisherman. Attack him for me." Atui swiftly delivered a powerful kick, easily dodging all their attacks. Then Atui immediately punched back at that guy. The kick came from the arrogant Dingia. "Take my hit!" He turned around furious and ordered, "Stop causing trouble, or I'll beat you up if you shout once." The slap opens the scene. Atui widens his eyes, unhesitatingly challenging. "It's your turn now," the genius still proudly showing off his strength. "Do you think defeating them means you can match my power?" The spreading of vital energy is one of the characteristics of the gradual approach into the secret realm. The boy furrows his brow with a determined look, and he also glances over sharply. Both sides continuously clash in direct combat. Atui clenches his jaw tightly, tense. You throw a punch from below to his chin, causing him to bleed painfully. Atui smiles, showing clear confidence. "You're just like that, too." Diantai then pulls out a sharp knife. "You're just a stinky fisherman," and Diantai keeps pulling out his knife and stabbing again and again. "Who can support you? You're just a lonely orphan with no one by your side. What are you supposed to be?" He even stabbed deeply into your palm. Atui's face darkened at this moment. "You're truly disgraceful. You keep throwing powerful punches. Such a despicable coward." Diantai was knocked to the ground by a powerful punch, and only then did Atui regain his composure. Diantai looked up with a trembling voice begging, Don't come any closer, young Master Lo." He kept speaking to provoke. If you ignore it and do nothing, as a teacher, you're allowing this person to attack a fellow student. He also gritted his teeth and hesitated. Then suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Enough!" A hand holding a staff suddenly appears. Dong Hong sternly commands loudly, "Lu Diantai, Tiet Din Nye, Vu Vi Long, you troublemakers. All 6 of you no longer need to come to the martial arts school." He continued to turn and give the order. "Little Lu, go to the detention room and wait for me to deal with you." The young club member obediently quickly accepted. "Yes, Master." "Master, could it be the legendary Duang Dong Hung?" "Master Duang." He is staring down at the sitting boy. Atui clenched her teeth and became tense, but having made such a big mistake today, the martial arts school probably won't let her stay. Annoying, the voice for the narrator rings out once again. "Who can give you support? You're just a lonely orphan, all alone, and you can do nothing but accept the truth." As expected, it's still not enough. Dong Hung softly asked at this moment, "Are you Luang Ku?" Atui still bowed his head obediently, confirming, "Yes." Then he smiled and made a proposal. "Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" You seem to find it hard to believe your ears. "What?" He reached out his hand to show goodwill. Atui's inventory has now been updated. The assets of 2 tails and 2 chien cannot be touched. It costs 726 essence points of the water vein to evolve into Jiap Muknyak. A Phi costs 685 essence points of the water vein to evolve into Hodao Niem. The first elder consumes 8,000 essence points to evolve into the King of Stones, the peak of the Waterhound, with a 36.6% fusion rate, and the scene shifts to Yang Mansion, where the space is incredibly quiet. The servants whisper among themselves, saying that today the old master officially accepts the 9th disciple, and rumor has it he's a young, handsome man. Suddenly, a girl entered and called out, "Luang Theojia, there are a few other young ladies here with costumes in their hands." She said, "These are the outfits and tools given to you by the senior brothers and sisters, and we, your junior sisters, will help you put them on." A Tui awkwardly replied, "I don't need help. Please wait outside for a moment. I will change immediately." Hearing that, the girls chuckled softly, then turned away. He stepped inside and sighed. At this moment, Atui silently thought that it had been 2 weeks since defeating Lo Dientai, recalling how he sat healing his wounds in the water tub, and that the injuries on Tranquiet Shuang and Li Lapa had also been nearly healed by Duangsu. Looking at the outfits, Atui thought to herself, "I am no longer alone today. I have my master, my senior brothers and sisters. I have a mountain to lean on, and too." A surge of determination rose in his heart. "Xiao Mansion, next I will defeat you." From what I see, Brother Luang that night was truly hanging by a thread. "That is Senior Brother Hu," he said excitedly. "Can you imagine someone who just joined the martial arts school defeating someone about to enter the imperial exam? All right, little seven, I've heard that line from you for 2 weeks now." Zhang Song also chuckled and added, "Luang Sude can catch the master's eye at first glance. Surely he's a dragon among men." At this moment, Tao Nyuang and Trio Kam also appeared, placing a hand on Tu Chao's shoulder and teasingly asking, "What are you giving this time, fourth senior brother? Are you perhaps jealous of the little junior brother?" He replied in a deep voice, "I gave him a tungsten arm guard as a small gift," and heard that. Lu Kang stood there smiling happily. Senior Brother Hu also cheerfully said, "Sister, stop teasing fourth senior brother. Saving that much money is already difficult enough for him." At this moment, Atui's figure appeared behind him. Senior Brother Hu said upon seeing him, "Little junior brother is out." As Atui stepped out, his robe fluttered in the wind. Now Atui is dressed in a more dignified and neat outfit than ever before. When he sees everyone, he calls out to his senior brothers and sisters. Atui stepped out, clasping his hands respectfully and saying, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for the gift." Luke Kwong heard this and smiled, then said, "I haven't given it to you yet. Brother, I have prepared something very good for you. A piece of pure, high-quality alloy." Lu Kang instructs, "When you have time, you can come to my shop to discuss what kind of weapon you need. Thank you for the precious gift." Atui respectfully replied, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu." "All right, all the gifts have been given. Let's go to the main hall quickly so our master and mistress won't have to wait long." Brother Hu responded affirmatively. The scene shifts to the Zhao residence, where Zheng Hua hesitates before reporting to Lord Hong Vien. He broke out in a sweat and spoke up, teasing that the bodyguard's head had already been found, but recalling the scene of the stabbing and pretending to say, "The thing inside his stomach isn't visible." As soon as Trin Huang finished speaking, he slapped him and cursed him as useless. Then Hong Vien, furious with veins bulging, shouted, "Do you know how much trouble this will cause us if it gets out? When the magistrate arrives, just bring your own head to pay for it." Trin Huang said in fear, "Master, it's all because that Luang Ku, he definitely killed Truong and caused that thing to escape." This made him even angrier, and he threatened. Luang Ku is also involved. According to Zhao Ni's words, he has now become a direct disciple of Duang Dong Hung. Do you want to see how sharp Duang Dong Hung's sword really is? Hong Vien roughly grabs his head and gives the order. "Listen carefully, I don't care what method you use. Find that thing immediately." Trin Huang stammered in fear, "Yes." At this moment, Hong Vien's face darkened, and he stroked his chin, muttering to himself. As for Luang Ku, the scene shifts to the Yang residence, and Dong Hung's voice echoes. Inside, Luang Ku sits with Madame Hua Thai, and he continues to ask, "Do you know gratitude and repayment, bravery beyond others, which makes you sincere and diligent? I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Tui knelt respectfully and replied, "I am willing." Standing nearby, Brother Ho and Truong Tung also heard Dong Hung's voice and smiled. "And my disciples must stay humble, be tolerant and diligent, respect their teachers and honor the way, and be filial to their families." Meanwhile, Lu Kuang and Zhao Kam also listened to his instructions for the young man. "You must not slaughter your fellow disciples, rebel against your parents, do evil, or bully the weak with strength. Do you remember?" After listening, Tui respectfully replied, "I, disciple Luang Ku, understand." Dong Hung declared in a deep voice, "Good. After tea, you will be my 9th direct disciple. Yang Dong Hung, from now on, no one can bully you. No one can insult you. Your master is your support. Do you understand?" He clasped his hands and replied with a look of determination. The disciple Luang Ku understands. Outside the Duong residence, the sky is clear and blue. White clouds drift lazily, and disciples are diligently practicing under the blazing sun. The command is given to rest for half an hour. Everyone tiredly sits down to recover, sweat pouring down their faces. Do you know? I heard that guy Luang Ku has become the designated successor of Master Duang. That's right. This is truly the story of a poor guy turning his life around. He also added that the worst part was the group of talented disciples being kicked out of the martial arts school. The other person agreed, yes, I heard there's someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. At this moment, Hok Nguyen, who was approaching from afar, overheard him and saw his face darken with anger, muttering, "Damn it, Luang Ku, that damn Luang Ku." It gets dark, and Brother Ho and Ayui sit together chatting. He asks, "Luang Jr. Brother, do you know what the 4 gates and 7 paths are?" He replied, "I only know that the Bai, humiliation, and blood are the first 4 gates, but I don't know much about the 7 paths afterward." At this point, Senior Brother Ho explained, the so-called 7 paths are also Bon Ma, Lang Yen, Thu Ho, Tran Tuong, Thien Long, Dong Lo, Hua Hong. He begins to describe in more detail, starting with an image of a man riding a galloping horse, a top-tier galloping scene capable of holding dozens of horses in full sprint without moving. Next is a scene of a man wielding a sword, full of fierce energy, alongside a bloodthirsty wolf. The Lang Yen scene, with blood and energy rising like wolf smoke, reaching over 10 zhang. Resembling a celestial being when unleashing his power, it makes people feel as if they are surrounded by a pack of wolves with a terrifying aura. Then appears a tall man alongside a majestic tiger in a beast and tiger scene, with blood and energy surging like a rising tide. When unleashing their power, ordinary people would be terrified like rabbits facing a raging lake, their courage shattered. Additionally, there's an image of a burly young man standing with a fierce elephant, each movement causing the ground to tremble, capable of toppling mountains and blocking rivers, and when in battle he could be called a great general. Finally, there is a scene of a person standing before an awe-inspiring dragon, like a celestial dragon, able to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, leaping 3,000 zhang into the clouds, and martial saint of a nation. Hearing this, Brother Hu stroked his chin and said, I don't know much about Dong Lo and Hua Hong, only that those who reach this level have their wings fully grown and can ascend to the heavens. After hearing that, Atui pondered silently, could martial arts in this world be so powerful? If I reach the level of ascension, maybe I can return to my old world. Then he asked, I wonder what level my master has reached, but he didn't answer right away, standing up and asking, do you know how many martial arts halls are in Binduang town? Atui held up 3 fingers and guessed, probably 3 halls. Hearing that, Brother Ho turned away and spoke. The other 2 taverns can stay in Binduang Tran because they only have enough to keep their shops here, but Master Duang is in Binduang Tran because it is his hometown. Then he turned to look sharply and continued, our martial arts school has been ranked first for many years because Master Duang is the only martial artist in Binduang Tran to reach that level, Thu Ho. Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, Tiger, with the support system, I can quickly reach that realm. Hearing this, Brother Hu burst into laughter and calmly said, that's all for today's lesson, little disciple. You don't need to rush the realm, just take steady steps to improve. Atui clasped his hands and replied, thank you, senior brother. He thought to himself, so the pressure from Trio Fu will lessen. Next, I must quickly catch the Baongu and break through the bottleneck to become a true martial artist. As he was unloading the basket of fish onto the boat, he muttered to himself, I can't involve them to help catch fish anymore. The boat's space isn't enough. Maybe I should consider switching to a bigger one. Then Matui stroked his chin and sighed. I'm afraid I won't meet Baongu. I don't know when I'll be able to catch her. Later, he opened the system panel, scrolling through and saying, if the compatibility reaches 37%, maybe catching her will give me a chance to break through the barrier. The information on the system board appears in detail. Then a feather gently falls, catching Atui's attention. The water swirls fiercely, causing the boat to sway. Water splashes everywhere. He catches it with his hand and asks confusedly, what's going on? Atui is extremely confused, stammering, what is this? In the whirlpool, the figures of the 2 beasts are fighting fiercely. Atui guesses, is one a frog biting a giant bird? The figures of the 2 beasts become clearer. One, a giant blazing red flame. The other, a terrifyingly huge river god. They are fighting fiercely. Finally, the river god was defeated and fell into the water, and the weight caused the water to rise like a giant wave, almost crashing onto Atui, making him panic and shout, No, I'm done for. He tumbled into the river. My fish! The water wave caused the boat to break apart. He struggled underwater, helplessly watching the shattered boat, when suddenly the Zhichua let out a piercing cry, and the sound wave spread throughout the space. The echo of the sound waves affects Atui, who raises his hand to brace himself, screaming inside. This is Tan Tin Then. And then Atui falls into the deep river. After a while, he opened his eyes to find himself on the shore. Suddenly, a small crab named Quien Dao appeared, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Did I just faint? And now you've saved me again." I wonder if the cry of the bird earlier stunned me. Looking up at the dark sky and the swirling water, Atui sighed. The power of this demon is truly terrifying, so capturing the spirit beast must be even more frightening. Then Tai Huangak approaches, catching his attention. Atui sat up and asked, "Why can't I move?" Tai Hua opened his mouth, revealing a large fish inside, and upon seeing it, he exclaimed in his heart, "This is a red bloodfish. I can try to break through the bottleneck now." A deep red drop of blood appears, and the vitality of blood indicates the strength of the martial artist's body. But a martial artist is not strong because of abundant vitality, rather because their body's innate quality is strong enough to condense full vitality. The capillaries running throughout the body do not signify a hero's strength, but rather a hero's potential. This fruit can promote human circulation, endless through the ages. The scene shifts to a simple house at night, with a flickering yellow light. Atui sticks an incense stick into the incense burner and sits in meditation in the peaceful atmosphere, the warm aroma of incense filling the air with a hot fish soup in front of him. Wisps of smoke drifted in front of Atui as he closed his eyes and sank into silence. Atui remembered when Brother Ho handed him the spirit calm incense and said, "This is called spirit calm incense, which can easily help martial artists break through." At this moment, Atui's body was burning with heat, sweat pouring down like rain. He muttered, "Breaking through the skin barrier is the key to a martial artist's breakthrough, which is to refine the fractured ki flow in the chest." Then Atui picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, saying, "After each blood ki training, you can replenish it with fish." He tensed his body, muscles clearly defined, and whispered to himself, "This is the 38th time. Just a little more." Atui remembered his conversation with Ho Su-Huin, who explained, "The key to breaking through the skin barrier is to stimulate the entire body's fascia and skin with internal blood and energy, activating the process of refining the skin." Currently, he is still sitting focused on his cultivation, with a line of red energy appearing in his chest. Ho Su-Huin's advice echoes. Vital energy is the flow that appears in the chest when practicing martial arts, the essence condensed from the body, the root of life. As it grows stronger, Atui grits his teeth to endure. When you can feel a warm stream of energy entering from your chest, combining with the blood energy inside, this flow travels to your bones, muscles, and skin, transforming into a surge of heat. An illustration of this process appears, showing the person's body ablaze with intense flames. This is the essence of Luyanbi. At this moment, his heart was pounding fiercely and rapidly. Atui opened his eyes, panting heavily, then sighed and said, "This is the 40th time, but unfortunately it's still a little short." The system displayed his cultivation stats in detail. Atui looked at it and said quietly 49%, but the body refinement still falls short, not yet passing. He guesses, but I have a feeling it's about 50% that there will be a significant change. Looking down at the empty pot, Atui muttered, "The meat and fish are gone too. And now the effect of the lotus root on me is very minimal. It seems I have no choice but to go catch a treasure fish." When he looked out the window and saw the morning sunlight shining through, he was surprised and he said, "It's already morning?" Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door. Atui opened the door to find Dai Kang and Tran Tan standing there. He said, "Atui, I saw you went home yesterday. Tuk specifically came to ask you about this." Atui cheerfully replied, "Uncle Lai, what's the matter?" "Tuk, tell me." But inside he wondered, isn't this the father of Li Lap Ba and Tran Kiet Shuang? "Why are they here?" Dai Kang asked. "Nothing serious, just wanted to ask if our little guy has been home these days. Is it still at the martial arts school, or has it gone somewhere else to hang out?" Tran Than added, "That's right, my son hasn't come back either, so I came here to ask." After hearing that, he scratched his head and replied, "I came home late yesterday and forgot to tell Uncle Lai and Uncle Tran that we performed well, and the martial arts master valued us, so he reserved a room in the house for us to stay in, which is why we haven't gone home yet to focus on practicing martial arts." Atui remembered the images of Kiet Shuang and Lap Ba being bandaged and thought that their wounds hadn't healed yet, so they didn't dare to go home. Hearing that, Dai Kang laughed proudly and said, "No wonder he's my son. Our Nghia Hung town now has a few martial artists." Tran Than also happily responded, "Since we were young, I have watched Atui and the two boys grow up together, and I knew these three kids would definitely have bright futures." Then he advised, "Oh right, Atui, this time Uncle came to remind you that our hometown plans to hold a ceremony to worship the river god." This made him wonder, the river god, Offerings, these customs really exist in my memory. But wasn't it already done 3 months ago? Tran Than said, That's right. Yesterday the river god appeared. We must make offerings. Dai Kang agreed and said, That's right. The river god jumps out of the river, catches a fiery giant bird, and shatters the sky. Atui began to recall the scene in the middle of the river and the image of the river god, quietly muttering, implying that they meant that frog. In the quiet atmosphere of the simple house, your voice rang out and replied, Uncle Lai, I understand. I will pay the fee to participate then. Both of them said, Atui, don't forget. The scene shifts to a shimmering green stream under the sunlight, with a deep cave in the distance called the Lotus Flower Cave. The blooming lotus flowers create a stunning scene. Suddenly, a column of water rises up from there. At this moment, Bai Tui jumps down holding a stake, continuously leaping and causing the space around to shake. After a moment, Ah Tui moved forcefully and quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. Below, Tai Huangak was already waiting, baring its sharp-toothed mouth as it lunged at Atui. He detects it and quickly dodges. Inside Atui's mind, he calculates that the water flow's power can be controlled at around 300 pounds, compressed and released within 10 liters of water, meaning 1 liter corresponds to a force of 30 pounds. Immediately, he swung his weapon to unleash a technique, and Water Ring released a surge of power. As Atui unleashed his strength, a 6-barbel catfish also appeared. Its name is Apai. That energy source also quickly disappeared. Then, Apai and Tai Hua immediately shrank into a different form. Their underwater abilities now surpassed the barrier, making it likely they could easily defeat the 4 guardians. At this moment, the system interface appeared, and he read the information in detail. Atoi held the wooden stake in his hand and muttered, If only I had a suitable weapon for this water shield. He thought of high-grade swords and remembered Liu Kang's words, hearing the 3rd senior brother say that in this world there is a weapon called Ling Wu that can heal itself and level up. Atoi also recalled the image of a mighty sword combined with natural elements, but weapons of this level usually need to be forged with treasures of heaven and earth as their core. Thinking of this, he sighed softly, wondering when he would finally obtain such a weapon. Suddenly, a movement startled Atui. When he saw Afai swimming ahead, he asked, What's going on? Atui swam after him to a pile of rocks and asked, Under these broken stones? Looking down, I see a fiery red feather and wonder, that must have fallen from that giant bird. It looks very special. Atui recalls the scene of the feather falling during yesterday's fierce battle and quietly thinks, This must be the red feather from yesterday. This feather makes Atui momentarily stunned, wondering if its shape indicates it's a rare treasure or a genius artifact. Pocketing it, he mutters, I need to check with Brother Luke Kwong at the forge later to confirm the weapon. Might as well ask him then. The scene shifts to Binduang district, where the atmosphere is strangely peaceful, and he walks quickly along the street. Looking around, Atui quietly wonders if the forging of the 3rd senior brother is focused on the distant houses, and he asks himself, What is that? It seems close to Binduang district, so I might as well ask my senior brother. Later, Atui also arrived at the Luke family blacksmith shop, where the sound of hammers striking iron echoed non-stop. Seeing you, Liu Kang stopped and asked, Are you Brother Luong here? Atui handed over a bag and said, Brother Liu Kang, this morning I caught something while fishing that's hard to figure out, so I came to ask you. When he saw the feather, he exclaimed, Shi Chua Diu Vu looked at it carefully. Lu Kuang said, This is a good thing. Hearing that, he whispered to himself that it really was a good thing. Then he asked, Brother Lu knows about this? I won't answer. Instead, I quickly ask, Tui, do you know where this deep red feather came from? The image of the crimson fire appears with great power alongside Luke Kwang's explanation. This feather comes from a monster called the Crimson Firebird. Whenever it faces mortal danger, it channels its life essence into a feather, dispersing it in all directions. Use this to escape. Among those feathers, there is one that contains the most life essence, called the Shichhua Kim Vu. It will use this feather to complete the rebirth process, like a god breaking its tail, but instead of just losing its tail, it sacrifices its entire body. Hearing those words, he excitedly exclaimed, Is it that powerful? So this one of mine is a Shichhua Kim Vu? A Shui's words made him chuckle and say, Of course, it's not the golden feather or we wouldn't be able to get close at all. Hearing that, he seemed a bit disappointed and let out a sigh. Looking at Diu Vu, Lu Kuang thoughtfully said, I advise you to forge it into a weapon with spirit, rather than just absorbing energy. Have you decided what kind of weapon to choose? Yet? Tui replied. I have thought it through. He recalled the previous battle and thought to himself that based on the confrontation with Thachin Gao, A spear with a handle would be more suitable underwater and could also be combined with self-created skills. A Tui said with a sarcastic tone, "I want a spear." Hearing that, Liu Kang was a bit surprised and asked, "The spear, it's quite rare in the martial arts school. Although long weapons have an advantage in range, they are also harder to control. I have made up my mind. Please help me put this feather into the weapon. I want a weapon with a spirit." He also cheerfully replied, "All right, once it's done, I will have someone come to pick it up." "Thank you, senior brother. When I step outside, I suddenly turn back and ask, 'What is that thick fog outside, senior brother Liu?'" Hearing this question, his face darkened, his hand clenched on the edge of the table, and he said sharply, "That place." Liu Kuang narrowed his eyes and continued, "That was Fap Hua 2, which burned fiercely this morning." The image of Fap Hua 2 burning fiercely, with thick black smoke filling his mind. Liu Kuang's voice echoes again. "And in this fire, something that shouldn't appear has shown up." Hearing that, he wondered in confusion, what is the thing that should not appear? The image of a mountain demon ripping out the guts of a villager appeared, looking terrifying with sharp teeth. Thui hesitated and said it was a mountain demon. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out coldly. "What did they shout at you?" They said, "We are." Then the horrifying scene appeared, with fat-bellied demons and corpses scattered everywhere. The voice echoed again, intertwining chaos, and eventually only a man screaming in pain was seen. A man holding a sharp, cold knife said, "Everything is because of the old lady." The image of a young monk trembling in fear, stammering, "Venerable one." On the ceiling, the terrifying demon with hollow eyes is looking down, and Fap Hua Temple appears with something that shouldn't be there. The people below look up and say in a broken voice, "Could that be a monster with strength comparable to a war horse?" Then comes the scene of a man being gradually gnawed by the demon, crying out for help, "Lo, the Heap, save me." All of this started from Fap Hua Temple. The scene shifts to a sunny day at the temple. Inside the forest, the trembling scene looks like someone's hurried vision. A foot appears, running hurriedly. A girl's face emerges. She is running and gasping for breath. That is Danhua. She's clutching her belly and running away from someone. Over here, a young monk sweeping the yard hears the echoing sound. "Help me." Just as she reached, Danhua was exhausted and couldn't speak. "Little master, save me!" Before she could finish speaking, she collapsed. Chi Min shouted, "Vow holder!" Danhua's eyes gently closed, only the faint figure of the young master rushing over, remaining visible. The female disciple. Later, she was taken back to her room. The young monk called out, "Benefactor, female benefactor." At this moment, Danhua slowly opened her eyes, and Chi Min exclaimed, "Master, the female benefactor has woken up." "Venerable abbot, I finally woke up. This is Fap Hua Temple." The old man asked, "What happened to you?" She began recounting the events, recalling that she was originally from Hua Chao County and had come to visit someone in Binduang County 3 months ago. But she didn't expect what happened next. Danhua continued, encountering a group of bandits dressed mysteriously. They tied her hands and blindfolded her before dragging her to a mysterious place. When they arrived, they removed the blindfold from Danhua. The scene before her was truly horrifying, with bodies scattered everywhere, demons running rampant, and Danhua's voice trembling. This place was truly hell, where everyone was gradually turned into evil spirits. Upon hearing that, the abbot asked, "Are they tying up the sacrifice to get money?" Danhua held her head, her face showing fear as she replied, "No," they said. Back then, a voice echoed, "We are alchemy masters." As the sound began to rise, a mark appeared on the man's stomach, making it swell and seem ready to explode. A scream of pain echoes miserably as those mysterious clothed figures clasp their hands together, seemingly performing some strange ritual. A man holding a knife in his hand with a cold stare then raises the knife high, preparing to stab down. As the blade descends, the victim screams in unbearable pain. Each organ was scooped out, and they caught the drops of blood falling from them without feeling disgusted. From those drops, a bright red pill was formed, and a person in the group named Ha spoke up. "It's truly amazing. Brother Lam, what exactly are these bellies?" Kuidung indifferently replied that this is a divine pill created by the great envoy. He further explained that they would be forced to drink a broth made from demon mountain meat, and regardless of gender, their stomachs would swell with meat embryos. Looking at the dead man lying there, Kuidung continued, "These meat spheres will form a fetus core after 3 months, and many will be refined into fetus orbs, which are said to grant immortality if eaten." Aha, hearing this, asked curiously, "What happens if it takes longer than 3 months?" He replied, "If not taken out after 3 months, it will hatch." Aha asked further, "Hatch what?" Kuidung looked with fearful eyes and replied, "You wouldn't want to know." The scene shifts to Trungnian Temple, with the abbot's voice echoing, Chimin, your senior brother has gone to the city to report to the officials. Go bring vegetarian meals for the female donor. The young monk replied, Yes, I will bring the meal now. Qiming opened the door and softly called, Lady donor, are you here? Hearing no sound, the young monk slowly stepped in and looked behind the curtain. Looking inside, he couldn't see anyone clearly. Qimin asks, Are you asleep? Suddenly, the young monk sees something. There's a large pool of blood beneath Qimin's feet. What is this? The young monk slowly approaches the bed, his face showing clear confusion, as a faint figure appears beneath the blood, flowing onto the floor. When Qimin turned to look, he couldn't tell what it was, but only more than half of a body remained, looking very horrifying. The young monk screamed in terror, Donor. Qimin looked inside the curtain, trembling as he said, That on the bed is. On the bed, Dan Hua was no longer alive, her face covered in bloodstains, eyes wide with horror. Qimin was startled and shouted, knocking over all the food, when suddenly a drop of blood fell on his head. The young monk trembled as he looked up at the ceiling, revealing a demon with a piece of intestine wrapped around its neck, blood dripping steadily. Wang Mo Kwai, no need for formalities. This is what martial artists at the martial arts hall are supposed to do. He recalled talking with Trin Huang, who said, This time at Fap Hua too, you must help Trio Fu hide some bodies in the temple and take that thing outside. The young leader asked, What thing? Trin Huang did not answer, but only said, You don't need to know about this. When you see it, you'll understand what it is. At this moment, the monk slowly spoke. The three officials are ahead, and in front of everyone is the Fap Hua temple. A somber atmosphere pervades this place. The monk said, This is the Fap Hua temple of this humble monk. The monk slowly opened the door, and upon seeing the scene inside, everyone turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. The constable hesitated and shouted, They are lying scattered on the ground below, and he asks what has happened. Suddenly the monk gasped and called out Master, then ran off with a pale face, shouting, Master, I am here to save you. Stop running around like that, Xiao La warned. The constables ordered Tiu La to chase after the monk. We'll observe here first, and the missing sect will sit down and examine a corpse. Looking at the damaged corpses, he said most of them show signs of being torn apart, resembling attacks by a large tiger. But is there any tiger that big? Any tiger. Moreover, there isn't a single complete corpse at the scene. Hearing this, the leader's face darkened, and he silently wondered if damned Trin Huang, that damned name, had claimed some of these bodies himself. Suddenly the constable shouted, drawing the attention of the young master. As they observed, they saw the bloodstains dragged into long streaks. The constable said, It seems the bloodstain extends this way, as if caused by the body being dragged. The blood trail leads to a distant room. Seeing that, he continued, The blood trail stops here. Xiao La and the monk are also here. At this moment, only the monk was seen slumping with his mouth agape, as if witnessing something horrifying. And everyone else entered and couldn't help but be stunned. The constable exclaimed, What the hell are all these monsters? What exactly happened here? The remaining sect leader also broke out in sweat and wondered, Is this really what Zheng Huobao brought out? Damn it! The scene before them is an enormous egg, covered with countless corpses clinging to the outside, looking extremely eerie. The constable exclaimed, So all these corpses are here. The monk's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he clasped his hands in prayer. Amitabha Buddha. Suddenly the door slammed shut, and the officer was startled and let out a cry. He ran out, pounding the door and shouting, Damn it, who's outside? Are you trying to rebel? Young master, now it's not about the door anymore, it's about to hatch, the constable asked in fear. Lo Thiu Hiep, what is this? Looking at the disgusting egg moving, he explained, This is a demon mountain egg, a characteristic trick of the demon nursery. The guard asked in amazement, Demon hatchlings, those remnants from the previous era. At this moment, the egg started to shake more vigorously. Once the mountain demon hatches and absorbs enough blood and flesh, it will enter the second stage, which is a monster with power comparable to a Bon Ma. Hearing that, the constables exclaimed in fear, Bon Ma! Suddenly, from inside the egg, a clawed hand with sharp talons reached out, piercing through the shell. It pushed its hands down and slowly crawled out of the eggshell, revealing a gaunt body, piercing eyes, and sharp jaws. It has bloomed, the second stage of the demon. Seeing the demon slowly crawling toward him, the monk trembled uncontrollably, clasped his hands together, and recited a prayer. Then suddenly he darted forward like a gust of wind. The fierce demon bites the monk's neck with a bloodthirsty hunger. Xiao La, seeing this, screams in horror. Little monk! Just as he tries to draw his sword to rush forward, the officer shouts to stop him. Wait a moment. Hearing the noise, it turned around while still chewing on a piece of fresh meat. In an instant, the constable's face was grabbed by the demon, while Xiao La was thrown back, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggles and screams for help. "Save me, little brother Lo, save me!" Xiao Hui stands still, pale-faced, thinking this is the monster from the Bonma realm. I haven't yet broken through the fourth gate. He has no intention of saving him, and quickly thought to himself, I must retreat. My strength can break the door without issue, but if this monster escapes, At this moment, the demon mountain opens its wide mouth, ready to devour the officer alive. He screams in terror. In the tense situation, Xiao Hui hesitated in his mind. I can't. Living is the most important thing. I have always lived like this. And I still do. I remember when Dian Tai grabbed Jia Xiong by the collar and said, "Just close your eyes. Just don't see it. Just stay safe." Then the young leader recalled the image of sitting in the humble old house, telling himself that as long as his father was still safe, Long must be secretly awakening, he thought. But being like this truly feels too cruel. At this moment, the demon dog is about to deliver a fatal bite to the officer. He shouted, "Lo, young hero, save me." The young leader began to draw his sword. Hearing a sound, he turned around, then the demon rushed swiftly toward him. The young hero gritted his teeth and said, "It looks like today I have to test how strong this Bon Ma Da really is." The scene shifts to the past, where a person raises a wooden sword high and says, "In the future, I will definitely become a great hero, like Duong Dong Hung, commanding respect across the 4 directions." A girl excitedly exclaimed, "Loka is really impressive." This is the young Xiao Hui, who proudly said, "I will go to the city with my father this time. I heard I will work in Lord Zhao's mansion. This is my chance." With determined eyes, Xiao Hui affirmed, "I must join Lord Yang's martial arts school and then be favored by Lord Zhao to become a hero renowned across the land." Young girl cheerfully replied, "Lo Kaka, you will definitely succeed." After reaching adolescence, Xiao Hui was bullied by Hawk Nguyen. He sneered and said, "You think you can get into the martial arts school just because of yourself? That's laughable?" Hawk Nguyen laughed loudly and mocked. "A useless person like you with no mother, just cling to your sick old father and rot away in the corner." In the evening, at the simple small house, the old man's cough echoed. Inside, Tiungia was tending to his son's wound, who was again arguing with Zhao Tam Shao. "Father, they bullied me first." He spoke with a choked voice due to coughing and then added, "Don't be impatient outside. Respect your elders. Be humble and learn." "Trainee, I understand now. Your father gently pats your head and advises you. But no matter what, you must become the person you yourself acknowledge." A question echoes in your mind, what would a master do? At this moment, the boy is kneeling before Dong Hung, who says, "An apprentice must have a humble heart, great ambition, but patience." Returning to reality when facing the demon mountain, Dong Hung's voice still echoes in the young disciple's mind, reminding him not to be arrogant, condescending, or overly proud of his abilities. He lunged forward with lightning speed, just about to face it in close combat, while Dong Hung's words echoed in his mind. "Be respectful at home, kind outside, never kill a fellow disciple, and never act unjustly if you are unfilial." Xiao Hui swung his sword forward, but it quickly bent down to dodge. A true disciple must eliminate evil and uphold justice. He struck again, but the mountain demon narrowly dodged. With determined eyes, the young hero continued to attack, recalling Dong Hung's words. "Do not commit evil, bully the weak with strength." Suddenly, a candle fell onto the book, igniting a flame. The young hero again remembered his youthful image. The magistrate shouted loudly, revealing Elder Duong from the martial arts school, eyes wide with rage, feet stomping hard on the ground with a long sword at his waist. Currently, he is trying to fend off the attack of the mountain demon with his sword. Young master skillfully swings his sword, sometimes slicing, sometimes chopping, stabbing, or spinning. Wherever he strikes, it dodges and escapes there. The blade flashes with a deep blue light, shining with a brilliant golden hue. The blades glow like evening clouds tearing through the dark sky at the horizon, forcing the enemy to retreat repeatedly. The image of the old official recounting the past floods back, only now the wind and sand are swirling wildly, the sky and earth darkened, as Lord Yang fights alone against the 4 great monsters, gravely wounded and pushing himself forward. At this moment, Xiao Hui was bitten on one arm by the mountain demon, while the other hand firmly held his sword. Then he leapt up and behind the mountain demon. The image of the official forcefully striking the wooden staff down now signals the end. To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the continuation. At this moment, flames were engulfing everything, and the young hero had stabbed the mountain demon in the chest, rendering it immobile. He spoke. "Sorry, I can't let this monster go. There's no way to save you now." The young leader clenched his teeth to hold back the pain and continued, "I could only wound it this much. Luckily, it's not a real beast." The demon howled in agony as Xiao, clutching his wound, comforted him, saying, "It's okay, little Lord Luo. We're doing the right thing. Are you a hero?" Hearing that, the young leader muttered to himself, "A hero?" He remembered Atui humbly saying, "There are still many people in this world more like a hero than me." Recalling when he was young, Hak Nguyen pointed at the two children and told the young leader, "Go break their teeth for me, and from now on, follow me in the fight. He threatens cruelly. If you don't go, then it will be you who gets your teeth knocked out." The boy approached the two children, making them afraid, and the young leader's face darkened before saying, "I still feel deeply guilty inside." "Sorry." The boy clenched his fist and told himself, "I have to do this. I have to step forward. I have to become the one above all others." Back to the fireworks display, the sunny day remains peaceful, but now the fireworks are burned and ruined, casting a gloomy hue. A soldier loudly announces, "We found them. They are here." When everyone went inside and saw a blackened body sitting there, they wondered what had happened to them. That was the scene of the young guild destroying the mountain demon. Now everything is just ashes. Who is the swordsman? At that moment, a piece of the badge fell to the ground and someone picked it up. On that token, there are carved characters, which is the surname of the young society. At this moment, a flashback of the past floods back, a bandaged hand holding a bun offering it to you. The two children asked in amazement, "Big brother, why are you helping us?" At that moment, the young leader was beaten to a pulp and his teeth were also broken. The boy cheerfully replied, "I am a hero. I cannot bully the weak." The scene shifts to evening at the Xiao residence. A loud shout echoes you. "Good for nothing. You truly are a foolish talent." Inside Hongvian, he kept kicking Trin Huang and shouted, "You really are a foolish servant to let you take charge yourself." He angrily continued, "Do you know how big the trouble will be for the master if the matter of the Fap Hua temple is exposed?" Master Trin Huang knelt in fear and said, "Lord, our involvement with the Fap Hua temple was only out of necessity." He sweat profusely and stammered, "That day, after discovering that woman had escaped, we immediately chased after her, but who would have expected that slut to run into the temple?" Remembering that scene, when the mysterious clad figures arrived, all that was left was a sea of blood. Trin Huang said, "By the time we arrived, it was already a river of blood." He recounted that when speaking with the young leader, "I immediately had Lo young leader go to the yamen to hold off the mountain demon that had just appeared. Then he, along with the constables, entered the library, and he sinisterly added that we quickly sneaked up and locked the door." Outside the Fa Hua temple, a fierce fire had erupted, and they stood indifferently watching. Trin Huang added more before setting the bodies ablaze to destroy the evidence. As he finished recounting, Hong Vian pinched his ear and scolded him, "Idiot, what good does setting a fire do? Even if you try to escape, it will take 3 days and 3 nights. Do you have that much time? Enough." He stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is your fault, you fools." This person steps forward to scold, saying, "Because you couldn't watch over that woman, the sect suffered heavy losses." He approaches a man, slowly saying, "For the Vothwang Lao Mao, you are simply disrespectful." Then he extended his hand and coldly said, "Those who are disrespectful will be punished." The man was grasped roughly by the head with his claws, trembling uncontrollably. Later, blood splattered all over his face. This person is named Tra Quan, a senior envoy. The cold voice rang out, conveying the will of the supreme matriarch. That man collapsed before Zheng Huo and Hong Vian, causing them to fear immensely. Tra Quan, wiping his bloody hand, said in a deep voice, "Lord Xiao, you have contributed greatly to our sect, and the supreme old matron will protect you." He glanced at Hong Vian and warned sternly, "But Lord Zhao, don't forget we are all in the same boat." This made him panic and stammer, "Don't worry, I will handle this matter myself." Tra Quan's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold as he said, "Do you really no longer need the son you have been hiding, Steward Trin?" Hearing that, Trin Huang bowed and pledged, "Rest assured, sir, this will never happen again." Tra Quan turned and walked out, not forgetting to say, "Sorry to trouble Lord Zhao and Steward Trin. Master, this person is outwardly threatening us. Do I have any other options? If it weren't for my family's legacy, I wouldn't have invited that old immortal at all. Today, as our plan proceeds smoothly, we must find a way to escape. The officials have already moved." Hong Vienthu stroked his beard and outlined a plan. "After finishing the Fap Hua temple matter, we will escape to Huangzhou, where I also have assets and can still live like a fairy." With a sinister look on his face, he continued, "The Taichu pill of Zhao Ni can still be refined since Duong Dong Hung isn't involved there. Outside, the night has fallen, but Hong Vien's voice still echoes. If you don't want to be eliminated by Dai Thuan, the safest way is to minimize losses as much as possible. The next morning at the Ngia Huang village gate, Tui walked away feeling sad, not expecting Luo Tiohoi to end up in such a situation. According to Lu Ba, he had even tried to uphold justice that day, truly a decent person. You remember when the young leader was guiding everyone to practice and then stopped? But why is he here at Fap Hua Temple? According to Brother Lu's words, at first the martial arts school didn't receive help from the government. I closed my eyes in despair. Sun Kui, this world is really hard to survive in. I hope all these monsters die outside. Suddenly someone called out, startling Tui. Isn't that Tui? Kan Jian asked while carrying the load. Tui, you're back already. Is that Uncle Tran? He asked. What happened? He urged, go home and check. There are quite a few people gathered at the entrance. Above the cliff, a large centipede is slowly retreating and someone is watching them from above. Suddenly, a strange hand stomped on the centipede and shouted, Then Tien, it's a mountain demon. It was chewing the centipede while muttering a few words. The scene shifted to a gloomy, dilapidated place, and someone's voice was heard. People often say that the past of great men is full of suffering and hardship. The more suffering, the greater the greatness, a voice suddenly interrupted. It's pitiful to see the piles of wood stacked in the corner. A tone of admiration echoing. It's too tragic. Thantuan, with a blank waist and a dark face, shouted, Damn it, it's really too tragic and miserable. A man named Din Nghia is sweating profusely, stammering, Dad, enough, I've been kneeling for half an hour. He is tied up on a chair, helplessly asking, Do we really have to go this far with that little brat? As soon as he finishes, Din Nghia is struck in the buttocks with a stick, and Thantuan angrily scolds, You little bastard! Your father has been clever since he was young. How come he produced a fool like you? He cried and begged, Please stop hitting me, Dad. I don't want to be beaten to death. Hearing that, he hit even harder. I will beat you to death. Someone inside is watching this scene. That is Lak Mao and Quang Dian. She said, That young man, I thought he would have a future in the martial arts school. So what's the result? I already said I would cause trouble. See, now they've come all the way to your door, he asked. Isn't this what you said earlier? Lak Mao asked curiously, Why did he come to see you if we never lent him any food before? Hearing that, Quang Dian angrily shouted, You stupid woman, you don't understand anything once the food has been lent. Can you get it back? Just look at your father's tragic fate chart and you'll see. Master, please don't be angry anymore. Then he looked outside and said in a deep voice, Don't say anything more. That little brat has returned. The scolding from Thantuan outside continued steadily. The rebellious kid boldly beat someone to death. At that moment, Tui had returned home and saw the scene in front of him. He asked Tiet Din Nghia, What are those people gathering outside our house doing? Seeing Tui return, Thantuan stopped and Din Nghia exclaimed, You rotten fisherman, so handsome, then ran over happily and asked, Is this the talented Luang Ku? Chung Tuan suddenly looked impressed, truly handsome and extraordinary, calm like the wind under the pine trees, tall and composed. No wonder he could become the true disciple of Master Yang. Everyone saw this and started to get noisy. Master Duong, is he the master of the Duong clan martial arts school? The renowned hero famous throughout Duong Dong Hung. A person spoke up saying, a true disciple, meaning they have genuinely apprenticed and bowed in respect, half as a son, half as a father, and Tui was even accepted into the Duong family martial arts school. That old man Duong even has to greet the Thai family in the district. Everyone was stunned, and the other asked, rubbing his chin, Even the Thai family in the district has to be greeted? Everyone gathered around, praising him warmly. Tui is so talented. I knew from the start that Tui wasn't an ordinary kid. How old is Tui this year? Isn't it time to start talking about marriage? Looking at this fair face, so adorable. At this moment, Thantuan brandished a whip and said, I really didn't expect my mischievous son to do something so filthy and shameful. Today, if Luang Hien had beaten him to death in front of me, I would have let him suffer. After hearing that, Tui's face turned dangerous, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying red glow. You can hit me however you want, just stay there and listen carefully to what Tui says. I'm not a vengeful person, but if a person's anger can't be released, I'm afraid they won't live long. I was stroking the whip and pressed it close to his face as I coldly said, Everyone wants to live a long life, right? Tell me. Hearing those words, Ding Yi cried uncontrollably, trembling as he begged, Luangka, I beg you, I beg you. I truly know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. From now on, I vow to be your ox and horse. Just this once, please forgive me. I really can't dare anymore. A shui lowered the whip and said in a deep voice, "All right then, let's forget about this." He turned away and continued, "You've already suffered enough for your sins. After all, you weren't the mastermind." He was terrified for a moment and secretly grateful. "Thank you, Lord Liang." Suddenly he shouted, "Wait!" Hearing that, Ding Yi shouted in his heart in panic, "Father, am I not your biological son?" "Are you determined to fight me today?" he said slowly. "Lord Luonghien is generous, but I cannot ignore the bond of friendship." Immediately, Than Tuan opened a silver box, making everyone stare in shock. Seeing this, Ding Yi exclaimed, "100 taels of silver. Oh my God! Your son has also seen hundreds of taels of silver before." At this moment, Kuang Dian opened the door and stepped out, loudly saying, "Everyone step aside. This is my most beloved son." Kuang Dian put on a fake smile and said, "This old master, I'm Luang Ku's real uncle, a close relative, and the only one who can negotiate compensation. If you can't accept it, then go ahead and scold. Luang Kuan Dian, have some shame. A Tui almost starved to death before, and you didn't open the door to help her. That's right. Only when you had money did you become her real uncle. And you say you love him the most." I scorn him and angrily retort, "Get out of here. What do you guys know? How good is it at saving its own kin? Doesn't it know that? Would it have achieved what it has today without me?" Chung Quan turned to ask a Tui. "Luong Hien, answer quickly. This is your cousin." "I don't know him." A Tui recalls the past when he was mistreated. In the original owner's memory, this uncle was not a beloved relative, just a bloodsucker. Until the original owner starved to death, he never once donated a grain of food. Then Tui turned to him and said, "If you really want to do something, the festival to worship the god of the river in my hometown is coming in a few days. Apart from contributions from the major clans, every healthy young man must pay 100 copper coins." He turned to leave, his voice full of generosity. "If Lord Tiet has the kindness, please help cover this expense so the villagers can save some money for the new year, and also set up a few porridge stalls to give to the poor. In recent days, the number of beggars in the village has been increasing." After hearing this, Than Ton clasped his hands and spoke. "Luong Hien, the righteous one." Everyone cheered happily. "Thank you, A Tui. A Tui, uphold righteousness." A woman also spoke up. "Good girl, what are you waiting for?" Atai also entered the house and slammed the door shut, then let out a breath, as if it was over. While adjusting his body, Atui thought to himself that during his last Bee family training at the martial arts hall, he had already sensed that the Bee family had reached their limit, no longer tight like when he first started training, but instead a feeling of swelling. He rubbed his neck and muttered, "If the feeling is right, Bon can break through today." Then, Atui prepared the water for bathing, touched the water to check the temperature, and analyzed in his mind that this last breakthrough would release more heat than before, so even a small mistake could fry his brain, so he had to cool it down physically. Atui enters the tub to soak in the warm water, wisps of steam slowly rising and igniting his body as he begins to break through the barrier. Time passes quietly as he remains still, immersed in the water. The wisps of smoke drifted lazily before Atui's focused gaze as he began to furrow his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, beams of light radiated around Atui's body like a vortex. He opened his eyes, saw the rays of light, and exclaimed, finally breaking through the bottleneck. Atui gathers a stream of water in his hand, silently estimating that his current water control ability is around 500 pounds, a significant increase from before. As he puts his clothes back on, he mumbles, but the integration with the system seems to have made no progress. At this moment, the system interface displayed Atui's refining information. After reading it, he happily said, "I didn't expect the breakthrough to have such a great effect. Isn't breaking through the 4 apertures supposed to allow control over a few tons of water?" Atawi stroked his chin and he muttered, "My 2 abilities actually complement each other, putting in half the effort for double the results. Nothing beats this feeling." Then he reached out and opened the door, casually saying, "It's time to go for a walk outside." When he opened it, Kuang Dian was standing in front of the door, and he was hit in the face by the door. Kuang Dian fell backward and let out a cry. Mr. Lung Ko sat up, rubbing his red nose and pretending to say, "Isn't this my good grandson?" "Luang Kuang Dian, what? What do you want from me?" Kuang Dian handed Lei a bag of rice, a wicked smile on his face as he said, "Tuk Thuk is worried you'll go hungry and lose sleep, so he hurriedly emptied the rice jar to bring this to you." Hearing that, Atwai coldly turned back and said, "Take it home and eat it. I don't lack food now, but in your heart you think rice is an extremely precious resource in this world." As Tui was about to close the door, Kuang Dian stopped him and shouted, Wait, you don't talk much, and suddenly slammed the door, hitting him in the face again. Kwang Din fell to the ground, and the rice bag spilled everywhere. He angrily touched his bloody nose and shouted, "What are you doing? I am your real uncle, your only uncle. I want this house of yours to also be mine." On this side, everyone is witnessing Kwang Din sitting on the ground, his scolding voice ringing out. "Master Tyat gave you such a large sum of money, and you refuse to accept it. Are you stupid?" He was indignant as if that money should belong to him and kept cursing. "Isn't this money supposed to be for you to support your younger brother, the sixth son? Elder like a father, I can consider myself half your father now." At this moment, Atui cast Kwang Din a cold glance and threatened him. "Luang Kwang Din, if you want to die, just try it." That statement made him stammer in fear, asking, "Do you wonder in your mind, after just a few moments apart, how much he has changed? Was he this tall before?" Then Kwang Din started acting up, struggling and throwing a tantrum. "Where is everyone? Come and see for yourself. Look at this ungrateful traitor, once a martial arts master. Now he's no longer a decent person. You don't even bother to acknowledge your poor relatives anymore. I am your real uncle, and Xiao Lu is your younger cousin." Suddenly, someone spat in Kwang Din's face, silencing him as a large woman sternly asked, "Uncle, when Luang Ku's father passed away, did you help carry the coffin or not? When Atui was hungry and had no rice to eat, did you ever lend Luang Thuk money?" The other person also added, "And also, back then when the family split, if it hadn't been for you being a scoundrel, Luang Ku's father probably wouldn't have only received a boat and would have been able to raise a Tui without hardship." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Where did this woman come from? Are you free to interfere in other people's affairs? Be careful or I'll shut your mouth now." Suddenly, a piece of wood struck Kwang Din in the stomach, and a voice said, "I hit you first. That's Director Tran Truan." He angrily said, "Are you still human when a Toei is doing well and you come here demanding benefits? Even a beast of burden is worth more." Kwang Din exclaimed in panic. Li Truong Truan beat him with a few sticks and drove him away. "Step aside. Don't let us see you." Kwang Din just bent over and ran away, replying yes. Truan watched the figure of Kwang Din disappear. There is more than one village chief in Ngiahung City, but this chief is the head of the Tran family, holding a very special position. His reputation is also very high, and ordinary people dare not offend him. Even Elder Triu has to show him some respect. At this moment, Atui bowed and asked, "Thank you, Elder Li, for your help. May I ask what brings you here?" He happily replied, "This time I came to see if you could take on the role of chief priest for the Teha ceremony." Hearing that, he was surprised and thought to himself that the chief priest is the person who maintains the Teha, similar to the Dai Te Ti, so maybe this time could be a good opportunity. Atoi looked at the system display board showing the flow of the spring river and thought that perhaps on the day of Teha he might also learn what its purpose is. "No problem, Master Li. During this time, little Luang Ku must memorize the Tavan." The next morning, at dawn in Atui's small house, the clear sky echoed with his voice as the sun rose high, flowers blooming happily, and two birds chirped merrily on the branches, greeting the morning. "Why are you wearing a small bag on your back?" He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky, thinking to himself that because he still couldn't recognize many characters in this world, he had to follow his master's instructions, and also needed to memorize the classic of literature. So it wasn't easy. Atui clenched his fists and shouted, "Reborn as a student in ancient times." Early in the morning in the classroom, looking outside, there are lush green trees and clear flowing water, very soothing. Tuong Sin is focused on reading a book aloud, never lazy in his life, living a comfortable and prosperous life, looking down on the humble, truly due to incompetence. Atui looked at him and thought, "So annoying, just told me to go to school." Sitting in class, he pondered whether he shouldn't have told me to go to elementary school. A classmate suddenly spoke up. Sir Luong Ku did not say a word. He stopped, his hand clenched around the thick book as if pouring all his anger into it. Tuong Sin shouted, "Luong Ku, don't look down on others like that." He loudly struck the big book with a whip and said, "The school can accommodate a rude person like you, which already gives your master face." Tuong Sin then looked at Atui and said, "You illiterate fool. You don't know how lucky you are to meet someone as good as me. You should be quietly grateful." Suddenly, he stood up and read aloud, shocking the old man and his classmates who stared in amazement, while the officials bowed modestly, fearing the situation. Living a life of laziness, comfort, and wealth. Atawi continued reading, causing the gossiping friend to look back attentively at the humble person. Indeed, with incompetent teaching having arrived, everything necessary is prepared. He continued to speak aloud regardless of those around him, 100 kinds of herbs, weapons and armor, strange birds and beasts, bizarre oddities. Atui turned respectfully to Tuangxin and said, "Sir, I actually already know these by heart. I was an excellent student in my previous life, so these things are actually quite easy." Atui whispered, "I just think the teaching methods used in school are a bit complicated." "What do you mean?" The old man looked at you loudly and said, "You're not worth my contempt. But what can a brute like you do?" Atui continued speaking and said, "The method of reverse writing in schools is indeed a good way, but too complicated and requires a solid foundation." Atui whispered, "But the method I studied turns characters into symbols, each symbol representing a sound, and you keep rambling on. I call this method syllabic composition." Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both Tuangxin and Atui. It resembled the method of character composition, but seemed simpler. Tuhang appeared and asked, "Please explain the Van Gep method you mentioned in more detail." Some students exclaimed in surprise, "Tu, sir! You are the same Tu, sir, from the great city of Dashun." Tuangxin hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Master Tu." Under the shade of the green tree, some people are strolling leisurely as a white bird spreads its wings and flies high. Hangengia strokes his beard proudly and says, Tuangxin angrily said, "That's really interesting. All you do is spout nonsense. Elders, don't blame me. The chaotic spirits and demons are not worthy to come to my ears." But he whispered to Atui that people of Dai Thuan who make inventions will be rewarded. As long as the invention is useful, they will receive money, tax exemptions, or even titles. You must realize that only by standing out yourself can you prevent others from discovering your uniqueness. Hangangia spoke up. "Luangku, you are exceptionally intelligent. Why not come learn with me?" Tuangxin quickly intervened. "Mr. Tu, can this little brat really do it on his own?" But he gestured to stop him. Master Hangia turned to look at the old man and spoke. "Mr. Tu, reading books and practicing martial arts have no rank or status. This is what my teacher told me." Tuangxin hesitated and said, "But this kind of great rebellion." Hangia laughed loudly to reassure him. "Tuang Tianxin, there's no need to worry. This won't concern you." He was silent, but visibly uneasy. He looked at Atui in a deep voice and said, "The things students cannot solve, I, the teacher, will handle." Hanania left but turned back to add, "The things students cannot break, I, the teacher, will break." Atui bows deeply and clasps his hands in respect while the large bell lying deep beneath the dark blue water emits strange rays of light among tiny bubbles. Tai Huangak is using his big head to push the round ball forward, and he keeps pushing it higher with his head. A Phi appears, chattering as if trying to say something to Qin Dao, and is straining to push the green ball forward with its body along with the other little friends. "Hey, little one, put more strength into it." The big head is straining to push the ball forward as fast as possible. A Phi also puts all her strength into her head to give a powerful push. The ball suddenly explodes, creating a dazzling light that amazes all the little friends. After it exploded, a path full of bright light appeared right in the middle of the rocky walls at the bottom of the water. Among the dark, deep water walls, a gate emitting a blue glow was gradually opening. The giant bronze bell covered in green moss appears towering beneath the deep water after the light disappears. At night, at the riverbed, a hui glides gently with Tai Huangak through the dark blue water. It is opening its mouth wide and smiling brightly in the water. He whispers to Tai Huangak, all right. I know this time the credit goes to you." Atui and it head to where Qian Din and a Phi are waiting. He speaks softly. "Is this the teleportation passage you mentioned?" "I know. I can't move too well, you tell yourself, yet the space inside is this big." Atui silently thought that this light source was coming from the tree branch, and it seemed there was space above. Atui reached out and grabbed something, feeling that it was slightly soft. Atui shouted loudly and put the rope in his mouth to try biting it. He lowered it and muttered to himself, basically unable to bite through. Atui swims forward, raising his voice to command, "No moving the head. Let's go." Atui looks up and speaks. "Is there no water inside here? It's air." He looked around curiously and asked, "Are all the edges lined up like this?" Atui was focused ahead. The black creature appeared behind him, crawling on the rock outcrop protruding from the water. It suddenly grew rapidly and charged straight at Atui with sharp legs. He threw a powerful punch to shatter the rock beneath his feet and repel the monster. Atui looks at it and says loudly, "Too slow, I already spotted you." After observing the creature, he confirms it's a water centipede. Its long spiked tail suddenly swung and shattered a large piece of rock at the riverbed. The monster then suddenly charged quickly toward Atui and Qian Dao. Quindo uses his sturdy claw to block its charge in the blue light as he watches the two creatures fighting and speaks. It seems Qiandao has grown quite a bit. The water monster with many sharp legs is writhing over jagged rocks to attack. Immediately, it was caught tightly in Qiandao's strong claw. A Tui standing outside shouted proudly, "The head of the beast is very strong. Keep talking, you say this is a water centipede. I heard that this creature's bite is incredibly powerful." A Tui continued, "And more importantly, this creature has a weapon that even martial artists fear." The poisoner whispers softly, "If I can control it, it will be like having an extra hidden weapon." For now, the mental connection is still intact. After breaking the prison, my physical body has become stronger. It seems that soon I just need to ask Brother Luke to buy a club. It should be enough. A Tui raised 2 fingers towards it, which was being tightly held by the fist, and shouted, "Blood control cover!" A Tui's finger lightly touches to ignite a blazing power to tame it. He clenched his teeth and spoke softly as he saw the system keep warning of danger. "What is going on? Is this water centipede as strong as a crocodile?" The system interface appears, indicating it has mastered the divine water beast and can evolve. A Tui sat down, relieved that his effort paid off. He looked at it and said, "Your strength is so great, calling you Aui is enough." The system announces that the heavenly water ogre lord, nourished by water spirit fungus, has undergone a mutation after consuming 10,000 essence points of water veins, allowing it to evolve into the ambassador of the heavenly water ogre lord. A water is amazed and thinks to himself that with 10,000 points, capturing more creatures will become increasingly difficult. He looked at Aui and whispered, "All right, where did you eat the water spirit chi?" It seemed to understand and quickly crawled ahead to lead the way. Aui is slowly crawling into the dark cave amid strange energies. A Tui bends down and looks inside, speaking with surprise. "Is it here? It's really terrifying," he exclaimed in amazement when he saw the skeleton inside the cave. This is the line of text that suddenly appeared below. The great warrior of the Dunai era, the Water Master Pioneer, has failed, unable to resist, wounded and drifting here, feeling guilty for the Emperor's kindness, ending his life here. After some time, green, mossy vines cling tightly to the gray rock wall in the silent space. A Tui and the 3 beasts continue to stare intently at the skeleton before them. He sits down, muttering the words Dai, Kan, Tui, and Tianfeng, ending his life here. A Tui quietly snaps in anger, not understanding the other words, and continues speaking, as if the flow of time here is interrupted. Could there be an ancient battlefield nearby? Could there still be remaining spirit soldiers around here? A Tui whispered, while looking at the box near the skeleton. "This box probably contains water spirit stones, right? You keep talking, you might offend someone." A Tai looked inside the box and said, "The remaining tree must be the one Ayui ate." He held the spirit seed in his hand and whispered, "Senior, later I will take you outside and bury you in the fertile land so you can rest in peace." A Tai holds it in his hand and says, "Now is the time to level up. This time I must break through the 50th barrier." He sits among the large beasts and speaks loudly so they cannot move. "Forget about 1/6, a thigh and a fist." Why? "Forget it, you've already eaten a whole branch." Tui raised his hand and said, "The rest is mine." Then, a Tui put it in his mouth and chewed happily. Suddenly feeling a floating sensation, he thought to himself, "It's so smooth, so soft, like tofu, so refreshing." The system notification shows, "Water Spirit Pool Essence, plus 216. Tui muttered to himself, "even higher than the crab brick. If it is leveled up, then I must be..." He pointed at the system display, which immediately revealed the Peak Master White Dragon Spirit Fusion Pool, within 70.6% compatibility, no Water Spirit Pool Essence, Water Beast Domination, Taihua Eccentric Consumption 280 points, capable of evolving into a crocodile with a wooden snout, the Water Beast Sovereign. A Phi scored 240 points, and the Water Trench Essence can evolve into a tiger-headed fish. The Water Beast Sovereign, Kuada, scored 7,600 points, and the Water Trench Essence can evolve into a stone Emperor crab. The system evaluates the Water Lord Spirit Fusion as over half complete. Innate skill comprehension achieved. It continues to display the Water Surge Strike as a Shui emits a blinding blue light with the shadow of a fierce beast appearing behind him. With blazing eyes, you strain to control the immense power surging within you as a radiant energy emanates from right in a Taui's chest. That energy source is growing stronger in your chest, branching out deeper into Tui's body. He bowed respectfully before the dry skeleton lying by the dark cliff and looked at the pond in front of him, softly speaking, then returned to the water to test his abilities. He shouted loudly, "Tui Tong Diet! using the power of the surrounding blue water. Atui lost momentum and crashed hard into the hard rock wall after a strong collision. It seems this skill is a movement technique, but it consumes a lot of stamina and is hard to control direction, Atui muttered to himself when looking at the system display. If it's real, then it's incredibly powerful. Able to travel thousands of miles underwater, either by using the river's protection or evolving into a divine skill. You raise your hand to control the blue energy and continue speaking. Your water control ability has tripled this time, reaching 800 pounds with a significant increase. Atui continued, and those unable to move each have between 200 and 500 points of maturity. The system displayed each beast. The water beast, Lord Tai Hua Nak, has 230 essence points and can evolve into a wooden-headed crocodile. The water beast Lord. Afai has 2 essence points and can evolve into a riverhead fish. Afai sweats as Atui questions him. Wait a minute. Since when did Afai become unstoppable? That can't be right. Forget it. There's probably a special chance of its own. Maybe it has some kind of fish school system. You thought to yourself and laughed loudly alone. Atui looks up at the system panel and speaks. A week from now is the river sacrifice, and during this time you must try to learn from the master, because I have a feeling this is definitely related to the river sacrifice. The system appears, revealing that Tungdiet is protected by the river or can evolve into a divine power that travels thousands of miles underwater. A week later, at the end of early winter, the ancient village lies still among tall mountains and lush green forests under the golden sunlight. Lapba stands outside, knocking loudly and calling, Atui, we should head to the river sacrifice now. He gestures forward and commands, Aoi, come up here. It seemed to understand and quickly crawled onto Atui's arm. Before long, Aoi had wrapped around its wrist like a bracelet. Atui reaches out to open the door and happily says to him, Let's go to the river festival. Many villagers are gathering around a tall wooden platform as drums echo loudly. Man stands silently, staring ahead as if she has seen something. Suddenly, she panics and breaks into tears. What's wrong, little one? Why are you crying, my dear? Man pointed ahead, crying as she said, There's a monster in the alley. She didn't believe, and quickly said, You're just talking nonsense again. There's no monster in the village. Still, Nguyet Mai kept trying to comfort the girl. All right, don't cry anymore. I'll buy you some hawthorn candies. The stranger with white hair was secretly peeking through the crack in the wall amid the terrifying black mist. He, with blazing red eyes and sharp teeth hiding behind the stone corner, speaks, Become a fairy of virtue. The strong men are hitting drums with all their might to make a loud sound. A loud chant rises as young men carry offerings of cow and pig heads forward. The masked shaman calls out to bring the water spirits back, the witch returning to her place. He is holding up a bundle of dry firewood and shouting, Chief priest, proceed! As Atui slowly steps up the wooden stairs leading to the ceremonial platform to begin the solemn ritual. He stands on the high platform, looking down at the crowd below, amid the thick incense smoke, as the shaman raises his hand to signal the start of the ceremony amid the loud cheers. Atui raises the white scroll with both hands, preparing to recite the prayer. The river god at the top on the land of Na Hung near the Huai River. I have earned everyone's trust. Today I lead the people to pay respects before you. I humbly request to read this memorial. Below, Lap Ba and Kiet Shuang, along with all the villagers, are attentively watching Atui. Lap Ba looked at him and exclaimed, That's amazing! Atui, I tell myself, I don't know what happened to you, but we grew up together. Are you really Atui? The strange black shadow rushes quickly across the roof to attack the ceremony, glaring fiercely at the high platform where the young man is standing as the host. Immediately, Atui realized and thought to himself, This is the mountain demon that Brother Luke mentioned. Atui recalled the sketches he saw in the notebook, given by Brother Luke, which depicted mountain demons. That cracked skin like dry bark can't be mistaken. He continued to think, it's humanoid in shape. With skin like dry bark, impervious to blades, small ones prey on livestock, larger ones prefer human organs. He is secretly targeting Man among the crowd. The girl saw it and screamed in fear. That is the monster. Mother Nguyet Mai and the villagers looked up in horror at the roaring sound. What is that? The stone brick wall suddenly shattered and splattered after a powerful collision. The blood demon with glowing red eyes roared as it lunged down to the ground, accompanied by screams. Monster, run quickly! Kiet Shuang shouted to everyone, Scatter now! Man villagers run away in all directions. Manlak's mother cries and calls out. Where's Mom? Nguyet Mai also anxiously searches for her, her cries echoing. Sweetheart, where are you? The girl opened her eyes wide with fear as the demon lord rushes right behind her. He's raising his sharp hand, ready to grab poor Man. Kiet Shuang anxiously shouts, Damn it, there's no time left. Lap Ba was terrified by the scene before him and shouted loudly. Nguyen Mai rushed quickly toward the girl, shouting, "Child!" Kiet Shuang swiftly rushed to embrace Man Man to shield her from the deadly attack. He holds the girl tightly, but loses his footing, causing Jiet Shuang to slide to the ground as the demon beast growls and rushes to attack him. Lap Ba shouted loudly. Tran Kiet Sung held his ground. He said as he launched his weapon forward, "We can't afford to be idle right now. Try my flying dagger." Your sharp flying dagger rushes down from above right behind him, Lap Ba muttered to himself nervously. He managed to avoid it. "Damn it, we're about to run out of time." The demon lord opens its mouth full of sharp teeth and roars loudly, shaking the entire space. Kitsung stared at him in horror with wide eyes, screaming in agony. "Atui, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time." Just as the clawed hand of the demon was about to reach Jiet Shuang, a sudden burst of blue light appeared and stopped it. A T suddenly appears, leaping into the air, using the power of water to suppress the evil monster. He shouts, "Water destruction!" Atui delivers a powerful strike to Sun Kui's head, sighing in relief as he just manages to save Man Man and Kiet Shuang at the last moment of danger. It's too late. Sun Kui is about to pounce, and Atui is still far away. He hurriedly looks around. Damn it, it's too late. Atui stared intently at the water jar. That is water from the ceremonial pond. Tui Tungdeet's power relies on water as a conduit. Then create this opportunity. Put your hand into the water jar. Atui shouted, "Make the water flow forward under my control." Kitsung stared wide-eyed at the strange water in front of him. Atui's body transformed, and in the blink of an eye, his upper body was right at the head of the stream. He muttered the water talisman technique. A single strike directly caused the demon beast to collapse onto the ground. You caught your breath, but Kiet Shuang was terrified. "Atui, what's wrong?" Atui paid no attention to the strange appearance and casually said, "Kietka, hurry and take the kid away. I'll handle this." Not understanding much, he still decided to get up quickly, carry the child, and run away, not forgetting to say, "I got it. I'll come help you later." Atui frowned as he looked at the mountain demon on the ground and asked, "Why is this thing appearing here?" The fog gradually dissipated, and he looked around in panic, but it was gone. The demon ape appeared from the right side, its sharp hand about to touch him. Atui immediately reacted, struggling to fight back. Furious, he clenched his teeth, thinking that the strength was too much. The demon kept attacking, forcing him and Duong to constantly dodge. Atui seized the opportunity and immediately fought back. This was the moment. He threw a punch straight ahead and shouted, "You die for me." At this moment, Kiet Shuang has called for backup, shouting, "Atui, we're coming!" Lap Ba, who was being pulled along, quickly grasped the situation. Sun Kuai managed to wound Atui, who quickly grabbed its arm, grit his teeth, and held him back. He turned around and shouted loudly, stabbing into its side, "Don't cut!" The two of them followed suit, stabbing into the two sides, and the demon beast howled in agony. "Do you want to kill me? That's not enough." He kicked it hard, knocking it away. The demon soared into the air and then collapsed to the ground. Atui seized the opportunity and continued the attack. He raised his hand to command the water centipede. "Aui, go!" Aui lunges forward and bites deeply into the demon's neck. In just a moment, its body began to show signs of trouble. He looked at the toxin on its skin, thinking to himself, "Ui's poison is no joke, enough to make you suffer." The demon is exhausted, panting heavily, its mouth starting to bleed. It glances at the curious crowd in the distance, then wipes itself off and aims directly at them. Atui frowned and shouted, "Don't mess up." He grabbed a wooden stake and threw it toward the demon beast, driving the thick stake, the size of an ordinary person, straight into the dagger stuck in its side for a fatal blow. Atui kicked it again. Looking at the demon lying motionless on the ground, he sighed in relief. "It's probably over, right?" Only to hear it whisper faintly, "The flood is coming." The villagers look scared and start whispering, "What is he talking about? He can talk. What kind of monster is this?" "The gods are coming to punish us." Jai Shuang frowned and said, "The villagers' emotions have collapsed." Lap Ba also looked uncomfortable. "It's frustrating that things keep going like this. People can't live normally." Atui thinks differently. "No, this is a gift. You said this is our Nia Hung Trang's opportunity." Then you approached the demon, pointing the knife straight at its head. You cut off its head and hold it up coldly, declaring, "This is the best offering to the river god." The system updates. The Huai River ritual is complete. The favorability of the river is now 0.001. The scene shifts to a morning ritual at the Ngia Hung village in early winter, with a tray of pig and beef prepared for the offering. Everyone is gathered around the mountain demon. A Tui sits aside, thinking that this time they might be able to defeat the demon. First, because they managed to break through its protective skin, and second, because their fusion level has skyrocketed, making their physical body far superior to ordinary martial artists. A Tui looked at her hand and thought to herself, the third is a V's poison. Otherwise, this battle would be hard to predict. The most important thing is that the river can upgrade the destruction skill to a perfected state, which is now in our hands. As expected, just as you thought, but it's not enough. If the system display shows the water spirit medicine's information and can sense the river's flow, it could evolve into a divine water travel skill that spans thousands of miles. Just then, Head Li arrived with someone and said, Athui, the doctor has arrived. The doctor examined the wound and commented, Prince Luang truly has remarkable monkey arms and a slender waist. Athui awkwardly smiled and replied, Please help me check the injury. He replied, Nothing much. Then the doctor began bandaging the wound and asked, I'm not sure what material your cold-resistant clothing is made of. This large cloak was given by second senior brother, made from bear dog leather and difficult to pierce. The clothing was given by eighth senior brother, woven with silkworm silk. Looking at how deep this wound is, young Master Luang must have broken through the barrier already, right? The villagers were all amazed and asked in unison, What barrier? The junior hesitantly replied, That's indeed the case. Murmurs of admiration spread around. Atui is really talented, truly bringing honor to the entire village. We fans are indeed blessed to have such ancestors. Lapba smiled in admiration. Atui has now become a true martial artist in less than a few months. Kietsuang looked over and wondered, Am I still not keeping up with him? Guangdian kept watching from behind, worried inside. Oh my god, this kid is so talented. Does he really intend to cause trouble with me? Chief Lai then asked, What exactly is that monster Atui? And the person next to him was also curious. That's right, Atui. Everyone seems very worried. Look at it and explain. That monster is called the mountain demon. Usually it likes to feed on blood and flesh. This time it was probably attracted by everyone's gathered energy. Atui ngim mut noithem. I don't dare to confirm if there are other mountain demons in Giahung, but this time 3 appeared at once, so I suspect there are demons. The crowd began to exchange worried glances. Is there a ghost? Someone pointed at the altar and shouted, Isn't that the hanging rack that looks familiar? Someone immediately recognized it. It looked quite like that kind of head of Truong, others agreed, and you were right. How did that scoundrel end up like this? Tui frowned thoughtfully. The head of Truong again. You remember the previous information? The alchemy pavilion of the Xiao family, the mountain demon, little Gonglo, the head of Truong Chua Fap Hua. Atui clenches his teeth in self-blame, damn it. I should have figured it out earlier. Practicing alchemy was correct, but raising the mountain demon was the key condition. After thinking, he turned back and told the village chief, Master Li, this is not a simple matter. I have to go to Binduang County to report this to my master. I suspect that the demon child is actually the head of the school. Xuan Q, why are you free to come to my place today? Usually I don't see any sign of him at all. Atui stood there with her hands raised in a respectful gesture and said, I am here to report a few matters to master. So I suspect that the ghost story is connected to the Xiao family estate. Mrs. Hua praised and complimented at the same time. Tioku truly is smart. It's no wonder the master values you so much. Thui was startled and said, This isn't simple, but it seems my master already knew. She closed her eyes and smiled softly. Remember who your master is even if you're anxious. Huathai added, He is Yang Dong Hong, the only hunter in Binduang area. The scene shifts to the demon mother's base, where a figure is ascending the steep stairs, one person captivated by something above. Then he immediately collapsed to the ground, pointing and stammering, What is that? Someone is attacking the camp. Quickly go and report the alarm. In the sky, a giant golden spear appears heading toward the demon mother base. The massive spear pierces through the clouds and strikes down. Atui's master appears, boldly declaring, Duongdong Hung is here. Surrender now. It's late at night, yet the sound of people still training non-stop. Atui keeps punching the wooden post, thinking to himself, I've stayed at my master's house for 2 days now. My master's wife let me stay at the martial arts hall to avoid interfering with my master's actions. He grits his teeth and also gives me a silver ingot worth about 50 taels to rest and live in the estate. Madame Duong shines like a saint and kindly says, Take what you need and don't hesitate. He looks at his arm and softly mutters, The wound's healed quite a bit, thanks to the nourishing pills from Mistress Dan. Atui continued, I am starting to tire from training. Mistress and Master suspect that the Demon Mother sect will launch a large-scale attack on the martial artists to forge pills, so they told me to stay at the martial hall for safety. At this moment, a strange spherical object rushes toward him, and he immediately pushes it away, causing it to crash into the wall and crack a large section. Etui speaks cautiously. Brother Ho stepped out from behind the tree, smiling softly, his vigilance not bad at all. Atawi exclaimed, so it was Brother Ho. He said that he just returned and heard the master talking about the junior brother being here, so he must be here indeed. You wonder, did Brother Ho just come back today? He threw you a spear and casually said, "It's just a small matter. Come on, do you know how to use a spear?" He told me to fight it with 2 moves while talking. Atui's expression suddenly changed. Then I won't hold back anymore. Your senior brother signals with his hand, asking for guidance. Brother Ho throws a small ball into the air, which immediately shoots toward you. Seizing the moment when Atui is distracted, Brother Ho lunges forward with his spear. Seeing Atui distracted, Ho Su-Huin sneered and said, "Now's your chance. He's aiming straight at the spear you're holding." You lose your grip, and the spear slips from your hand, falling far away. Brother Ho seizes the opportunity and attacks even more fiercely. No more mercy, Atui instinctively throws a punch to continue fighting. Brother Ho smiles, and only when that small ball and the little orange fall to the ground do they end the battle. Senior Brother Hu glances at Atui sitting exhausted on the ground, catching his breath, and softly says, "Looks like the junior has broken through the barrier." The junior's speed truly shows he has the destiny. Atui widened his eyes and said, "Destiny." He reached out his hand, intending to help you up. But the day your disciple checks his fate is not far off, and then the master will explain it to you. Let's continue. You hold on to that confident voice, then let's continue. The 2 of them continued fighting a few more rounds, their shouts echoing through the air, but it still wasn't enough. Don't let your energy weaken. Keep standing and keep going. After a long while, Atui was exhausted, panting to catch her breath. Brother Ho sat down beside her and softly said, "What you said about Trio Fu is not much different from what I investigated, just that everything seems a bit excessive. You're asking a bit too much." He nodded. "Yes, it seems someone deliberately left a clue." At this point, he frowned. "Maybe it's just because I'm a bit too sensitive." Senior Brother Ho quickly changed the subject. "That's right, junior brother, you just broke through the barrier. This book will definitely suit you. This book is about respect techniques, suitable for those who have just entered the barrier like you." He explained that martial arts are divided into 2 main categories: techniques and mental methods. Mental methods are about circulating blood energy and represent a deeper form of control. Only martial artists who have broken through and possess a certain amount of blood energy can use it as a way to control all the blood energy and internal force in their body, turning it into their own strength. As Atui stared at the book with wide eyes, he stood up and said, "Finish reading it, then later we will practice this method together." You look up and ask, "Thank you, Brother Hu, but you still haven't told me why you called me here." Brother Hu suddenly remembers something important and almost forgets that Brother Lu asked him to find you. He said, "Junior brother, Senior Brother Lu has already crafted a spirit weapon for you." Hearing this, Atui immediately became excited. At this moment in the demon nursery prison, a mountain demon was chained with countless iron shackles, her throat emitting broken sounds. "Go quickly!" Kuidung saw the ragged line of people being pushed forward and noticed a little kid, thinking to himself, "Is he the same age as my little daughter?" "Lamka, what are you doing?" Master Vo is still waiting. They've formed a line and reported, "Sir, this batch of alchemy materials is ready. In 3 days we can feed it to that guy." A man's voice echoed, saying, "That's right, this one is a rare mutant. He must be well cared for, as the alchemy resources are even more important." Inside another cell, a faint, mournful cry sounded in the dark night. "Mother, where are you and the others?" "Old man, wake up." A frail old man lies on a pile of straw, his body shivering. He opens his eyes and keeps calling out, "Young master, those with hot tempers fight fiercely, those with gentle temperaments use soft armor, and the forge radiates intense heat." Luke Kung, exhausted from forging metal, places the feather on the metal piece to let it burn. The second stage is to stimulate the energy inside the feather and let the black ore absorb it. Then he continues to add another dark object into the furnace. Luke Kuang said, "This is the boundary membrane, between the void and the tangible, able to blend into darkness to absorb blood essence. Wait until your spear takes shape and then look at it." Then he suddenly turned and shouted loudly at the person beside him. "Junior disciple, hurry up!" a Shui shouted back. "Stop here. Stick a knife into your hand." Spirit weapons require the owner's blood to complete the final step of soul tempering, with each drop of blood falling carrying an invisible vow. The fiery phoenix bursts out from the forge, soaring in circles above the sky. Lu Kang raises his spear and thrusts it into the flames. Suddenly he realized something was wrong and grit his teeth as he held on. Is it possible that the spiritual sense of the spirit weapon is resisting? Lu Kang frowned and muttered, still stubborn even after death. He pushed with all his might for another strike. This time the spear pierced straight through the forge. He sighed in relief and called Atui back, saying, "Little disciple, the weapon is ready. Try it out." Atui felt a surge of emotion, touched the spear gently, and whispered, "It's heavy. At least over 10 jin." He pulled the spear from the ground with effort, then swung it slightly, flames still flickering along its path. Atui silently thought that there was a connection between him and the spear through their blood and breath. Luke Kwong pointed behind him. "There are some logs behind the courtyard. Go try it out." He followed the order to start a few moves. Lu Kang stood to the side, continuously applauding in admiration. "Your skills are good. Your younger brother still hasn't named this spear. I'll call it Fu Ba." At this moment, a voice echoed that the weapons of the junior brother were ready. "You were surprised," and exclaimed. Ho Su Huin and Tu Su Huin went immediately after Ho Su Huin, followed by Tu Tu Chao. "Tu Su Huin la Ive." He chuckled softly and said, "Let him speak for himself." Clearly, the master let him go, ask around for information. Su Chao tilted his head shyly and said, "The flower pavilion and the theater are really suitable places to gather intelligence." Lu Kuang crossed his arms and asked first, "Do you have any news, T2? Su Chao replied, "I actually heard that there might be a stronghold of the Demon Mother sect." He said that I was still admiring flowers at the time. On the surface, he still appeared friendly with the courtesans at the brothel, acting like a carefree young master. He glanced at the strange group as he entered, thinking to himself, "I really don't understand what these cult members are thinking, wearing black cloaks in broad daylight. Aren't they just asking for trouble?" The courtesans surrounded Tu Chao, constantly inviting him to drink. "Young master, have some wine. This one's on me," Su Chao recounted proudly, "so I had no choice but to follow them. I have located their stronghold near the Fap Hua temple. Mission accomplished perfectly." Hearing this, Lu Kang stroked his chin and said, "Looks like we need to continue with the task our master assigned us. In this situation, a direct attack seems to be the most appropriate." He said to Brother Hu, "If that's really the case, then tomorrow we will go to their stronghold and capture them." Brother Ho immediately accepted the task and obeyed his senior's order. Tu Chao jumped in, slinging his arm around Bako Atui and said, "This time, little Ku is coming with us." Atui hesitated, wondering if it was also her turn. He looked serious. The young disciple should see blood now, and it's a matter she can't avoid in the future. "You should know that our master's enemies are not few." Lu Kang immediately rushed forward and hit him on the head. "Don't listen to his nonsense." He turned to ask you, "Do you have any thoughts, Xiaoju?" Atui thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand. Then I will go tomorrow as well." Inside the Demon Mother's stronghold, the mountain demon was chained and still moaning non-stop. As a respectful voice spoke up, Steward Trin walks by. He pointed at the mountain demon and said, "Trin Quangia, the spirit of the tiger isn't bad, and it doesn't eat little." Trin Huang immediately responded, "Get out, don't disturb me and my son," and the other one quickly obeyed. "Yes, Steward Trin. Take your time watching." He raised his hand and muttered, "My dear Hao, you've worked hard. If only you hadn't ended up like this. How can you possibly complete your father's great quest of becoming an immortal when your hand gently caresses Hutsu's face and his gaze turns cruel?" On a cold winter night atop a mountain near Fap Hua Temple, groups of raggedly dressed people are being taken away. A girl caught the attention of the crowd wearing conical hats. Today, this batch of medicinal herbs includes this extraordinary item. The other thug shouted, "Here we go again." The useless one can't even control his lower half. He chuckled softly, his voice coaxing. "Just a little bit, boss." The other guy looked disgusted, but agreed to let it go. "Hurry up, or you'll be the next treat if you mess up the Emperor's affairs." The three of them have arrived and are looking down coldly. Tui said, "Tu Su Huin is probably here." He sighed in relief. Luckily, it was the master who left Hak Shi behind. Otherwise, with its keen senses, it wouldn't have detected the mark that Tu left. Suddenly, Hoxie barked loudly, and Luke Kwong immediately bent down to pet its head. Atui asked, "That's right, where did Tu Su Huin go?" He replied, "Little four." In another place, Zi Zhou quietly drew his bow and released the arrow. "The pervert from earlier has taken the girl," speaking in a cowardly tone. "Don't worry, boss, I got this." Then, an arrow shot straight at him. He was knocked back, crashing into the wall. Someone immediately shouted, "Attackers are coming! Hurry up!" Brother Ho announced. "The signal from 4th Senior is here!" Luke Kung orders, Let's go. He rushes through the night with a cold gaze, smashing through the courtyard gate, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Luke Kung appears, unscathed, while the others are still stunned. Atui is amazed, so this is the true strength of the Bonma. Senior Brother Ho reminds you, little disciple, what are you standing there for? They've come to us. All right. Luke Kung continues fighting, taking down each opponent with his bare hands. The others, seemingly fearless, rush forward one after another, 2 more arrows flying in to support him in defeating the enemies. He looked at Tucho on the roof and nodded in satisfaction. Tucho also smiled softly in response. Senior Brother Ho and Atui quickly rushed in to deal with the remaining enemies. Some recognized Atui's weapon and shouted, as the spear was not suitable for use in the confined space surrounding him. Contrary to what they thought, he swiftly used that spear to deal with them. He glided past gracefully, leaving each of them with a deep cut on the neck. Luke Kung turned back and said, "Little senior brother, take Hakshi to find the hostage and bring him out." Atui nodded. Yes. In the underground corridor, a group of enemies managed to escape and hurriedly went to seek reinforcements. Enemies are attacking. Go outside to face them. Their morale is gradually breaking down. This is finally the end. I won't take this punishment anymore. Brother Lam, let's run now. They've already broken in here. Kui Dung muttered, I've killed everyone in that entire temple. It's all my fault for letting that woman escape. There's even a child inside who's as young as my daughter. He's completely broken down. I can't take it anymore. We are all guilty. Those who are guilty cannot escape punishment. Aha nervously asked, What do you mean, Lam? Just then, a slash cut across Aha's shoulder, and he fell down before Kui Dung's horrified eyes. The one who just acted also spoke, saying, Don't blame me, Aluang. It's all the fault of Zhao Hongwei and Trin Huang. He said, Trin Huang is still here. I still want to save my family. I have to go. Trin Huang saw the situation was dire and immediately shouted, Are Duong Dong Hung's 4 subordinates making you all so afraid again? He gritted his teeth, releasing all the imprisoned mountain demons, causing chaos across the mountain peak. Those guys, Lini said with a worried look. Yeah. He thought to himself, this must definitely be a trap set by Zhao Hongvian, sending me here again and again only for these things to happen. Suddenly he smirked and said, But this is a good opportunity. As long as I can get out of the secret passage, I still have a chance to turn the tide. Early dawn at the bandits' mountain gate, Tu Chao sneered and said, A bunch of trash not worth mourning over. He wondered, where did the junior disciple go? Senior Brother Ho said, Go bring those people down the mountain. Luke Kwang said this side is finished, so I guess it's time to head back now. He frowned and said, I think the air here is too thick with energy, like there's something being hidden. In the yard, weapons are scattered on the ground and bodies are strewn among broken rocks. Tui and Hak Shi circled around a few times, wondering if there were other captives nearby, then approached a mysterious stone door. What is this, a secret passageway door? Atui glanced at Hak Shi, wondering if his reaction meant there were still people trapped inside. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to step closer, open the secret door, and light shone into the path ahead. As soon as he stepped in, the door slammed shut behind him, revealing a carefully constructed stone path ahead, flanked by rows of candles lighting the way. The system appears, adding many new quests, currently activating the Super Mountain Demon shape. The progress is in front of you. Completing the Super Mountain Demon shape will earn the favor of the Transcending Lord Emperor. Whenever you reach a level of unorthodox divine enlightenment, your innate talent doubles, and your damage against water-type monsters increases by 1/3. Atui looked at the system panel, somewhat confused and not understanding. The Transcendent Emperor is hunting the demon-shaped mountain ghost. Could this be a system mission? He suddenly senses something and barks loudly. In front of you, a mountain demon bares its jagged teeth. You frown, mountain demon. Immediately after, dozens of yellow eyes appeared in the darkness. It seemed like they were all little mountain demons. You drive the spear into the ground. I understand now. Atui raised his hand to activate his power and said coldly, If I can't defeat you, then I won't be able to go out anymore. His eyes changed, and a cold voice came from his throat. Let's get started, Atui muttered to himself. Over the past few days of training, his body gradually developed because Troc Din's growth rate was very fast. The little mountain demon charges forward and you kick it straight into the wall to see how much you've truly grown. The system updates the progress of the Super Mountain Demon Form 1, and you raise your spear without hesitation, then rush it toward them, launching an active attack. Another little mountain demon is wounded through, and the system keeps updating. The progress of collecting mountain demon shapes is at 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Blood splatters onto the clothes and smears across the face, intensifying the coldness in his eyes. Atui said, "Come on, let's continue the second round." A group of little mountain demons charged forward together. The injured little diamond was still alive, struggling fiercely. Atui rushed to the front door. A few more little demons appeared before him, and he swung his staff, splitting two of them in half. "Is it over now?" At this moment, a voice echoed from behind. "Luangku, is that really you?" He frowned. "Are there still others?" Trin Huang appears with murderous intent. Surprisingly, the orphan boy who used to catch fish has come this far. Atui is amazed at Trin Huang, who drags Lo Trungtam and says coldly, "Look, a gift for you, see, the fellow disciple of Lo Trungtam's good son, here to save you." Hearing that, a look of surprise appeared in your eyes. "Lo Trungtam, this is the father of Lo Jiao Tap. My senior brothers are all nearby. Today I must deal with this person." He sneers. "Deal with?" Ho Tzu shattered the wall behind you and charged out. "He is twice your size." You look up in amazement. "What is that?" Zhengxiang laughed maniacally. "Come on, let's see who handles whom." At the start of Winter Dawn, one of the Demon Mother's strongholds, the Luke Kwang group sped up and ran forward. "Brother Kim San, do we really need to be this tense?" Master Huin nodded in agreement. "That's right. The mountain demons we've encountered so far are all just new arrivals to the border." Liu Kang nervously shares his thoughts. Little Geo encounters only small mountain demons, so they are not truly frightening. The real threat is when a great mountain demon appears. That's when the scene shifts to the Bon Makani. Here, Atui is tense and deep in thought, realizing that since her rebirth, this has been the most dangerous situation yet. In front of her, Hotu stares with red eyes, his muscular arms and enormous body beyond imagination. Atui clenched his staff tightly, facing him head-on, with no doubt that there is a weak spirit here with strength close to Bon Makan. He pursed his lips and whispered to himself, "But how could he just stand by and do nothing? What am I even joking about? It took so much effort to get the life I have today." He finally made up his mind. How could he just let it go like that? Atui Kao Tran Tru rushed straight toward Hotu, for danger is inherently part of life. A flash of my past life suddenly appeared, and I Jian Dingli affirmed, "A tough life can't defeat me." Atui leapt up and started throwing punches. How can these things be afraid of when it comes to finishing? However, each of your attacks is quickly dodged by him. Hotu seized the moment, clenched his fist, and delivered a punch to Atui's stomach, catching him off guard. He was sent flying backward by the force, and only with Lefukba's help could he barely regain his balance. Atui, still unsteady, quickly jumps to force Hotu to crash into the stone wall behind him. Trin Hung watched in shock from start to finish, wondering if this kid had only been in the martial arts school for half a year. Atui and Hotu continued to charge straight at each other in direct confrontation. He cheered excitedly, "Good boy, kill him for me." His eyes were cold and decisive, clenched his spear, ready to deliver the final blow. The spear from the staff pierced Hotu's upper arm, the smell of fresh blood filling the air. Taking advantage of Atui's attack, he swung a powerful fist, knocking the boy to the ground with shattered dirt and rocks around, showing the force of the blow. Trin Hung saw Atui collapse and laughed loudly with pride. "Do you think you can handle me now?" He forced himself to get up despite the pain, secretly thinking, his strength is just too overwhelming, so annoying. Suddenly, the system had displayed a notification that the time for the demon-shaped mountain climbing mission had ended. As the calculation was underway, Atui was filled with confusion. What is this? The system keeps displaying updates. The progress of the demon summoning is at 32%. The compatibility has reached 3 levels. Gaining the attention of the Transcendent Lord once, it continues to show information before Atui, who is highly regarded by Transcendent Lord Emperor Quan Troc Lin, allowing for the integration with Transcendent Lord Emperor Quan Troc Lin. The martial arts part doubles, the damage of the water demon beast increases by a portion. Should I merge or not, I wonder and say, this is my luck. Lying on the broken stones, Atui, both confused and excited, concluded that luck was actually a part of strength, and without hesitation, he decided to merge. After finishing, Atui stands in a mysterious space, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Where is this? His bright pupils opened wide as he looked around in confusion. What is this? My body can't move. Black Dragon appears, flexing majestically, and asks in a deep voice, "God?" "General, do you really have no shame at all?" he asked himself, looking up. "Which god, General?" Atui in the form of the divine general said solemnly, "Violating the heavenly law leaves only one path to death. Surrendering is your only chance for survival." Contrary to his cold expression, he secretly cheered inside. "I am the Celestial Commander. I have entered the body of the Celestial Commander. Do you dare to offend?" This move is called what? After finishing, he brandished his spear with murderous intent. ready to strike. On the other side, Zheng Hu looked at the figure behind the mist and chuckled happily. You're not skilled in your craft, but come here to bother me. What did I do wrong? I have only come here today to beg for a way to survive. Truong Hin gritted his teeth in fury and growled. You all are born with benefactors to help you, but I only have my son. I can only beg for a way to survive. Trin Huang Yu, in a frenzy, shouted, How long have I fought for this position as chief steward? Xiao Hongvin is just a damn fool with blind eyes. What do you all even understand? Then he decisively pointed and ordered to kill him. Ho Tu leapt up and delivered the finishing blow following Trin Huang's command. A Tui lies motionless, only her bright eyes staring straight ahead. A deafening explosion shakes the ground, unleashing immense force that forms a blinding white halo, scattering all nearby debris. Zheng Song shouted in confusion. What is that? After the dust settled, his dark brown hair fluttered in the wind, and a shui with bright eyes looked straight ahead. From the misty and dark skeletal curtain, a Tui's majestic figure gradually appears. At dawn's early morning, old memories suddenly surface. Master, how powerful are Donglo and Hua Hong Kan from legend actually? Dong Hung explained to him that no one has seen them, so it's not very clear, but there is a name that can summarize them. A Tui stands there with fiery golden eyes, exuding an imposing aura, divine and majestic, as he summons his power to execute the Jiao Slash. Zheng Song looked into the gloomy space, full of confusion. What kind of monster is this? Thiungiath, he demon crawling nearby, breaks out in a cold sweat, guessing that he doesn't bother to think, and disdainfully orders Ho Tu to pretend to be mysterious and kill him. His face with jagged, sharp teeth lunges toward Ah Tui, saliva flying with each run. He spins a staff like a fan in his hand. In that moment, when spiritual power reaches its peak, Ah Tui's figure transforms into a brilliant white shadow etched against the dark night. Tu Ho stands frozen for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Mrs. Trin Huang has been arrogant and judgmental from the beginning, clearly putting on airs. After saying that, his expression changes completely. What is happening here? He suddenly turned back towards him and growled, and Trin Huang anxiously called out, My child. Ho Tu's body faded away, and he only managed to say, Father. After saying that, Ho Tu completely disappeared before his terrified eyes. Trin Huang Kui collapsed, crying out in agony. No, today I... He no longer looked proud and huffed to himself. Everything was gone. A Tui suddenly collapsed in front of Trin Huang, closing his eyes and lying still, as if he were unconscious. He gritted his teeth in hatred and blame, saying, It's all your fault. Just kill the person. Trin Huang was about to strike when a huge explosion erupted, and he gaped, Someone is coming. Luke Kwang led the way in, speaking in a low voice. There really is an undiscovered secret chamber here. As the dust begins to settle, Ho Su-Huin notices the problem and calls out, That's the junior brother. What happened here? Come on, let me help Shui up. It seems a major battle has taken place. Trin Huang hides behind the wall, glaring at them in frustration. Damn it, today the only chance to turn things around is to escape first. Outside, Lu Kang's group suggested taking the young disciple out first and then coming back to handle this place. He seized the opportunity and was about to rejoice. Then Trin Huang Kong Tran Lung rushed to the staircase leading to the basement. Before he could act, a figure appeared behind him to stop him. Trin Huang Kuidung stood at the top of the stairs, questioning. Where are my family, my daughter, my wife? Where are they? He casually cursed, What the hell, so you're Lin Kuidung. What's with this attitude of yours? Now I am the head steward. He lost his temper and ran over, grabbing Trin Huang by the collar and shouting, Where is my family? Tell me now! He lost patience and snapped, Damn it, don't ask me. With all this chaos, only a ghost would know where they are. In the end, Trin Huang, with a cold face, provocatively said he might have been eaten by the demon spirit. Kuidung was provoked, his eyes flashing with red veins. He drew his sword as if to execute Trin Huang immediately. Swish! Before he could react, a strike cut straight into him, leaving him stunned. Kuidung bluntly declared, If that's the case, go to hell and atone. He coldly turned around and left with one last words. There is still a chance. My family might still be alive. A Tui, in the form of a divine warrior, is silently crying out. It hurts. It hurts so much, like my whole body is being torn apart. His bright pupils and flowing hair fluttering with the wind. The space seemed to shatter before his incredible speed, as blue energy waves surged wildly. A Tui clenched the weapon in his hand, standing tall and commanding. He cast a sharp glance behind him, exuding an intimidating aura. After waking up from the trance, he suddenly sat up from the bed. A Tui looked around and concluded, This is the master's residence. So am I not fighting alongside the demon mountain? It seems that while I was unconscious, the battle ended. Did my senior brothers save me? Immediately, the system displayed a notification of merging the Sovereign Emperor Troc Lean's core, gaining the Divine Martial Arts Division, with martial talent multiplied exponentially and increased damage from the water demon beast. A T realizes the problem and thoughtfully considers, that's right. This is the reward from the demon-shaped mountain hunt. I didn't expect Troc Lin to be able to merge with the Divine General. He calmly steps down from the bed and heads toward the Fukba position. A Tui picks it up and calculates. If we talk about the heavenly talisman of martial arts, he clenched his fists in a fighting stance and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the doubled martial talent helps me understand martial arts more deeply. A Tui observes the flowing spiritual energy and concludes, I can sense the position of the third level. It is absorbing, flames erupting from its throat. A Tui wondered, observing the spiritual energy spreading throughout the body, and made a confident judgment. Tâm thôn thổ, nhi chi truông, gia bất dầu luyện nhục rồi. A Thúy suy nghĩ nghiệm tức, mời học vô duộc hai thằng ma gia bậc dầu dột pha nhi quang. This is the opportunity that the divine luck peak has brought me. Suddenly, the door swung open, cutting off my thoughts. In front of the door are senior brother Ho and Tu Xiao. He looked inside and spoke, surprised that the young disciple had just awakened, but already had such spirit. You hear a noise and jump back in surprise, then A Tui steps out to greet them. Senior brother Tu, senior brother Ho, hello. Senior brother Hu nods and continues. We're here this time to ask you about the secret chamber. You don't refuse and calmly recount everything to the two of them. After defeating the mountain demon controlled by Trin Huang, I was completely exhausted and unconscious. Atui thought to himself, it seems the senior brothers don't know about the great mountain demon. It looks like I have to keep it secret, or else the matter of the Troc Din will be exposed. Su Qiao listened carefully, then placed his hand on his chin in thought. So that was it, but Trin Huang had already died at the scene. He was stunned and shouted, He's dead! Atui speculated, could there have been someone else hiding in the shadows watching me? He frowned slightly. If it wasn't someone from the Xiao family, then why didn't he come out to help me? Senior brother Hu, I will report Trin Huang's situation to the master then. Junior disciple, you need to rest well during this time. The next plan will probably be wrapped up in one go. Next to Tu Qiao, Li Sude happily added, your place is almost finished being renovated. Congratulations. Atui's eyes widened in surprise at the renovated residence. Now he looks up at the scene before him and softly asks, is this my residence? Atui observes the ongoing construction and asks, is this the second courtyard? Someone recognized you and shouted that Mr. Luong had returned. You stood from afar, observing the entire scene inside. Tuanfuck heard the call and turned around to greet. Lord Luong, what do you think about this? We all designed this based on the Ni Tien Pavilion. A Shui stepped in, clasping her hands, and said, Uncle Fuck, don't call me Luong Jia, you're even older than me. Just call me a Shui like before. Xiao An, Ni, Arbai called to someone to bring the money bag, sincerely expressing that saving our people was everyone's idea, and besides, everyone also donated money to you. You should quickly wave your hand to refuse. Elder Li, this isn't necessary. Atui sincerely shares her thoughts. Consider this money as everyone's wages. In addition, 2 plain meals a day are just dry rice. The remaining money after building the house can be used to supplement everyone. The crowd suddenly stopped working and exclaimed in surprise, saying, so there is plain rice, and now it's even more expensive than meat. A person on the roof raises their hand and shouts. The Luong Jia is righteous, and the person opposite responds similarly. Master Liang is really handsome, and the guy nearby is no exception. Master Liang has a good spirit. Atui shyly scratches his head as they praise him, and Luong Jia suddenly seems to remember something and turns to ask Trio An. That's right. Is the town nearby still doing well? He nodded and replied, thanks to Atui's help, the Yang Clan Martial Hall has sent 2 third Quan martial artists to help us keep watch. Trio An gazed into the distance, his expression slightly fierce. Atui chuckled softly. A pretty normal martial artist. He wandered around once, feeling quite satisfied inside. The original owner and father would be even happier to see this scene. Atui silently vows to himself that he will keep living on under the starry night sky, with the tranquil lake reflecting the shimmering magical light. The sound of the wind rustling through the drooping reeds creates a peaceful scene. Atui gazes at the rippling surface of the lake, resting his chin in contemplation. The last boat was destroyed, so from now on I'll have to build a new one to go fishing in the river. He stepped 1 foot forward over the lake and whispered, I've been waiting for this moment ever since I awakened the Troc Din. My legs gently touched the clear water. I still can't remember the technique I learned from the Divine General in my dreams. I originally thought I would fail, but unexpectedly, water can do this much, even avoiding deep areas and controlling itself. Then I gradually glided across the water, feeling a blossoming joy inside. Truly incredible. On this side, Hong Vien kneels before Jacquin and shouts, "What should we do now?" His face shows worry as he tearfully reports that the main stronghold has been destroyed, and even my closest steward, Zheng Huo, has died there. Hong Vien couldn't keep calm and shouted, "The group of them has already killed over 100 of our mountain demons." Treich Quan, losing patience, kicked him hard and shouted, "Crying won't change anything." He grits his teeth and says, "Something's about to happen soon. Why did this happen? How could our main base be exposed, I wonder?" Treich Quan turned back with a dark face and continued, "Many of our outposts have been lost, but we still have enough supplies for now." "No time to waste," he immediately ordered. "Old Master Zhao, go arrange the boat. We return to the school right away." Hong Vieng stood up and nodded obediently. "No problem. A good boat will be prepared for the envoy tomorrow morning." Then he saw the soldier off, with the constant flattery behind him. "Thank you, sir." Hak Nguyen remained silent throughout, until now he finally spoke. "Father." He did not answer, looking up at the apple tree in front of him, sharing, "This apple tree I planted last year." Hong Vien glanced at him and concluded, but the apple tree still never bore fruit. He asked, "Do you know why Father kept this apple tree?" Xiao Yuan frowned and replied, "I don't know." Hong Yuan nodded calmly and explained, "Because the apple tree doesn't bear fruit, it's still valuable. Every day it can attract birds and animals to serve as food for me." His voice suddenly grew serious. "Trin Huang, Lam Kuidung, and Lo Thiao Hoi, these people are like birds and beasts, torn apart by us since they were young." Hong Vien calmly said, "That's natural selection." He seemed to realize something and nervously voiced his suspicion. Trin Huang also gathered his courage and spoke up. "But Manager Trin is also involved in the main hideout. All of this is his doing." He remained expressionless and did not deny it. "The tree will eventually rot, and eventually it will no longer be trustworthy. Even this rotten, cursed tree has to fall eventually." Hong Vien handed him a box and then asked, "Send someone to give this to Luong Tiotu." He looked at the apple tree and decided, "Tonight we will set sail for Huangzhou and let Huang Jejun worry about all these troubles." The chatter rises in Duong Thak Vo Quan. It's senior brother Luong. Everyone around A Tui kept praising him. "That's so cool." A man whispers, "I heard he can kill dozens of mountain demons alone." The person next to him nods in agreement. The mountain demons are really skilled. Those mountain demons only eat people. Another person refuted the claim of dozens, saying it was actually hundreds. He recalled Tzu Chao's face and helplessly concluded that the story was getting more and more exaggerated. It probably came from the senior brother. Suddenly, something caught Atui's attention, and he opened his eyes wide to watch. You look at the crowd gathered under the aesthetic tree. The senior brothers. Tzu Chao also spots a Shui's figure, and Voi shouts, "Luong Master is pointing out Little Nine. Come see what the Zhao estate is giving you." Atui was puzzled and wondered. "The Zhao estate, giving things to me." You open the wooden box and look inside. Speaking softly, these are land deeds and letters. Atui recalls Hong Vien's words, saying those land certificates and shops are worth 2,300 taels of silver, as if the Triu family is paying their debt. The rest are gifts from Triu for everyone's welfare, and maybe they'll meet again someday. Zhang Zong picked it up and read it, then gave his opinion. It seems that Lord Xiao is not an ordinary person, as it clearly states the route and time for the demon girl's escape, as well as the contacts. Senior brother Hu glanced at Zizhou and continued. "Maybe your stronghold's information was also deliberately leaked by someone else," he reasoned seriously. "So, this is the people from the Zhao residence?" Luke Kung has been silent until now, and suggests we ask the master for instructions on the next step. We absolutely cannot leave any escape route for them. The scene shifts to a gentle morning sun, embracing simple thatched roofs hidden among rustling reeds. A month ago, a man sitting in the yard chopping wood looked up and asked, "Old Q went out again to bring food to your wife?" Quanfuck nodded in response when he heard the call, saying yes because he was worried she might be hungry on the boat by the riverbank. He nodded approvingly and praised, "Old Q is truly a good man." "Yes, where do you have a place? Hurry up and fill it in." He carried the food box inside, muttering to himself, "We need to hurry or the lady and Aju will go hungry." Tuan Phuc walked while looking at the scenery on both sides of the road. He saw the boat docked nearby and hurriedly rushed over. Tuan Phuc smiled affectionately and called out, "Achu." Suddenly, a mysterious shadow rushes out, holding a knife and threatening him. Tuan Phuc lost his balance and fell to the ground, the lunchbox rolling to one side. He calls out for his wife's meal, then Tuan Phuc gets up and picks up the lunchbox. He changed his expression, smiling cruelly as he said, "I have to go deliver the meal now." Tuan Phuc pretended nothing was wrong and calmly continued forward. After delivering the meal, he picked up a water bucket and headed toward the lake. Tuan Phuc looked serious and calculated that today was the last day of the Emperor's decree. He looked towards Tuan Phuc's wife and child, made a decision and said, "It's time to settle those two." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tuan Phuc's mind. "Aren't you too reluctant to strike?" The teasing voice continued, "If you can't do it yourself, I can help you." He held his head, repeatedly splashing water on his face and shouting, "What are you talking about? Don't come out here. Stay away from me." The voice in my head kept calling out with pleasure, saying, "You can't escape me. We are one and the same." Later, a Tui and Tu Cho also arrived. He wondered, "Are you still delivering goods today?" Su Chao calmly said, "We want to cross the red line for the next 2 days, so we need you to take us there." Tuan Phuc put on his hat and kindly agreed. "Let's go." The girl here waves her hand. "Goodbye, Dad." Next to his wife, Tuan Phuc continued and reminded him not to rush. The boat started moving. A Taui looked serious and calculated. Not to interfere with them, they must be nearby. You observe him carefully and conclude that you need to be well prepared for the upcoming action, realizing he is a demon offspring of the demon mother. Suzhou breaks the silence with a questioning tone. "Is that your wife and daughter?" Tuan Phuc nodded in confirmation. "That's right. He no longer pretends, revealing his true face. Using others to say such disgusting words is truly repulsive." He suddenly froze, pretending to be innocent, and said, "Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand what I'm hearing." Tuan Phuc calmly continued rowing without concern. Tu Cho drew his weapon and snorted coldly. "I guess I have to peel your skin to get the truth out." Tuan Phuc knew he had been exposed, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Damn it! Just one more day." He opened his mouth in anger, roaring like a madman. "Damn it!" Tuan Phuc gritted his teeth and said, "If I can get through today, I won't have to fight anymore." He drew his sword and looked directly at Su Chao and Ah Tui, declaring, "I want to kill you both." You stood there stunned, realizing that this aura was actually the Bon Ma Vien Ma. Veins bulging, Atuai grits his teeth and channels all his strength into the bowstring, his sharp eyes locking onto the target. Tu Cho rushes forward to attack together, but he is pushed back by a strong force to the side of the boat, barely stopping himself by scraping his feet on the deck. On the boat rising amidst the turbulent waves, 3 figures grip their weapons tightly, their eyes locking in a fiery stare signaling a deadly battle. After a moment, he speaks. "We are 2, you are only 1, how long can you hold out?" "I have only 1 person, I should have called me out earlier." Atui looked at him with a frown and said, "So there is still 1 person." Suddenly, Dai Viem's chain flew over and tightly wrapped around his wrist. When Tu Cho returned, Atui had been dragged underwater by him. Tuan Phuc seized the opportunity as he was distracted to rush forward and attack. He smirked and said, "My secret guard is best at assassination from below, if he can't kill me in 5 minutes." Tuan Phuc declared in a deep voice, "That little brat will die." Dai Viem tightens the chain and pulls a Taui under the water. Tuan Phuc still doesn't stop, continuing to threaten. "That little brat is probably going to blow up soon. Underwater is my home turf." He's swimming when suddenly he freezes and can't move. Atui suddenly pulled back with force, causing Dai Viem to slam his entire body down onto the rocks. Dai Viem was terrified, and a thought flashed through his mind. What kind of demon is this? Here you calmly speak up. Since the fusion rate exceeded 70%, I've always wondered how far I could go underwater. Atui tightens the chain and continues, "I should thank you for the welcome to grow." Dai Viem is dragged underwater, panicking and shouting, "Am I being pulled away?" Such strength. Atui pursed her lips, her pupils shining brightly as she affirmed, "This is my territory." Dai Viem angrily clenched his jaw and wondered if there were no gods in this world. He was confused, and countless thoughts appeared. If there is a God, then why didn't they save us? If there is a God, why has he never responded to me? If there is a God, why am I in this situation? Before dying, the man lying below wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and concludes that only before death can one meet the gods. Underwater, Dai Viem and Atui stare at each other, ready to confront. He frowns curiously. Who exactly is this guy? Dai Viem jerked the chain fiercely and charged forward confidently. "My strength is speed." He keeps accelerating. As long as he's fast enough, this kid will definitely die. Diviem unleashes his sharp claws and declares, "Die." Tui silently summons his power, then throws a fierce and powerful punch straight into Diviem's face, forcing him to be pushed back and tumble through the air. Diviem stared in disbelief. Did he just disappear? I am Bonma. How could this be? On the other side, Atui's expressionless face continued to pull the rope tightly, his hands bound so he couldn't resist. What is he panicking about? His shadow darted forward like lightning, carrying a cold, murderous aura that pressed close to his face, making the space seem to freeze in this moment. Atui delivers a fatal blow, plunging Diviem into a swirl of intense blue spiritual energy, then raises his hand to observe, feeling a bit worried. It seems Bon Makan underwater is no problem, but he wonders how Brother Tu is doing over there. It's time to return to the boat. Diviem concluded that before dying, he would indeed meet the gods. On the boat, Tuan Phuc was forcefully pushed down to the deck, gritting his teeth in smug provocation. What if you catch me? Your disciple is definitely going to die. After hearing that, Tu Chao's face suddenly turned serious as a wet hand suddenly clung to the side of the boat. He recognized the familiar figure and shouted in shock, "Little Kua Tui, exhausted and breathless after climbing up the boat, Tu's barrier was broken by the aquatic beast below." He secretly calculated in his mind that he had to pretend he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, the space became dark. Tai Huang-ak gazed intently at the boat. Tu Cho frowned as he looked at it. Indeed clever. This time Xiao Jiu was truly lucky. Tuan Phuc lay back on the boat's bow and shouted in panic, "Brother!" After returning ashore, he was taken away by the soldiers. Tuan Phuc's wife and daughter only watched from afar, silent the entire time. He stopped, tilted his head back, and looked behind him, while Tuan Phuc's wife frowned with hatred. Thui stood to the side and assessed, "These demon creatures from the Demon Mother School don't seem very strong." Tu Chao crossed his arms and commented, "They are the interrupted generation." He continued seriously, "Tiger Beast martial artists can live up to 120 years, and their level is even higher, but it has been 60 years since the Great Khan's destruction. The older generation is easier to talk about. Those old men really lived through the times. But the middle-aged generation has all died out. Even the old generals won't appear casually." Tu Chao confidently affirmed that these people are not the core forces of the Demon Mother, but the real threat lies in the elites originating from the Demon Mother sect. Amidst the spacious and quiet courtyard of the ancient town Teachmich, a solitary shadow moved silently. Master Troc walks while whispering calculations, having joined the sect for 40 years, continuously expanding branches and followers, finally achieving the blood sacrifice grand technique. He channels his energy, constantly muttering as the weak members of the sect fall behind, desperately needing new forces. Troc Quan, holding the great pill of Yen Lang, whispered to himself, "This Yen Lang great pill is my greatest hope." At that moment, a loud noise erupted behind the gate. Boom! The gate shattered under the immense force, and the wooden staff flew straight toward him. Troc Quan uses his strength to block the attack, then looks seriously ahead and asks who it is. Through the dust, the figures of Senior Brother Ho and Luke Kwang appear, and he clearly introduces himself as Vo Quan Duong of the Luke Kwang clan. In a moment of stillness, a powerful punch aimed straight at Troc Quan's face, causing him to fly backward and crash into the wall, shattering the dirt and rocks. Luke Kung clenched his fists and solemnly assessed, "This person is probably at the Langyan Trung realm, one level higher than me." He began to circulate his energy, a light enveloping his entire body. Determined, I must win this fight quickly and decisively. Troc Quan lowered his eyes and sneered, "What do you think you are?" Senior Brother Ho observed for a moment before grinding his teeth and saying, trying to block a punch from Senior Brother Luke without injury, then dismissively waved his hand. Troc Quan's murderous gaze fixed on the two, and declared, "Today, both of you must die." As he finished speaking, he began to unleash his power. Liu Kang shouted, "It's aura energy!" He glanced at the flower stand beside him. Then Luke Kwang forcefully lifted it up and kicked the flower stand forward. He swiftly leaned to the side, one hand able to cut through it. Troc Quan regained his composure and dismissively judged, "Insignificant talent." As he finished speaking, the arrow shot forward like tearing through the wind. Brother Hu had already drawn his bow from his bag and shot calmly. He didn't need to look and could block it with 2 fingers, then spoke. "The arrow shot by Tu Quan, not even my aura could break through it." Senior Hu is not at all regretful and smirks, saying, "No, this is enough." On the other side, he shouts, and suddenly the tip of the arrow bursts open, releasing a stream of energy directly into Zhao Jun's face. He screams in pain, clutching his face. "My eye!" Lu Kang seizes the opportunity to leap forward, cracking the ground beneath him. His pupils shone brightly as he swung his hand, ready to strike, causing the ground to shatter under the immense pressure and sending rocks flying into the air. Lu Kang exhaled. Is it over? Zhao Hongyuan, holding his face and pulling down his pants, seems to have been caught being deceived by the mixed-blood bastard Zhao Hongyuan in a city. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so prepared. He takes out a spiritual pill and confidently says, I won't spare any of you. Senior brother Ho quickly shot an arrow, knocking the spiritual pill out of Trok Kwan's hand. He sneered coldly with contempt. Your Langyan Great Pill is gone. Lu Tang frowns and reminds you to quickly fold your arms and accept the punishment. He lies on the ground without rushing to get up, then opens his mouth and says, I knew Trio Hongvian had already told you about this. Zhao Gun continued biting down on the elixir with his teeth, but who said it was a pill? He clenched his teeth and muttered as he put it in his mouth. Since when? Luke Kung recalled the moment he covered his mouth, realizing that at that moment, Trok Kwan swallowed the elixir, and his body suddenly erupted with power. His body is now as black as ink. Only his glowing eyes and the violet energy veins running across his body remain, like a demon just awakened. Trok Kwan clenched his fists in fury, then bared his fangs and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Trok Kwan spoke arrogantly, his power in the late stage of the Ling Yen realm. Can you resist? His hurried footsteps echoed down the street. Tu Chou stopped and looked ahead at A Tui, saying, The Zhao residence is at the end of this street. He nodded and suggested, Fourth senior brother, let's go quickly. The deeper they went inside, the more eerie and strange the atmosphere became. They sensed that something was wrong. He froze for a moment, then shouted loudly, It's the senior monks! They've run into big trouble! Explosions kept erupting from the center of the courtyard, accompanied by thick white smoke. Luke Kung gritted his teeth and stared at Trok Kwan's assessment. The evil sect is truly the evil sect. The shadow of Himtha growing closer, he continues to prefer to make himself into someone neither human nor ghost. Trok Kwan sneered coldly and shouted loudly, Aren't these pretentious so-called righteous people just the ones you want to see? Old memories flooded back as he saw the panicked crowd running and shouting, Hurry up! The soldiers of Dathuan are coming! Dad told him to hurry and take Vini away. In the air, his commanding voice echoed loudly, Do not spare any of the previous Dunwiyat. There is still someone here. Inside the cave, Trok Kwan's mother held his hand and said her final words. Vini, try to live for your mother. Daijin stands before the stone statue, speaking solemnly. Every one of us will dedicate our lives to honor the matriarch of our sect. He continued in a whisper, It's not easy. A child survived. Dai Quan looked over the bloody scene and then stopped at the place where the Trek Quan declared, From today on, you are my disciple. Your name is now Huang Jejun. With murderous intent blazing, he charged like a beast, two opposing forces clashing fiercely, causing a shockwave that shattered the ground. Senior Brother Hu, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Senior Brother Hu. He turned towards the sound and saw Brother Tu and Little Ku. Brother Ho shared the situation with both of them. Senior Tu, I can't help Brother Luke. Tu Chao Duong laughs loudly to reassure. It's okay. He confidently knocks his bow. Leave it to me. Tu Chao Duong begins aiming and shooting. A Tui silently observes, quietly admiring. Is this the battle between Lang Yen realm? It's getting too showy. Inside Lu Kang, under the pressure, he begins to think of a plan and can't hold out much longer, forced to find an opportunity to break the deadlock. He swept past Zhao Jun from start to finish, guessing his weakness was probably at the right side of his chest where an opening was made for his disciples. Behind Luke Kwang, an arrow tore through the wind and shot straight at him, and he froze, watching it fly toward his chest. He also sensed something unusual, glanced back strangely, and this arrow probably wasn't from the fourth disciple's strength. Trek Kwan remained unharmed, sneering contemptuously, I told you, these arrows can't break my aura. Luke Kung clenched his fists, tense as he concluded. I see now. Xiao Si is seducing him. Tu Chao continues to draw his bow and aim, seizing the opportunity to unleash a blazing fiery strike, determined to defeat him. The fiery punch pierces straight into the chest of Trok Kwan, causing his spiritual energy to explode violently and instantly suppress all resistance. He looked down at his chest in surprise. What? At this moment, the arrow covered in emerald spiritual energy suddenly snapped free from the bowstring, tearing through the air at incredible speed and rushing forward. Old memories suddenly surfaced in Trok Kwan's mind. Trok Kwan looked up and began to wonder, Master, why can't we live openly under the sun? General Day explained in a deep voice, Trok Kwan, we are survivors from the previous era. He listened blankly as he calmly explained. This era has no place for us because someone has taken what rightfully belongs to us. Trak Quan whispered to himself, "One day I will make them pay a heavy price." How is this possible? A Tui stood outside, witnessing the whole situation, and suddenly realized the problem. So, that's how it is. He glanced at Tu Chao, silently recalling that the first arrow shot by the senior brother was to paralyze Huang Trat Quan. A Tui's gaze then shifted to Ho Su Huin, understanding that he believed it was Ho Su Huin Tu Quan who fired it. The reasoning continued, and the second arrow unleashed peak combat power. Seeing the defeated traitor lying defeated, A Tui nodded in admiration, thinking to himself, "It seems I still have a lot to learn." Luke Kung let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's over now. You four go over there and use the Than Quang Liam to tie him up." Brother Ho and he then began to bind the defeated soldier. This Qing Chong sword was specially prepared for Martial Master Lang Yen. A Shui looked at the arrow lodged in his chest and thought that Martial Master Lang Yen was truly terrifying. Even with a shattered heart like this, he could still survive. Zaiju saw you silent and came over to pat your shoulder to encourage you, saying, "Little senior brother, don't let their appearance scare you." He glanced and commented, "These evil cultists really do enjoy turning themselves into things that are neither human nor ghost." Trak Quan, despite being exhausted, tried to speak up. Neither human nor demon. He frowned and shouted loudly, "Have you ever lived in a cave all year without seeing sunlight?" As if venting all his resentment, Trak Quan bowed his head and screamed, "Have you ever crawled out from among the dead? I just want to live openly and honestly. People living comfortably and happily like you wouldn't understand anything." Tsu Chao coldly looked at Jia Qin and warned, "Don't use righteousness as an excuse for your disgust." He clenched his fists and shouted, "How many families have you destroyed? How many children are fatherless? How many fathers have lost their children?" Tsu Chao stepped close and ruthlessly shattered his hope. "Don't even try to justify your selfish desires with such righteous reasons. It means nothing to me." He radiated killing intent and spoke sincerely. "If it weren't for your usefulness, I would now want to break your limbs and tear out your heart for the dogs to eat." Thui watched Tu Cho's expression and whispered to Luke Kwong beside him. Tu Su Huin also survived the massacre of villages by the demon mother cult. Trak Quan, unwilling to continue, stopped him when he saw Tu Chao about to attack again. "All right, the young lad should escort him back to the martial arts school." He snorted coldly and then turned away. Luke Kung walks over and pats Tu Chao on the shoulder, cheerfully lightening the mood. "Let's go have a drink with our senior brother." Senior brother Ho placed a hand on Tu Chao's shoulder to comfort him and said, "Wait a moment. Let me do something." He was helpless. "They're about to die." Atui smiles contentedly at the three of them. "This feeling, you remember it from your lonely past life, something you've never experienced before." Lu Kang suggested, "Xiaojiu, let's go together then." Ati stared blankly at him as if confused, then finally nodded in agreement. A cave appeared in the vast ocean, revealing A Phi's work journal. At this moment, A Phi is deeply asleep, looking relaxed. Suddenly, a Tui appears in the dream, questioning with a cold tone, "Where's the treasure I want, A Phi?" Suddenly it woke up in shock, looking confused, then A Phi slowly sat up, exhausted. A sigh of regret echoes as its face shows complex emotions. Soon after, A Phi approaches and lifts the covered basket. It stands there blankly, gazing at itself in the mirror with a pensive expression. Suddenly, A Phi slaps itself fiercely, clenches its fists, and its eyes turn cold with dissatisfaction. In the middle of the ocean, A Phi moves slowly with heightened vigilance, as if it has found its prey. Its eyes are bloodshot and full of malice. Facing her, Bao Nu calmly immerses herself in the clear water. Suddenly, her expression changes with heightened alertness. It rushes in like a furious storm, frantic and wild. "Quickly, get inside the basket." Unprepared, A Phi forcefully crashes into the rock and collapses in pain, looking fragile, trembling with fury, fists clenched tightly. In the midst of unconsciousness, a serious warning flashes through your mind. Don't transform recklessly, or you'll attract the attention of Sohaba's people. The space becomes eerily silent, a sigh echoes, and your vision gradually blurs as you surrender to despair. Atui explains seriously, eyes full of interest, unable to use force, so it chooses to rely on cleverness. Then it suddenly stands up, eyes bright with clarity. A Phi quickly moves, her eyes filled with complexity. At this moment, Bao Yu glances around, searching for something. Suddenly her expression changes to one of high alert. It transforms into a seductive girl with a flirtatious gaze. Seeing this, Bao Ngu freezes as if struck by lightning. It decisively leaves in a cold and ruthless manner, turning around and swimming away. Bao Yu moved at a lightning-fast speed as if fleeing, seeming to have made up her mind. She suddenly stopped, momentarily confused by the loud sound. Hai Hua Ngak and then Fisthead burst into hearty laughter. Seeing that, a Phi quietly walks away, looking pale. The scene shifts to the small courtyard where Atui stands alone in the yard, facing a dark training pole, his back soaked with sweat, with a look of helplessness, unable to calm his mind. Atui's eyes carry complex emotions, with a hint of contemplation. A few days after surrendering Huang Jejun, the master transformed the land deed handed over by Elder Xiao into money. The boy's face suddenly twisted in shock, his eyes wide open. 150 taels of silver bars are silver bars, not silver fragments. Atui, lost in happiness, clutches the silver in her hand with a joyful expression. The abbess is truly generous. You gaze at it carefully, then sigh in admiration. 1 tael of silver bullion has a higher purity than regular silver fragments. A 50-tael bar converts to 52 taels and 4 win of silver fragments, meaning for every 50 taels, an extra 2 taels and 4 win are added, commonly called the 2-4 precious. This time, the 3 bars actually amount to nearly 160 tiles, so junior brother Zicho smirked and teased him. Is this the first time you've seen so much money and feel overwhelmed? It seems so. Atui fiercely threw a series of punches, looking wild and frantic. After following the senior brothers to defeat the mountain demons, my strength has stabilized. I close my eyes and calm my mind, sensing the surging spiritual energy swirling around me. Though I haven't officially broken through the flesh gate yet, I can feel it. Ataui's eyes show pride as a faint smile plays on his lips, and he calmly observes, "You won't have to wait long anymore. Your junior brother is truly working hard." Fourth senior brother, the master has returned, so we should go over there to report our achievements and receive our rewards. Atui stood frozen in place, looking stunned. Is there still a reward? Trot Quan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with fury. Zhao Hongwei, you deserve to die. I will definitely kill you. Do these despicable villains have to watch us eat? Suzhou's face was full of complexity and heavy suspicion. Zhongtong calmly replied, "This is the arrangement of the master." He frowned, looking helpless. Why is Mastress also involved? Why are you here? You didn't see my brother in the Zhao estate during the battle. Chuang Tung forced out a response, avoiding eye contact. Senior brother, don't be like that. That day Tao Senior and I went on a different mission. Now Ashwei quietly observes around and Tran Chao sighs, saying, I think the master is really impressive, arranging everything at the Yang residence perfectly. Luke Kuang's eyes carried a hint of meaning, his expression complicated. So Su Dei doesn't know what their surname represents, does he? They hesitated briefly before asking, what about their family name? He spoke slowly, looking serious. Their family name is Hua, the major family in Huangchao, once mentioned by elders and ancient figures during the Taito era. Master and Madam were also introduced by Wen Truk, personally arranged by the old general. The space was dim and heavy, Luke Kuang continued, and the mother of the nun is also Master Hua Vin Kuang, a third-rank official in the court. Chuang Tung hesitated thoughtfully and asked, so our master's wife married someone of lower status, right? He then smirked, lowering his voice to warn, watch out or master will strip you. At this moment, a respectful voice rang out. Master, the teacher and the lady have arrived. I've heard about what happened. You all did very well. As for these two, someone from the official yamen will come to take them away this afternoon. His eyes cold, he looked arrogant. If you want to cut or kill, go ahead. Our sect is full of people and experts like clouds. Sooner or later, your sect will be eradicated by ours. Dong Hung remained calm on his face, his tone full of implication. A chaotic organization so muddled that even basic logic couldn't make sense of it. His fingers clenched the teacup tightly, and a murderous intent immediately erupted. Truly, too foolish. Dong Hung's eyes filled with fury as he gritted his teeth and questioned, you can only live because you still have value. If not, I wouldn't have let you live until now. Hearing this, Trak Quan hesitated briefly, his lips trembling but unable to speak. Soon after, Mr. Ha lowered his voice clearly and declared, but this time after the 3 Halls Tribunal, you will definitely be rewarded. Dong Hung continued with a meaningful look, and there's also something related to little Jiu. Does this concern me? He quickly pushed the box toward him. This is a gift from your senior brother. It just arrived at the Yichan station yesterday. I brought it over casually. Senior brother? The scene shifts to the setting sun, casting a brilliant orange glow at their feet. Captain, this time you personally defeated a late-stage Lang Yen general from the enemy to get that, and you're just going to give it away. The brothers have wanted that thing for a long time. Yes, Captain, you can't be so biased. Elder brother immediately smirked, looking intrigued. What are you all thinking? Can I not know? He calmly declared with a firm voice. This time, I'll treat you all to a drink when I return. A hearty laugh immediately rang out. Captain, you're generous. The senior brother looked momentarily helpless and hesitated before saying, You guys. He briefly fell into contemplation and sighed softly. I wonder if Xiao Zhou will like this gift. Tui was stunned as he opened the box, his eyes wide with amazement. A gentle green aura of spiritual energy drifted through the space. His gaze froze for a moment, a flash of astonishment passing through. This was a dagger resting peacefully inside a precious wooden box, infused with spiritual energy. Tui clenched her weapon tightly, allowing the spiritual energy within her to flow fiercely, as each spirit weapon is a unique existence with special traits that can grow alongside its owner, giving it an unshakable status among weapons. The image of the monster writhing in pain as it faces a fleeting attack. For an ordinary martial artist, owning a spiritual weapon is extremely lucky, because the materials are very rare, and those who can forge spiritual weapons are even more scarce. Thinking of this, his expression grew complicated, and his eyes briefly darkened. Standing still, Tui sighed softly in admiration. I have as much as 2 parts. Tui's eyes carefully examined every detail on the blade, so it's called Than Lang. A faint smile played on Tui's lips, full of pride and arrogance. In this way, my close combat weakness will be compensated, and I will no longer be limited by circumstances in any future battles. The scene shifts to a peaceful courtyard bathed in the gentle morning sunlight. He stands proudly in the middle of the corridor, looking calm and composed. These past few days, due to the ghostly mountain incident, he's skipped school quite a bit and has to go to the library now. Tui suddenly paused when a hesitant call sounded. His eyes, full of complexity, showed a troubled expression. Is this a transliteration? Tui immediately turned back with heightened vigilance. Luangku hesitated slightly in surprise before speaking, while teacher Hang Nia spoke in a calm, steady voice. To Hang Nia, at last you've arrived. Tui shyly avoids eye contact, forcing an awkward smile. The embarrassed student, he lowered his voice to reassure, It's okay. I've heard about what you've been doing lately. Hang Nia turned to leave, his eyes full of meaning. Let's go meet the head of the library. We've made some improvements to the phonetic transcription. Headmaster's son. Headmaster is the head of the library, also called the principal. Similar to the headmaster in your previous life, you are Liang Ku. The scene shifts inside the library pavilion, a figure sitting quietly by the lotus pond. Director Xiao slowly looked up and sighed softly. You really did cause quite a shock with your invention of the phonetic transcription method. Director Xiao of the library, Zhao Ji. Tui immediately respectfully bows his head to greet the head of the library. He speaks in a calm, steady voice with a composed demeanor. No need for formalities, come and take a look. Hang Nia and I have improved the phonetic transcription method together. I clutch the notes tightly, a complex expression on my face. This version is missing more than 76 phonetic readings, he summarized, only 63 in total, including 23 initials, 24 vowels, and 16 overall recognition syllables. Tui paused briefly, calmly observing Trio Ki. Chief Sun is indeed impressive, almost like an upgraded version. It seems this old man is not so simple either. After a moment, he respectfully reported, I am in awe. This version is so much better than the students. He slowly stroked his beard and calmly continued, I should be the one not to admire you. Without your phonetic method, we would still be stuck in a cycle of translating characters with annotations. At this moment, Hang Ningya enthusiastically said, Your generous attitude has already brought your achievements to my master, and with his recommendation, the chance of being promoted will be higher. Sending it to Lao Li is no problem at all. Tai quickly bowed his head in gratitude and sighed softly. Thank you, elder son and my master, for the recommendation. Indeed, no matter the era, having support makes things easier. Then he turned around with a complicated look in his eyes, not knowing who his master was. He awkwardly cleared his throat, a hint of confusion in his gaze, and admitted that he had never mentioned his master's name before. The faces radiating authority now atop the imperial palace are the Holy Emperor, and below him, the Central Electric Palace, the Extreme Construction Palace, the 3 main halls, the 5 Grand Scholars, the Martial Hero Hall, the Literary Pavilion, and the Eastern Pavilion. Hao Bai's figure carries a heavy weight, and my master is one of the 5 Grand Scholars, Grand Scholar Li Hao Bai. Yen Yi still maintained a calm demeanor, her voice steady, saying, In the letter, I also praised your phonetic transcription method repeatedly, so he must be confident enough to persuade the Holy Emperor. She looked toward the distant horizon and sighed, noting that the profound culture of Dai Thuan was like a thick wall, but it was also that very wall that hindered the emergence of new ideas. Your phonetic method has struck the wheel of this era's destiny perfectly. Steadfast and unwavering, you question resolutely with a look full of confusion. But aren't there 4 others with the same status as your great-uncle? Moreover, the current emperor's intention is to keep order, so he slightly lifts his mouth and speaks in a steady tone. First, there's no need to worry about the emperor's reaction. Lately, His Majesty has been very fond of embracing new things. He calmly continued, his tone hinting at something more. My teacher then shifts scene to the magnificent Uinga Palace in Huangdodo City, where the ministers bow respectfully and report, fingers gently tapping the throne, as a clear voice declares, if there is nothing else, you may withdraw. Suddenly, a high-ranking official decisively stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, my fellow officials and I may have suddenly paused our fingers. I have something I wish to report to the Emperor. Your Majesty, today I wish to present a new foundational method that surpasses even the traditional script system. Haubach calmly and steadily announced, known as the phonetic transcription method, by scholar von Oyen and Lai Haubach. The scene shifts to the sunset casting its glow over the grand main hall, and Han Hyo's face immediately darkens as he questions with dissatisfaction. Preposterous, Your Majesty! How can the methods of our ancestors be replaced by this baseless thing? Gunyia's eyes carried a sharp glint, with a hint of meaning in his tone. Does Scholar Li not understand the fundamental principles of the country? He immediately frowned, annoyed as he interrupted. Nehadan knew what a transformation method was, and the old man gritted his teeth, saying, You among the officials and scholars speaking calmly, I think the phonetic combination method is indeed better than the character merging method. Hearing that, the accusations and rebuttals came one after another. Better? I'm afraid Scholar To is deliberately underestimating the wisdom of our ancestors of Great Tron. He raised an eyebrow, speaking with a mocking tone. I wonder if Scholar To would say this in the Kan era. His face was complicated, calm and silent, so he paused, looking stunned. On the throne, Dathuan is shrouded in cold darkness. The expressions of the ministers are anxious, their hearts trembling, and his gaze carries a fleeting, murderous intent. At this moment, Dikan Gongjing bows his head, decisively speaks out with determination. And in half a year, the civil and military officials are immediately stunned, their spines chilled. Half a year, and they talk nonsense. Haobai confidently declared that if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. He then calmly remarked, The Holy Emperor, this method was created by the most talented disciple of the old minister's apprentice. Although he is just a fisherman hiding in the wilderness, his mind is sharp. After finishing, Haobai decisively bows his head and earnestly says, I believe this method could be rewarded as an invention and granted a noble title. On the throne, Emperor Da Thuan quietly pondered. I see, Liang Ku, an interesting person. He decisively waved his hand and calmly declared, I will test this phoneme combination method on the 6th prince. The court is in session as the imperial procession departs, and a voice filled with doubt exclaims, Check the fate chart? Dong Hung carefully examines the letter with a complex expression. To report to the imperial city, you need to complete your information, and your fate chart is the key that martial artists must register. He enthusiastically pats Atui on the shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. Although fate isn't absolute, this is a good opportunity for you. His face still hadn't fully regained composure as he stood frozen in place. Those with special destinies are favored by heaven. At this moment, the system is quietly reorganizing the order and establishing the heavenly destiny. The calm, slow voice speaks. Destiny is not predetermined but shaped by fate. Facing wind turns you into a tiger. Facing rain turns you into a dragon. The better the destiny, the greater the achievement of this curse. In other words, the strength of a martial artist will become even greater. Similarly, the information from the fate pattern can reveal a lot, and working based on that information will be twice as effective. The 2 seals with terrifying power appear. Those with higher destiny often possess both main and secondary seals, like the youngest Marshal Saint Truong Long Tuong, who has both seals, main seal the Great Pillar Divine Mountain, and secondary seal the Proud Spirit Seizing Reality, both extremely dangerous. Long Tuong's back carries an indomitable will, meaning that in the future, to achieve fame and fortune, he will have to endure great hardships and battles. 13 years later, Zhang Long Tuong went to the northern wilderness, fighting alone against three Tranvian realm experts, killing 2 and injuring 1, showcasing the unparalleled talent of a martial saint. The image shifts to Yuanji, who also possesses a fierce strength. Additionally, Yuanji, the martial saint, bears the destiny of the great wilderness rock mountain, achieving enlightenment in the wilderness mountain wild ridge, successfully breaking into the ranks of the rejuvenated martial saints. Later, he was controlled by Long Tuong and slaughtered decisively. But unfortunately, he was not from Dai Thuan and refused to surrender despite advice, so Truong Long Tuong killed him. The overwhelming killing intent caused the appearance of demons. Where the two martial saints fought, their blood soaking the ground, creatures there underwent this cleansing and gradually turned into monsters. The image of these monsters attacking humans fiercely is now clear. Dong Hung patted A Taoi's shoulder, lowering his voice to comfort him. Of course, fate can't be changed, as destinies between people influence each other. His eyes showed complexity as he hesitated before asking, "Master, how do I check the fate?" He spoke slowly with a serious tone. "The most important thing when checking the fate is the remaining incense. And it must be after the incense paper has burned out and the fire has been fully consumed. The longer the incense burns and the more intense the fire, the better the effect." Then Dong Hung turned around, looking proud, as his master had prepared the incense for the fate test that had been aged for a year, but unfortunately it was missing the blood of the 100-year-old Baon Gu. Hearing this, A Tui paused briefly, eyes filled with surprise. "Baon Gu's blood?" He continued to speak in a gentle tone, explaining, "All things that develop naturally are born according to fate, and blood contains luck, which is essential for assessing one's destiny." Dong Hung remains calm and determined, saying, "I have asked someone to gather information. We can only see luck." You immediately clasp your hands in respect and say, "Thank you, Master." A Tui quietly smiles to herself, looking proud. "I might not have a way with other things, but after returning, I will find the guardian fish. I am an expert." I fell into a moment of contemplation, but before that I need to buy a suitable boat. After all, this time my destination is not the same as before. The scene shifts to the dock. A Tui's gaze carefully assesses the situation. The previous boat has been smashed. When I saw the two great masters fighting, I suddenly stopped in front of the shop. Here it is. This is the place. A Tui's expression was complicated. In this era, most shipping businesses were contracted through Ngu Lan. Fishermen who can't afford to buy a boat often rent from Yu Lan to go fishing. Over there, Hao Yu enthusiastically asked, "Little brother, want to see the boats?" "My boat is new, just look at this paint job," the old man enthusiastically introduced. Hao Nengu looked at the boat with a cheerful yet modest tone, "And you can rent it for 3 months without interest." His eyes flickered briefly before calmly assessing the situation. "These boats don't look too bad, but many of them have been refurbished. Maybe these are fishermen reluctantly renting out their old boats." Suddenly, a lively shout came from behind. "Luang Kujia Lam!" They suddenly appeared, and Tram Chow sighed. "Luang Kujia coming here unexpectedly is truly like a dragon visiting a shrimp house." "Lam Thalam Tungbao, Lam Fu Van." His voice, firm and steady, echoes. "Yes, I have something important to ask Hien Diep." His face slightly paled as he hesitated before declaring, "Can Hien Diep be my protector for Yulan? After we're done, I will give you 20% of the profits from Ngulan and also a top-quality boat here. Actually, 30% is fine too." Atui decisively interrupted. "No way." Lin Thi hesitated briefly, looking confused. "Young Master Luong, why?" Your eyes carry a cold glint, and your voice is laced with sarcasm. "I understand your calculations, and also understand that this world is indeed a place where the big fish eat the small fish. I can't control these things, but maybe you don't understand one thing." Ati calmly replied, clearly affirming, "I am also a fisherman. The village is still bustling with trade. A good reputation can indeed bring benefits, but only if you have the strength to back it up. I can seek benefits for the fishermen, but what happens after that? Once the fishermen get used to the low fees after I join the fish orchid, they will feel resentful. What will my master think then? In this world, I can't take care of the bigger picture. Maybe I am a good person, but I am not that good." He sighed helplessly and said, "All right, but there's one more thing I hope young Master Luong agrees to. After it's done, I will still give young Master Luong a good boat." Ati immediately froze, looking surprised. "What is it?" At this moment, the water suddenly erupted with fierce waves. There have been rumors lately of strange creatures appearing at our border in the water district. Therefore, on behalf of Lady Fishlen, I would like to invite young Master Luong, Lam, Thee said firmly, clasping his hands with a pleading tone. "Get rid of it for me." A series of fierce sea monsters appeared in the middle of the ocean. Inside the great mansion, there are countless treasures hidden, but also many dangers. The boundaries are clearly divided, with the water region split into deep waters and shallow dry areas. The deep water area is dangerous from all sides, but rich in resources, while the shallow water zone has limited resources and is where humans usually operate. Humans are powerless against the brutality of Da Thuan. Usually, powerful beasts with intelligence need to report to the river god if they want to go to the shallow waters. Otherwise, they will be purged by Da Thuan, either exiled or destroyed, with deathly aura filling the entire space. For example, The mother of the head of the clan went to the shallow waters for safety to lay eggs and survive. The fierce battle caused the water to tremble, and the decisive fight between the two great spirits took place in the shallow area. A shui silently gazes at the vast water, appearing contemplative. Lin Di says that the spirit beast usually stays near the boundary between the deep water and the shallow water. This is also a place where monsters often get lost and accidentally enter the shallow waters. His eyes briefly darkened, showing determination. I secretly sent Tai Hua Yi and A Pai to sweep through the area around Binduang town and Nia Hung City. Except for those with overwhelming strength, most have been expelled from the shallow water zone. The spiritual energy immediately still lingers around, a Tui's expression showing complexity. If that's the case, the spirit beasts rushing into the shallow water area are not too powerful, but the spirit beasts are just incidental. The important thing is that I am not an ordinary person and can only survive in the shallow waters as before. The sphere in front is gathering powerful energy with a 70% fusion rate, close to the strength of the flesh-breaking orb. His figure is reflected in the water, and I am confident that I can find even greater opportunities. The 100-year Baungu can only be born in the sorrowful waters area. A Taoi's lips slowly curl into a faint smile as a look of interest appears in his eyes, and he immediately leaps into the water decisively. His eyes carefully observe the surroundings, as expected in this deep water area where rare ingredients are easily found, unlike in shallow waters. A Taoi's expression is complicated and helpless, searching for hours without success. In front of him, a dense cluster of watergrass appeared. This is watergrass, which allows ordinary people to survive underwater for more than half an hour when ingested. A Tui was stunned again as the shimmering Thak Boy appeared. Could this be Vu Thak Boy? This is the top quality ingredient that only the wealthy can afford to eat. Your expression shows mixed feelings as you mutter to yourself. Unfortunately, these are not my targets today. A Phi suddenly froze, eyes full of vigilance, and the Tin Man charged like a raging storm, aura erupting. A Phi, still recovering from the shock, saw it moving through the water vapor and immediately chased after it. A Tui's eyes are highly alert, appearing stunned, facing the Tin Man with a powerful aura and a look like searching for prey. This is the 7 Stars Abyss. You stand frozen in place, calmly assessing the situation. Spirit beasts cannot judge strength by appearance, but generally those with power at Lang Yen or below are called spirit beasts, because they are inherently rarely detected themselves. The great demons thrash wildly in the depths of the sea. The powerful great demons each have their own logic of action. They don't come to the shallow waters, partly out of respect for Detuan and partly because the benefits are not worth it. To them, ordinary people are no more than coarse rice, not worth their effort. Their sharp eyes carry deadly intent and they look wild and frantic. Even naturally born divine fish can sometimes possess incredible strength, charging forward like a raging storm. A Tui calmly gathers his energy to prepare for a counterattack. For me, its strength is still not enough. His hand with terrifying power strikes down. Controlling water. A Tui's calm and calculating gaze. Today he can control nearly 900 pounds of water. He suddenly hesitates. His eyes become puzzled, and it doesn't escape. Suddenly, a surge of aura rushed straight toward A Tui. With quick reflexes, he tilted his body to dodge. A Taoi's face immediately changed color as he frantically shouted, "My fish!" His eyes became uneasy, and he shivered slightly. Could this be the small creature A Tui described, facing the cunning demon lord that Lam Di mentioned? He clenched his fists, looking resentful. "No matter what you are, eat my fish." The murderous intent instantly erupted. A Tui stands proudly facing him, saying, "I will take your life in exchange." A Tui remains silent, his aura quietly surging, and each time he increases the fusion, his physical body will make a significant leap forward. So I always look forward to the breakthrough that Troc Lin will bring. Bao Tu's eyes gleamed with a murderous red. Losing the Baungu was unfortunate, but this giant creature offered us a much greater opportunity. I have a hunch that if Troc Lin wants to level up comprehensively, or even surpass the challenge, A Tui slowly smirked and said, "I have to eat it." He stepped on the water's surface and leapt high, facing it with a strong aura. Hao Tzu's eyes suddenly flashed with deadly intent as it charged like a raging storm. The boy immediately tilted his body to dodge the spiky whip. At this moment, the divine fist appears, raising the threefold submission, and the divine spear immediately whizzes through the air at incredible speed. A Tui calmly catches it, her arm tightening, and her aura suddenly erupts. He stands tall and ready, then gently leans to the side, his gaze fixed directly on the target. The servant lunged fiercely at Hao Tu, stabbing down with all its might. It cried out in pain and staggered back, looking terrified. Before they could recover, Yui suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack, spewing venom that made Hao Tu scream in pain. Then the crazy demon rushes forward from behind. Meanwhile, Hoan Ngak bites down fiercely with sharp teeth. Hao Tzu, stunned, saw the fist leap high and then fiercely strike down with relentless force. Now, Hao Tzu was frantically struggling, and Atui swiftly rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly, delivering a powerful, decisive blow. Soon after, Atui smiled smugly. Too easy, indeed an overwhelming victory. Cao Hin Gang stood up, softly sighing. This time, not only were no creatures harmed, but the target was also easily eliminated. Atui watches Thenlang closely, slightly surprised. Even when unleashing all his strength, he can produce such great power. At this moment, it lies quietly at your feet with a knowing look. Atui raised an eyebrow, appearing calm. That's right, we should divide the meat. The smell of grilled meat immediately spreads everywhere, and this creature's body has less than 50% meat. You sit by the fire, a look of slight satisfaction on your face, but luckily the size is quite large and there's plenty of meat, holding the skewer in your hand. Atui's gaze is faintly captivated. How many essence of water cave are in this piece? He immediately brings it to his mouth to enjoy. The system quickly announced that the essence of the water tribe increased by 22 points. Atawi was slightly surprised and murmured, just a small piece and already 22 points. He continued to enjoy it with a satisfied look, clearly excited about the evolution of Troc Lin, and confidently declared, I will definitely succeed tonight. As he chewed and ate happily, the system kept notifying. Water-trenched essence, plus 10. Water trench spirit, plus 20. Fusion rate, 80%. Fusion rate, 90%. Fusion rate, 95%. Fusion rate, 100%. Oh. The white trench spirit water monkey has fully merged, and the trench spirit has successfully leveled up. Atui carefully observes the powerful evolution of the trench peak, with the white spirit water monkey completely integrated. The upgrade condition for Troc Lin has been met, with a streak of Halu Chiu Ko completed. The full integration of Troc Lin Tui Hao Tu is complete. You suddenly froze when the system notification rang out. The Halu Chiu Ko is the river worship day. The Huaijiang ceremony is complete, with the Halu Chiu Ko indicator increasing by 0.001. The aura surrounding it is powerful, and Atui is amazed that the upgrade conditions were unintentionally fulfilled. He clenched his fist firmly, looking excited. So next will be Troc Lin ranking. Atui's finger slowly presses on the screen, leveling up. Troc Din continues to evolve fiercely. He turns his body to look over, eyes full of vigilance. Atui's expression shows complex emotions. This situation closely resembles the time before meeting Troc Lin Tui Thun. Could it be that suddenly his face changed, eyes filled with horror? Atui immediately knelt down, completely powerless. He bowed his head and struggled to hold on. What is happening here? Did the upgrade fail? Atui's eyes flashed brightly, veins bulging with power. The upgrade succeeded, merging with the earth spirit. Troc Nyung's innate rare species with terrifying strength and unmatched ferocity, cherished by the river, will gain dragon and tiger bones after merging. The long river tiger bones are as thick as a dragon, the bones as strong as a tiger, with limitless power, comparable to 9 chariot wheels, the spiritual energy swirling around him like a fierce wind. As if Atui's soul is merging, has fully fused with the white waterhound, the Troc Lin Troc Nyung Than, and has comprehended the innate skills of Dang Tui Jialang and Tui Lao. Receiving the Water Cave Realm. Artifact, the water essence generates vitality, allowing for slow absorption of the water essence's spiritual energy to compensate for deficiencies during the evolution of the water beast. The roar and frantic appearance shock the space. A moment later, he collapsed, completely exhausted, feeling as if his body was about to tear apart. System notifications appeared, the top-tier system interface displayed, and the fusion of Troc Lin Troc Nyung Than reached 1%. The Troc Lin Tui Tin martial path connects the Divine Realm and the Emperor, with innate skills in water magic, commanding water chariots, and controlling the essence of water without any flaws. Its flow index is 0.001. Mastering water beast illusions, tiger-headed jade seals, and heavenly water techniques. Evaluating this Troc Nyung Troc Lin from the great owner of Huai Kuai with a very low activation level is just a minor character worth mentioning. Tao sighed, but this time the harvest is truly well-deserved. He immediately got up, his eyes filled with determination. Long can ho caught, as if cleansing his marrow and balancing his body. His vigorous ki and blood made his strength increase directly by more than A T decisively swung his hand, his fist causing the water wall to crack open. Seeing that, he was momentarily stunned and confused. This power, perhaps soon after, a Tui calmly sits in meditation with intense focus. At the two humiliating points, her vital energy is still weak, so she needs to strengthen her body and diet to stimulate her blood flow and enhance her cultivation. His whole body seems to be quietly transforming, but after entering the core realm, he can use internal techniques to supplement external training, even penetrating deeply into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Moreover, my master had already taught me the practice of guiding qi to clear the mind. The elixir burned fiercely inside, and sure enough, Tui immediately felt excited, looking thrilled. I have entered the marrow gate. The great balance of force, the bones and muscles are aligned. The Longkan Hokot truly surpasses the ordinary, if I don't level up this time. The 3-fold increase in vitality from the dragon scale lake bone will make breaking through the barrier 3 times harder for me. You look slightly satisfied and sigh softly. Fortunately, thanks to my master's persistent guidance in practicing internal techniques from the beginning, today's power gained from leveling up is truly smooth sailing, like water flowing into a river. Suddenly, the system announced that Tai Hua Nyak can evolve into Jap Mok Nyak. Will it evolve or not? Can Afai evolve into a tiger-headed serpent? Is evolution possible or not? Atui's eyes showed mixed emotions. Both Tai Hua Nyak and Afi are now able to evolve. You immediately laughed happily, with a friendly expression. Evolve, all the way to evolution. In front of Hoangak and the head of authority, a layer of barrier was formed, and immediately 2 large eggs grew at an astonishing speed. The sound of water breaking slowly echoes, and at this moment, status updates from the system appear. Jakmuk used up 14,912 essence points to evolve into Japmak Thungak. Atui calmly spoke. Tai Hua Ngak wants to evolve into a dragon. A Pi consumes 14,926,192 points of water essence to evolve into the mighty lake seal. His eyes showed curiosity as he slowly touched to feel it. Could this be dragon sense? Atui's expression turned serious as he pondered. Now the difficulty of increasing the fusion level is 10 times higher than before, so using the remaining essence of the water vein to boost the fusion isn't worth it at all. His eyes filled with hope as he sighed softly. Today's harvest was great, gaining spring water and vitality from the water abyss, allowing him to slowly absorb the essence of the water tracts to make up for the deficiencies in the evolution of the water beast. Atawi looked at them with a satisfied expression. Today, both beasts have leveled up. You remain silent in thought, looking determined, but the other 2 water beasts cannot fall behind either, because what dangers lie ahead are unpredictable. Atui's lips curled up with a satisfied smile. These pets are the real backup plan I prepared. His eyes flickered briefly, coldly watching the system screen. We have no other choice. Today, we want everything. A calm stream appears amidst the mountains. Atui stands proudly on the boat, gliding past, his eyes filled with complex emotions, softly sighing that this is true water's elegance, not some fake water control trick. But the good news is that Hoangak and Qiandao soared out of the water with great power. Afai, Tai Huangak. These 2 beasts have already gained special skills. Atui carefully observes the pet. Afai's evolution has gained a skill similar to emitting a high-frequency signal. He stood silently and upright on the boat, his tone calm like Tai Huangak. Its muscles can help everyone recover. The water beast immediately leapt out of the water. The water nearby subtly rippled, and Atui suddenly stopped, looking confused. The evolved pets soared out of the water. Jiam Ngajai, Thien Tui Ngo Kong, and Quien Dao became Nyam Ngajai, while Awi's name remained unchanged. Suddenly, a giant fish leapt onto the boat. He stood with his hands on his hips, smiling cheerfully, looking excited. With these divine skills, catching fish won't be a problem anymore. Looking at the system screen, Atui sighed helplessly. Just this time the level up was too much. The owner of the pond, with a spiritual farm that refines Trak Nyung Tando, has a 1% fusion rate. Their divine water and martial arts skills are extraordinary, but their potential is extremely low, making them just a minor figure worth mentioning. The long road of cultivation continues, and he calmly speaks, his indifferent gaze glancing back at Yulan, who has already explained the situation to them a little. Transition scene, Hao Yu takes a puff of his cigarette, his eyes filled with complexity. Lao Du, do you think that old man Luang Ku can come back? I was sent here to wait for him for 3 days. Who knows indeed, he said with a heavy tone and a sigh. He raised his eyebrows and softly sighed. Everyone knows how to swim when they drown. Lao Du calmly spoke, chewing loudly. Isn't it rare for martial artists to die in the deep waters at the beginning of the year? Suddenly, the two of them recoiled in horror as the head of the servant appeared. A Tui suddenly appeared, calmly saying to Lam Day that the cunning had been eradicated, and from now on, neither side owed each other anything, and that their boat would take them away. The two looked at each other in amazement and exclaimed, "It really has been destroyed." Amid the bustling crowd, he raised the silver bag in his hand, excited but disappointed that he couldn't catch the baongu he was after, only able to sell the items beforehand. A Tui suddenly froze as the exclamations of admiration rang out. Baongu, it must be baongu. Old Man Tron gently scratched his head, awkwardly smiling, as everyone gathered around, chatting, never having seen such a beautiful baongu before. Old Man Tran, your luck is truly remarkable. Old Man suddenly called out loudly, Tui, why did you come over here? Now that you are a martial artist, quickly help me check if this big fish is a treasure fish or not. A Tui observes seriously and evaluates calmly. Uncle Tron, this is Thanboy Longli. It really is a treasure fish, and it's even been alive for 100 years. This weight is worth at least 45 taels. 45 taels? Then Tui placed the bag of silver into Kan Gyang's hand and said, Tran Thuk, this is 50 taels of silver. I hope you can sell it for me. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Tui, you saved all of us during the river sacrifice. There's no problem giving you this precious fish, so why would I take your silver as well? Someone behind muttered regretfully, Lao Tran is crazy. He didn't take the 50 luong. I smile as I look at the bag of silver handed to me, silently thinking Uncle Tron is still the Uncle Tron from years ago. Tai recalled the old memories when the previous owner almost starved to death, and Uncle Tron shared his meat pie with his own child to save him. Then he cheerfully carried the fish and turned away, not forgetting to reply, Tran Thuk, don't refuse any more. I'll take this fish. Kunjong tearfully watched the boy's back and muttered, Luong, you've raised a good son. A Tui also felt satisfied, thinking that finally the materials were enough. Now just waiting for the new year to determine the fate. The scene shifts to children playing in front of the manor gate as fireworks explode in the sky. While inside, the adults perform a ritual of incense towers. Dong Hung looks at the ancestral tablets and says, I hope the spirits of my old friends will continue to bless Duong's disciple and descendants. A Tui approached, wondering silently, are these the master's former comrades? After the ceremony, he turned back and asked Tui, it's time now, so you stand there blankly listening to Dong Hung speak each word, measuring the destiny, establishing the fate. The altar was placed solemnly on the table, directly connected to the heavenly mandate through this blood sacrifice. As the sharp blade flashed brightly, a Taui decisively dropped each drop of blood into the cup. No need for too much. Dong Hung takes out the carefully wrapped incense, quickly pours it into the altar, and says firmly, the incense will serve as a seal. He immediately raised his arm with a serious expression and pressed down with his right hand, as the blazing spiritual energy shot rapidly into the sky. Don't tremble. The clearer, the better. Dong Hung pours the bowl of blood, his face instantly stiffening, yet the blood directly forms a circle. Everyone's faces froze as they watched intently. His expression suddenly changed as his hand touched, and a burst of aura erupted. A blazing red seal immediately appeared in the sky, yet the young disciple possessed both the main seal and the heaven seal. Seeing that, Zhang Zong sighed softly, looking excited. As expected, the young disciple carries a destiny within him. Senior brother Hu also looked a bit surprised and exclaimed that ordinary people wouldn't display both seals. Having just one is already promising, but you have two. The intricate patterns are gradually becoming clear. This heavenly seal on the left is it. How can the heavenly seal be a dead object? Could they all be evil spirits? A heavy, slow voice echoes, and the right seal is a monkey. Could this really be a malevolent spirit? But which malevolent spirit would be a monkey? His gaze from below grew confused as he spoke in a heavy, strange tone. The main seal and the heavenly seal of the junior disciple were reversed. He gently stroked his chin, hesitating before speaking. Is it possible that the heavenly seal is not the Ha? The shape of the seal is becoming clearer, with spiritual energy still lingering Von Vuong, but now a dragon. That's right, it seems to have branched off as well. His eyes are full of complexity and unease. Master, what does this really mean? Dong Hong still maintains a calm expression, his lips moving slightly. This seal, his eyes carried a cold glint, and his tone was heavy. The great calamity, This heavenly seal is the fate-bound crossing of Jiang, and there are two explanations. Dongheng seems to merge with the flow of time. It is said that a snake cultivates for 5 years to become a dragon, and after 1,000 years, a dragon can transcend and become a phoenix. A Tui's image, full of deadly intent, flashes briefly. One explanation is that your junior brother will face countless dangers, then transform into a dragon and become a true dragon phoenix. But the second explanation is that someone else transforms into a dragon and then joins your junior brother. Hearing this, he paused briefly, speechless with horror, their eyes darkening and their expressions showing shock as the two overlords trample over each other's bodies to build their great empire. Suddenly, an arm was raised with a determined tone. Tui confidently and calmly declared, "Even if I cross the river, or am surpassed by others, it at least proves that I, Luangku, am definitely not an ordinary useless person." Dongheng's eyes flickered briefly, a satisfied smile on his face. Well, the young man from years ago who fought 7 alone will eventually become a mighty dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. His expression grew complicated as he calmly continued. "As for this divine seal, I have no explanation. I only know that being born under the water zodiac sign makes one prone to dangerous calamities, but Zhao Zhou's heavenly seal also belongs to water. So in swampy waters it brings great benefits. One could say it brings both blessings and misfortunes." But then a faint smile appeared at the corner of Dongheng's mouth as he spoke gently. "However, destiny is not fixed. Even great fate should not lead to arrogance, and brutality cannot be easily subdued." He turned and said passionately, "I will submit this fate to the official bureau for registration, and the next reward depends on what the higher-ups decide." Tui immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master, for determining my fate. I will remember it in my heart. My confident look is because I know this seal too well. With a fierce and savage aura emanating from the evolved form, this is not an ordinary vitality, but a supreme unknowing demon god." Tui's eyes carried a cold look as he declared firmly, "With the Junding here, what belongs to me cannot be taken away by anyone." The scene shifts, and the oil lamp flickers as he passes by the window. A doubtful voice echoes in the room. "Is it really the fate of the river traveler?" Daithuan nonchalantly glanced and sighed, born on the banks of the great Troc. "It truly is the fate of Truong Jiao Taojiang. It seems it's destiny, but I don't know if it's the fate of Taojiang or being taken by Taojiang. Could the opponent be that cunning old dragon in the great Troc?" He carefully examined the seal, his eyes full of interest, and said, "This is really interesting. Who will finally become the dragon?" Daithuan's expression was complicated as he muttered softly, "Luangku, are you truly worthy of my expectations?" "Your Majesty of Daithan." After intensive training, the senior brother steps forward to announce a rest period. Then the scene shifts to the main hall. "This year I have set a test for both of you to prevent you from being too lazy." Then he praised them and placed his hopes in them. Trongtung and Luangku, the latest to start training, but with the greatest potential for progress. "My expectations for both of you will be a bit higher." Dongheng set ambitious goals. "Next year, within a year, you must become a true martial artist. Even a martial grandmaster. Can you do it?" Hearing this, he confidently clasped his hands and promised, "Zhang Tong will definitely strive to cultivate and not let the master down." Then he turned to give instructions. "Luangku, you've only been practicing martial arts for 1 season. I only require you to break the 3 gates by this time next year. Can you do it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stammered, trying to say something. "Master, actually, I—" However, Dongheng Gimngi quickly interrupted. "Little Jiu, the path of martial arts requires stability. And actually, Erguan is also," Tui responded urgently. "Master, you are using internal energy within your body to explain further. I think you misunderstood. What I mean is that Tui confidently announced a shocking news. I have broken the flesh barrier." The disciples exclaimed in shock. "What?" After a few seconds of surprise, Zhang Zong nervously asked, "I learned martial arts for 3 months and broke through the second barrier. Seizing the opportunity, you make a pledge to become a true martial artist within a year." The master happily praises. "Good. If little Jiu is so confident, how can I be negligent as your master?" Then Dongheng pondered and said, "Little Jiu, have you ever heard of Emperor Huangwu?" In the past, Emperor Da Huangwu created the 10,000 victories technique and became undefeated in the world, but over time, this martial art was divided into many different schools. He carefully deciphered the process of its restoration, but after the Taoist master of the Pavilion of Cattail Wisdom reverse-engineered the technique and combined it with the storm-forging method, he succeeded in recreating this martial art. At that moment, Dong Hong placed his hand on your shoulder and solemnly announced that today, your master would pass on his teachings. He clearly announces the 10,000 windstorm origin to the people. The scene shifts to the Hoale Palace, where an official smiles and flatters. Your Majesty, you led this army brilliantly. Today, Your Majesty's mood doesn't seem too bad. Dathwan seems pleased and quietly comments. Is the Emperor's display that obvious? General Kong presented with a smile. Today, the Emperor abolished Kaozhou County and established Binduang as a county, and the support for Hungthan Tran made the county magistrate of Chaozhou County quite nervous. He chuckled and calmly replied, rewards for merit, removal for none. That's reasonable. Dathwan emphasized strictly. Moreover, Master Duang's contributions to uphold the dignity of Dathwan deserve a reward. General Kang, seeing this, wondered, and he asked, so what about Luong Ku? His achievements still aren't enough for Your Majesty to personally issue a decree to reward him, right? At the same time, little Lu happily ran over to report, Father, I came to see you play. He affectionately pinched the boy's cheek to let the Emperor see if he had gained weight. In the very next moment, Dathwan excitedly boasted, do you know how many characters my little Luke can now read? He proudly emphasized that he had learned 500 characters using only the phonetic method. Hearing this, General King was so shocked he couldn't believe his own ears. Next, Daithwan raised a chess piece and calmly said, do you ask why I rewarded Luong Ku? He decisively placed it down and judged confidently that he deserved it. Chief Steward Kang clasped his hands in praise as the wise emperor shifted the scene to a bustling dock where a group ordered to set sail. At that moment, Zhang Tuo shouted confusedly, where is Commander Tu? Why haven't they appeared yet after leaving? The servant sighed and explained, Tu Thong Lin said. He went fishing on the river first and then told us to follow. Hearing that, he angrily shouted, nonsense! Nyem An is in good spirits. It's not the first time. Suddenly, the weather changed unexpectedly, leaving her stunned. Is it snowing? What's there to worry about? The father beside her reminded her. This time, it means becoming a county magistrate. As soon as she saw the carriage leave, she scolded angrily, you useless thing with your strength. Our son can be an official easily. Why does he have to run so far to become a county magistrate? The husband refused to admit defeat and retorted, what do you understand? Binduang is now a lucrative piece of cake, a devilish kindergarten floating on the water. He watched the carriage leave and affirmed that whoever can make a contribution will have the chance to meet the emperor. The scene shifts to the street below the town, where the villagers are startled to see the man ahead carrying a huge bag of luggage, looking around and asking, Master, do we have to go to Binduang town? Lam Dai next to him winks and corrects, from now on it should be called Binduang County. Fool, with your strength, passing through is no problem. Than Ha sternly warns. Trang Yi, you haven't forgotten the purpose of our visit this time, have you? He clenched his fist and obediently replied, Master, I remember Doni. Then Cao Trang firmly set down his luggage and planned to visit Duong Thi Vo Quan. Then he focused on the next step and broke through the Vo Quan. Standing in front of the Duong Thi sign, Than Ha declared boldly, from today onward, this will be our new Bang Thi Vo Quan. The very next moment, the three of them entered inside together. At this time, Ha Ni looked at her father with concern and promised, Dad, once we have money, I can buy medicine to cure your illness. He cleared his throat and comforted her, saying, isn't this just the beginning? At the same time, he carried a wooden pole past and asked, Senior brother, where should I put this big post? Lam Dai laughed and said, don't be silly, just carry it in your hand if there's no place for it. Seeing this, she pouted and tried to stop him. Big senior brother, don't tease junior brother anymore, you know he's really carefree. He smiled playfully and teased, second junior sister is left behind. Seeing everything was in order, Than Ha slowly stepped outside. Now it seemed to be settled. Next, he looked into the distance with a sad expression. Unfortunately, she was ultimately unable to see this scene. Than Ha recalls the past when his house was on fire and anxiously asks about the people lying helpless on the ground. What kind of monsters are they? He hurriedly urged Lam Dai to go protect the abbess and a little Ha. At that moment, the abbess, desperate, ordered Than Ha to quickly take Ha Ni and run. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of mountain demons suddenly charged at the mother and daughter, and witnessing her being attacked, Quang Trong shouted in panic, No, master! Than Ha called her name in despair. No, Binduang. Back to reality. Ha Ni longed to keep dreaming. I heard that the pastries from Long Van Lu are very famous in Binduang. I really want to try them. Lam Dai then jokingly said, "The greedy cat. He eagerly promises. Tomorrow I will go to the dock to see if there is any work to earn money. Then I will buy some pastries for my senior sister. She happily pats my head and praises me." It's still the righteous and unexpected hero. A fierce man suddenly steps in. "Is there still a house hiding in this dilapidated alley? Has the patrol officer already questioned you about whether you have submitted relief supplies? Please honestly answer, sir. I just arrived in Binduang town and do not know what food supplies to submit." He insists fiercely that currently in the territory of Huai'an Prefecture, we are facing a human-made disaster. Our Treachery County magistrate has compassionately accepted refugees and ordered every household in Treachery County to submit relief grain to aid the displaced. Upon hearing this, Han Yi immediately retorted, "We are from Hua Chao County, and Treachery County does not accept refugees at all." Than Ha frowned suspiciously, as refugees are all in Binduang town. Seeing someone expose his crimes, the patrol officer flew into a rage and boldly said, "You dare to slander the imperial court and its officials." Then he slapped her and ordered, "Even commoners dare to doubt the arrangements of the county lord and arrest them." Ho Trang, seeing this, growled angrily, "Lam Da, step forward to mediate. My master was once part of the Western Army. I hope you will show mercy." Inspector suddenly paused, recalling the noble status. Even the lowest in the army of Great Shu, the Western Army, was a martial master. Could the old sick man in front of him really be a martial master? A subordinate checked and reported, "My lord, this person's aura is only that of a martial artist, definitely not a master, probably due to severe illness causing a drop in cultivation." He immediately changed his attitude upon hearing this. "I thought he was the martial master." Tuan Kim sneered contemptuously, "What does it matter about Tay Quan? This is an area under the jurisdiction of Chaozhou County, and even the Western Army must show respect to the county lord." He casually strokes his beard and then threatens, "Hurry up and pay the money and supplies, or it will be considered insubordination." He was stunned and knelt down to beg, "Sir, we just escaped from Huachao County. We really have no money." The cruel inspector pushed Than Ha to the ground and lewdly ordered, "I don't care. If you have no money, sell your daughter for cash." You can't stand this arrogance, so you grit your teeth and say, "I will kill the corrupt officer." Lam Dai quickly intervenes. "Idiot, if you don't want to cause trouble for the master, stay calm." Then he loudly ordered, "Search thoroughly for me." Then the subordinates searched and smashed things as they went. One of them presented a small bag of money, claiming they had seized several dozen taels in total. The supervisor looked at it with disdain, despising the poor who still run martial arts schools, and waved dismissively, saying, "Let's go, this place is truly unlucky." After they left, Than Ha weakly asked Han, "Did you hide our money well?" She quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I already hid it." Ko Trang angrily clenched his fist and said, "I must kill that damn officer." He cleared his throat and reminded Trang Yi, "Stay calm. Your talent is rare in the world, but your temperament is always an issue." Than Ha reassures her disciple, "What's a little obstacle? It's just a minor breeze." He emphasized that the most important thing when fighting Duong Thivo Quan is that you will become famous. At the same time, a loyal subordinate eagerly asked, "Master, which house do we go to next?" The inspector happily pointed out and chose the Ingia Hung area. He sneered arrogantly. After all, no major figures would be present in such a small place. "What kind of carriage is this that looks so magnificent?" The person opposite was surprised and said, "Do you not know this?" Then he explained in detail, "This is called a chariot, a carriage only used when the Holy Emperor issues an edict, with a dragon flag and a phoenix flag beside it, representing the imperial family of Great Shun." Hearing this, the customer marveled and said, "Looks like a big figure is coming to our Binduang town." The other person pondered and commented, "Don't you feel that this road?" He was stunned to realize that this was the way to the Yang family martial arts hall. At the same time, inside the room, a Tui was practicing cultivation when a servant hurriedly announced, "Master Luong is calling. You need to come to the main hall." He calmly replied, "I'll be there right away." A Tui looked at his palm and assessed the result, which had fully strengthened his Kot Quan level. Next, Taintam breaks through the bone gate. He is happily celebrating his achievement. It's finally here. These days I've been rushing around just to receive the reward. At this moment, the envoy rides in on horseback to make a grand announcement. Duong Dong Hung of Tran Bin Duong responds to the edict, respectfully welcoming it along with his disciple. Duong Dong Hung of Tran Bin Duong is here. He begins reading the imperial edict with a solemn tone, fulfilling his divine duty. The emperor's decree states that Treachery County is now abolished and Bin Duong is established as a county, Hung as a town, and a Habaso and a Chok Ut are set up, with Duong Dong Hung and his disciples recognized for their efforts in stopping the Ghost Mother. A Tui, upon hearing this special decree, was startled and realized something. It's here. Next, the envoy will announce the new position and the grand reward. Duong Dong Hung takes the position of head of the Haba office and the UT, receiving 100 taels of gold and 3 long-blood sacred horses. Hearing about the precious treasures, he was stunned inside. The blood-hued divine horse. This is a rare noble steed only the royal family can bestow. Extremely valuable. Master actually has 3 children. He continued reading, appointing Dudon as the district officer of Binduang district. Finally, the envoy awarded the remaining title to Liang Qiu for his role in stopping the demon mother from gaining a 7th rank position at Habaso with a reward of 100 taels of silver. A Shui was so excited, she cheered inwardly. He's wealthy now. As he announced another surprising award, the disciples were stunned and turned to look back. In addition, for his contribution of the character combination method, he was rewarded with a divine blood beast. You couldn't believe your ears when you heard that. I never thought I would have a dragon-blooded divine steed. Then the envoy conveyed the imperial edict. You must obey the emperor's decree, maintain stability for the court, be responsible for defending the territory, soothe the people's hearts, attend to state affairs, and care for the common people. Congratulations, Lord Duong. This long-blood treasure seal still needs a few days before it can be delivered to Lord Yang's residence. He kindly suggested, relax. The envoy has had a hard journey. I have prepared some food. Why don't we go to the dining room to eat and rest? Time has passed, and now they are sitting together around the table. Seizing the opportunity, the envoy praised, so this young boy must be Duong Dainyan's 9th disciple, right? Feng Tai looked proud and said, You're truly outstanding. A Tui modestly replied, You're too kind. Your Majesty praised your method of fusion without stopping. I'm not exaggerating. This time, the reward of the Dragon Blood Protective Horse is not the entire prize. In a few months, the Imperial Capital Academy will officially promote the sound fusion method widely. The envoy's serious reminder surprised everyone. Once the effectiveness is confirmed, there will definitely be more rewards. And yet, there are still additional prizes. Faced with its influence, Dong Hung was stunned and wondered if this method was truly that amazing. Hua Thi beside him happily praised it, while Tioku usually stayed silent. But at a critical moment, he did something shocking. Tu Cho, hearing that, scolded affectionately. Why didn't the little junior brother take it out earlier? Senior brother had a hard time learning to read back then. Zheng Tong patted his shoulder and burst into laughter. A Shui helplessly thought to herself, isn't it all thanks to 9 years of compulsory education? Meanwhile, he announced the list and had already selected the people for the positions in the Binduang County government. The members of Chok Ut and Habaso are also on their way. An old acquaintance of Lord Yang, the head of Habaso. Hearing the mysterious name, he wondered, old acquaintance, who could it be? The envoy carefully instructed, and also, tomorrow Luang Tao will arrive, so Duong Dainyan will need to prepare. The king said with a subtle smile, Binduang County might still become Binduang Prefecture. After hearing this, he silently thought to himself that Binduang was about to become a tasty piece of cake. Transforming a town into a county is already rare, and now there's even a plan to turn it into a prefecture. A Tui happily drinks the last of his wine, thinking this is good enough. He is determined that Binduang will become a grand stage for his fame. The scene shifts to the river, where A Phi is hiding in fear behind a rock, trembling with sweat as it faces the threatening gaze of the fish out there. A Phi frantically repeats the words of the river god, realizing that in front of it is a fierce and mighty dragon carp. The scene shifts to a bustling street where a Tui is strolling around. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something strange. There were quite a few unfamiliar people on this street, looking like refugees fleeing here. Just then, Dong Dan Hoi hurried over to report, Tui Ka, I finally found you. He hurriedly explained, my grandfather told me to find you in Tran Bin Duong, but I couldn't find you. And finally I saw you here. You must come with me to the council hall. A Tui was surprised and asked, Tran Li Truong is looking for me? At the same time in the council hall, the patrol officer solemnly began addressing the local officials, stating that they had received orders from the district magistrate to collect grain for relief efforts for refugees fleeing from neighboring districts. This was an imperial decree representing the emperor's will, and he hoped everyone would cooperate actively. I wonder how much grain Bien Tuan Kim plans to seize this time, Kandam asked Han. He coldly announced a steep price, 1 bushel of rice or 50 wen. Director Lai was stunned and protested, 1 bushel of rice or 50 wen. How can we possibly bear this burden? Hearing that, the inspection officer angrily slammed his teacup onto the table. He refuses to be threatened with a beard stroke and says this is a matter directly ordered by the district magistrate. Do you want me not to go back? Then Tuan Kiem stands up and sighs. We are facing continuous disasters. Our district has sheltered many disaster victims, but the grain and funds are not enough to cover expenses. He glared and warned, you should know that your Binduang town side was lucky not to suffer any damage, and if you pay a little more money, what can happen? But then Tuan Kiem turned away, secretly laughing to himself, not asking these common folk for extra money. How are we going to profit? At that moment, a Tui bravely stepped in and explained, the reason Binduang County is safe is because someone is trying to stop the demon mother, not just luck as you say. We can directly set up tents and cook porridge to help the victims. Sir, do you think that's acceptable? Seeing the savior arrive, the villagers cheered with joy. It's a Tui is here, that's great. We've been saved. He, feeling embarrassed, immediately scolded angrily. Batcon, who are you to dare to speak up? Are you trying to die? He quickly intervened. Captain Bien, let me introduce him. He is a hero from our Nghia Hung district, a disciple of Master Yang from Binduang town. Hearing his renowned reputation, the captain was stunned and stammered. Duong Dong Hung, the head of Duong Quan, seeing his prominent status, hesitated for a moment. Why would a disciple of Duong Dong Hung appear in this dilapidated place when his name has been constantly mentioned among officials in the court lately? What if I am a disciple of Duong Quan too? This is an order from the district magistrate. I am not here to pressure your excellency, I calmly replied. A Tui leaned in and provided important information, but as far as I know, Caozhou County is no longer a county. He hesitated and collapsed into the chair. Then you continued to press, asking which district magistrate's order the noble lord was listening to. Faced with this tough question, the patrol officer was at a loss. One of my subordinates whispered eagerly, My lord, you are an official of Dathuan, so there's no need to explain to the people. He happily presented a plan, suggesting we find a direct reason to catch this young man. And as for Duong Dong Hung, there's no official making things difficult for him. He silently agreed, that's right. If he was afraid that the young master wouldn't hold an official position, it wouldn't be this martial artist doing anything, right? Would Duong Dong Hung turn against the county magistrate just for an ordinary disciple? Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses broke the tense atmosphere, causing everyone to startle and turn to look at the newcomer. The patrol officer nervously asked, who else could it be? And Ziyun, riding his horse, straightforwardly inquired, is Luong Ku from Nghia Hung here? Seeing the powerful figure appear, he was stunned and exclaimed, the Cloud Rider of the 6 sects. A Shui stepped forward seriously to confirm his identity. I am Luong Ku. The inspector general was dazed, trying to recall in his mind. Luong Ku. That name sounds so familiar. He hurriedly guessed, but I heard that recently the people of the Luke Fien Mon are investigating someone connected to the Demon Mother School. Could it be that the Luke Fien Mon is holding on to this kid? Then the patrol officer secretly thought to himself, that's great. It's like a sudden rain in the summer. Soon I just need to quietly push, and I can bring this kid back from torment. He confidently concluded that a mere commoner's son could never compete with an official. Ziyun asked coldly and indifferently, what's your problem? The patrol officer happily reported, I heard that recently the Lord has been busy with the Ghost Mother School, and I happen to have a suspect related to the Ghost Mother School. He listened in confusion and asked, who is it? Then he pointed and accused, it's him. You see this and immediately suspect, are you trying to frame me? Tuan Kiem quickly argued. Although this person is a disciple of Master Duong, what kind of figure is Master Duong? He has countless disciples, and it's reasonable that some are exploited by demonic mothers. He eagerly inquired, so what do you think Bien Tuan Kiem should decide about this person? He excitedly suggested, Lord, let me detain him first, and once I use all interrogation methods in prison on him, I will surely uncover where his gang is hiding. Hearing this, Chivan raised his head and burst into laughter, making Tuan Kiem look on in surprise and curiosity. He then calmly addressed the main issue. Tuan Kiem, do you know what rank of official you are, and what rank am I? I am a 9th rank patrol officer, and you are a Van Ung guard badge holder. Of course, 9th rank. Next, Chivan drew his sword and warned, if you slander me today, do you know what the consequences will be? Seeing the sharp sword, the patrol officer was stunned and understood that someone guilty of a crime was slandering a superior and deserved to be beheaded. Then he stammered to defend himself, but I did not slander you. I honestly exposed the truth, so why does Minister Bien dare to slander an 8th rank official? The patrol officer was stunned and confused. I never slandered the 8th rank official or the senior officer. Could it be? Chivan solemnly explained, the group of Bien Tu Mao had an intention to falsely accuse Luong Ku. Haba Tongbat Pham of Haba Zhou should be beheaded according to the law. Luong Huin, what do you think, should we execute him or not? Hearing the shocking news, he exclaimed in horror, is this little brat really the 8th rank spirit official Haba? The villagers were amazed and started discussing excitedly. What, a Tui became an official? And he's even 8th rank. Oh my god, a major figure has appeared in Hung. At that moment, a subordinate nervously explained, the Lord is innocent. I, the official, don't know Luong. This great master is a sea demon. Inspector Zhou looked frightened and replied cautiously, it's too unjust. At this moment, my subordinate suddenly remembered, Luong Ku, I remember now. He is not an ordinary disciple, but the 9th direct disciple of Master Duong. The Bang Huang family then continued, Luong Ku, the talented scholar, personally rewarded by the emperor. A Taoyi Ho enthusiastically agreed, according to the law, beheading is appropriate, don't you think? Inspector Bien's subordinate hurriedly blamed others. Lord Luong, I was blind and looked down on others. Please spare my life. This is all the idea of that Bien Tu Mao, Your Excellency. After hearing this, the Inspector General angrily scolded and berated him. Beast, you're clearly adding fuel to the fire. My subordinates refuse to back down and immediately fight back. You still want to accuse me? The evil deeds you've committed are enough to condemn you 100,000 times. Suddenly, he decisively kicked them aside. A Tui sternly ordered, you two forged the district commander's order to illegally seize relief supplies. Go back with Truong Decai to explain. He clenched his fist and whispered to himself, wanting to deal with them directly, but since Decai was here, it's best to follow proper procedures. Then a Tui turned to ask about the purpose, not knowing what Truong Decai wanted with me. Chivan was startled, quickly retracted his sword, I almost forgot. Next, he took an item out of his shirt and revealed it. Truong Chivan handed over the bronze token of Tom Fap T to receive the order from his superior and asked. Trivan smiled and presented the badge. Brother Luong, do you want to join the Tom Fap T? A Tui sits quietly on the boat, contemplating that the stronger you are, the easier it is to lose your way in power. Anyway, someone from the modern era like me understands very well the principle of using violence to break the law, and ultimately I want to choose what kind of life to live. Old memories come back, and a familiar voice says, sorry, Liang Ku is not capable of taking on any additional duties. Trivan stood before him, desperately persuading, Luong, brother, with your talent of reaching the exam level in just a year, it's definitely doable. Are you really not considering it? A Tui responded immediately without hesitation. Sorry. Zhang Deji and Zhao An's group desperately tried to stop him. A Tui, why did you refuse? A Tui, don't be reckless. Withdraw. Withdraw now. Cutting off the memories, he was full of determination, taking on a new profession just to have more options for treasures and techniques. There are no shortages of techniques at Haba So and my master's place. A Taoyi seriously concluded, and as for treasures, the most abundant thing at the bottom of the Huai River is divine and earthly treasures. I should go check out the place. A Phi mentioned, beneath the depths of the ocean, bubbles burst and shatter the silence. A Tui crawled forward, thinking to himself, I've already swum 4 miles, but why does the deep water still seem so far away? The farther I go from the shallow waters, the more dangerous it becomes. I need to be careful. Suddenly I caught sight of a fish with a panicked expression, as if fleeing from something. Tui followed its gaze. Is it behind that rock? He looked around, stunned by what he saw. This, a Tui observed the writhing eel, concluded that a normal sturgeon was only about 3 meters long, but this size and aura definitely indicated a spirit beast. While lost in thought, the system panel appeared, displaying the words, sensing the aura of the dragon lineage, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Is it the aura of the dragon lineage? Is there really a dragon at the bottom of the Huai River? A Tui shook his head and dismissed the thought. No, that's not right. The dragon race isn't the true dragon. A Tui pondered for a while. It seems the dragon race must be the other one. You spot the shadow of Zhang Zhanlong and quickly remind yourself the great beast inside the cave is fleeing. Run, run, run. High-level dungeons aren't for me right now. With that, a Tui slowly leaves their gathering spot, planning his next move as he walks away. Should I ask my master for help? No, I just started learning and can't bother my master casually. Finally, a Tui decided to prioritize Binduang County first. Today is the day senior brother breaks through the gate, so he must return quickly. Transitioning to the deep forest, the great Trung coils and growls with fury, facing off against Cao Trung. He clenched his fists and prepared to attack. Cao Trung bent forward to channel his energy, enveloping him in a radiant aura. Han Yi stands outside observing and speaks up. Isn't this giant centipede that was born with a human form almost a tiger spirit now? That's a spirit demon. Can De Trung handle it? Lam Dai smirked and rebutted. Stupid is not that simple. Then Han nodded in agreement. Don't be fooled by Da Trang's appearance. His innate talent for martial arts is very high. The officer observed the attack of the giant insect and shared that behind its honest-looking exterior, it leapt straight for the Cao Trang point. Then Ha concludes that a fierce beast is furious, his hand continuously throwing punches at the giant bug. Cao Trang grits his teeth, a fiery rage burning like it wants to burn everything. Han Yi was stunned and guessed that this might be true energy. No, Da Trang hasn't reached the Lang Yen stage, so he can't have true energy. Then Ha answered her question. This still hasn't reached the standard of true energy. It's just blood energy similar to true energy. He continued in a deep voice. There are always geniuses born as warriors, but these geniuses always possess special physiques. Cao Trang, strong and healthy, stretched and cracked his knuckles, his voice still echoing, and Da Trang is a naturally gifted genius with a strong constitution. The kick, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, struck like thunder, shattering the giant worm in an instant and sending debris flying everywhere. Than Ha sighed. If I had to sum it up in one sentence, it would be the undefeated within the same realm transitioning before A Tui's eyes. Trung Tung sat inside the magic circle practicing alchemy, everyone watching intently. No one dared to disturb. A Tui foolishly thought that the contents of the vial must be the blood transformation pill, an essential elixir for breaking the blood gate. Dong Hung glanced at the incense next to him, timing it perfectly, then suddenly widened his eyes and unleashed his power to break the blood barrier. Zhang Tong closed his eyes tightly, and his lower body and sides of his arms began to turn red. Dong Hung frowned and shouted loudly, stabbing into the Yang Ming acupoint to force the blood and energy out. A Taoyi suddenly froze, the strong smell of blood overwhelming. He looked at his senior brother Huang, whose aura radiated from him. A Tui seems to have understood the problem. It turns out this is blood transfusion. For ordinary people, losing 20% of blood causes loss of color in limbs, and losing 30% can be life-threatening. He looked at him gradually turning red and concluded that blood replacement requires 3 eruptions and 3 condensations. Normal people would die after the first eruption. This is the importance of the 3 basic hurdles beforehand. A Tui quietly reflects that the blood gate will test a martial artist's character. Ordinary people can't endure the feeling of impending death, so they need a guardian to fight for them. Strong survive, weak perish. In the end, he concluded that once the blood barrier is broken, the warrior's vital energy will become very strong. Truong Tung opened his eyes wide, unable to fully grasp or comprehend. After a difficult period, Truong Tung stands proudly. He has succeeded. A Shui was the first to speak, congratulating senior brother. Senior brother Hu added, "Congratulations, junior brother." He happily shares, "I am finally a martial arts master." Su Chao puts his arm around Truong Tung's shoulder and suggests, "Don't be arrogant, go take a bath first, then let's eat something. I've been hungry all day." From afar, he watched them and continued to ponder. Bloodgate is the most dangerous of the 4 passes. Will I be able to pass so smoothly? I need to find the right time to talk to the master, and it's best to come up with a reason. Under the brilliant golden sunlight covering the front yard, crowds of people rush toward the majestic gate guarded by a pair of stone beasts patiently waiting for their turn to register. A man stands among the chatter, and the most prominent is still the Yang family martial arts school. Other martial arts schools are far inferior. The person in front agrees and turns back to reply, "Again, Luang Kujia was said to be just an ordinary student at first." He remembered A Tui's appearance, placing his hand on his chin as he said with admiration, "You showed astonishing talent right from the start at the martial arts school, surpassing the 4 directions, and after just a week of training, you challenged 7 senior students alone." The image of you confidently stepping on the demon spirit appears, and then you even wipe out the demon spirit for Binduang to restore peace for us. He turns to conclude, "I don't trust other martial arts schools. If you want to learn, you must choose the best one." The man beside him, just as excited, replied, "Maybe I could also become a true disciple." Someone overhearing their conversation scoffed teasingly, "Check yourself first. That guy is furious. Say that again." "Master, when will our martial arts school be as lively as this?" "If it were 3 days ago, I wouldn't be able to say for sure." Then he confidently concluded, "But now Da Chang has entered the core, so he can naturally create a miracle to attract the academy for the martial arts school." Ko Chang held a mountain-high bowl of rice in his hand with 2 stacks of bowls beside him. Then Ha turned and asked, "Are you ready, Dai Trung?" He slammed the chopsticks onto the table, and Zhang Liang looked serious as he replied clearly, I am ready, master. On the other side, Atui sat cross-legged meditating, suddenly coughing, and a stream of bright red blood spurted from his throat. Damn it! If I had just a little more strength, I could break through the bone gate. If I had eaten that sturgeon I loved, I think I could have easily entered the blood gate. In the end, he made his decision knowing that after the blood gate, the Huan Huyet done requires silver luster. If it really can't be done, he'll bother his master. After a while, Atui stepped outside, looking at the scene ahead with a bit of curiosity. Is there any movement in front of the martial arts school? After finishing, a towering figure stepped forward, causing him to pause slightly. Ko Chang coldly asked, "Is this the Duong family martial arts school?" Someone behind holding a wooden sign stepped forward to remind you that even if you want to register, you can't cut in line. Don't you understand the order? Without a word, he snatched the sign and smashed it to the ground, shattering it, shouting, "I am not here to register." Cao Trong clearly introduced himself. Ho Trang of the Bang Clan Martial Hall, the man behind looking panicked. "You don't want to?" He was unbothered, raising his voice to formally request guidance from Duong Thi Vo Quan, standing proudly amidst the crowd after causing chaos. The Chao disciples stand with their arms crossed, watching without action. Trong Tung turns to him and asks, "Senior brother, why would a martial arts school dare to challenge ours at this time?" "They don't need their lives anymore, huh?" Tu Chao remarked with a smirk. The opponent is smart, and this tactic is very clever. Seeing that Trong Tung doesn't understand, he suggests, why doesn't the opponent challenge us directly, but instead uses his youngest disciple to challenge someone around our age? Trong Tung expressed his thoughts. They challenge us? Their martial arts school has no master. Daring to challenge must mean they will be beaten to death. Tu Chao placed his hand on his chin and continued. This is the kind of victory over children that doesn't show real skill. But defeating a general with half a move would make your name known across the world. He lowered his eyes and concluded, so their target isn't just an ordinary disciple. He looked at the burly man and concluded that he is the young disciple. The people below whispered and speculated that this big man looks more formidable than an ordinary martial arts school disciple. Even if a man like this beats a normal disciple, it doesn't mean he's truly skilled. One person tilted his head in doubt and asked, "What if he faces Duong Su's 9th disciple?" The person next to him replied, "I can't say for sure. Although that 9th disciple is formidable, this big man gives me a more oppressive feeling." Ha Trang raised his hand high and confidently introduced himself again. "I am Ha Trang, 16 years old. I heard that the Duong Thi Vo Quan is famous far and wide, so I came especially to learn from a peer master." After finishing, a Khon stepped onto the arena to respond. "I am a Khon, here for the battle response." Someone recognized him and whispered, "I've heard of this person. He is known as the Jade-Face Duelist, skilled in both deflecting and counterattacking techniques." The person next to him nodded. "He is a student trained for 3 years. A Khon rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Careful!" Immediately, he struck forcefully at one side of Cao Trang's neck. A Khon felt panic rising inside him. What? He was not harmed by that blow and still stood tall and firm. Before he could react, a powerful hand pressed against his back. Bang! He was officially defeated and collapsed unconscious under the attack. He remains expressionless and speaks. Next person. Hua Bao watched from the beginning to the end, clenching his fists in arrogant judgment. Someone noticed him sweating coldly and muttered, "He is Hua Bao, Li Hua Bao, the best among ordinary disciples, the dual-gated martial artist." After a fight, his fate was similar. A Quan Hua Bao falls backward to the ground, staring intently at Cao Trong, wondering how this person defeated a dual cultivation martial artist with just one move. What kind of martial artist is he? He is stunned and shouts loudly, "Is there no one who can control him?" In the chaos, a pair of hands reached out to catch the flower report, and he turned to Atui to express his gratitude. As he finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with chatter, saying he was Yang Master's 9th disciple. Everyone was discussing it, and Brother Luong looked at Cao Trang without saying a word, remarking that he was a bit too heavy-handed. He didn't mind at all, calmly exhaled, then knelt and greeted, "You finally arrived." Luong Kua Atui frowned and guessed, "He knows my name. It seems he has investigated me before." "Enemy?" "I usually don't have any conflicts. After what happened at the Xiao residence, I've been focused on training and have never made any enemies." Seeing you don't respond, he also pursed his lips and silently observed the situation. Cao Trang recalled Than Ha's instructions. "Da Trang, tomorrow on the arena, you can be a bit more aggressive to attract the attention of someone. He is the 9th disciple of Duong Dong Hung, Luong Ku." He explained in more detail so you could understand, based on the investigation of your senior brother. This person has a kind nature and comes from a fishing background. To defeat him, you need a different strategy. Thanha exhaled a cloud of smoke as a guide, remaining fair and composed before launching an attack, which made him angry and lose his composure. This is the first step to winning. Breaking free from his thoughts, Cao Trang sneered. I thought the Duong clan martial arts school might have some formidable characters, but it turns out they're just all show on the outside and rotten inside. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. All you martial artists who only know how to put on a display. A Tui shows no fear and responds confidently. I hope your strength matches your words. Cao, ready to attack? Duong Thi Vo Quan's disciple, please advise. Please. Cao Trang clenched his fists, flames erupting around his body. Senior Hu observed from above and then commented, "This old man is indeed clever. That tall, strong guy seems to have innate strength, with blood and energy blazing like pure qi." Lu Kuang confidently concluded that they had miscalculated, as Cao Trang couldn't withstand it and hurriedly sped towards a Tui. He shouted loudly, challenging, "Let me see if you're really as powerful as they say." He didn't move, standing still and watching every move of Cao Trang. The powerful punch tore through the air, but a Tui swiftly dodged it. Cao Trang's cold gaze flicked over. Then he raised his leg and kicked A Tui's body away in an instant. The boy bent forward and slid a long distance before barely managing to stop. Cao Trang clenched his fist in disdain. "You don't seem to be very good." A Tui Hao narrows his eyes, remaining silent from start to finish, his cold gaze exuding unwavering determination. He rushes forward with wind-breaking speed. A Tui suddenly thrust his elbow into his stomach, blood pouring from Cao Trang's esophagus. He was stunned, thinking, how could this be? Cao Trang watched your attack and judged that a frontal counterattack was possible. He threw his move. A Tui skillfully dodged that attack. His face shows seriousness, and every move of Cao Trang is within his sight. A Tui seizes the opportunity, swiftly spinning and channeling all his strength into his elbow before delivering a lightning-fast elbow strike at Cao Trang. He takes the full force of the attack, grinding his teeth as he falls backward. He looked down at Cao Trang and coldly reminded him, "You've been given a chance. Admit defeat. You're no match for me." He struggled to his feet, still confidently replying, "You are indeed strong." But Cao Trang clenched his jaw and stared with determined eyes directly at A Tui. He unleashes his power, growling fiercely, still holding back his full strength. Senior Brother Ho is stunned and speculates, could this be a naturally gifted prodigy? Thanha asked Dong Hung for his opinion on this disciple of hers. "What do you think of my apprentice, Brother Duong?" He nodded briefly in agreement. A naturally gifted warrior, the second eye can be considered the fourth eye. Brother Bang is truly fortunate. Thanha glanced over cautiously, suspecting that Duong Huin's disciple might soon face a life-threatening danger. "Brother Duong, just call a stop." Dong Hung remains expressionless, lowering his eyes and saying, "Keep watching, Brother Bang." He smirked confidently, about to make something extraordinary happen. On the arena, heavy footsteps descended, and the ground shattered into pieces as if terrified by the overwhelming power. Cao Trang, full of energy, declares, "I am born with a strong body and unshakable strength is my advantage." A Shui bows his head and looks at the flying debris towards his feet. In a moment of raging fury, with blazing red eyes, the hell roared a scream that tore apart the space itself. "You might get hurt because of this." Cao Trang throws a decisive punch forward, but I have my reasons not to lose. A blinding light tears through space, thousands of shards of radiant energy exploding like hellfire fireworks before everyone's eyes. Thanha smiles quietly, concluding in her mind, "I have won." Suddenly, he stiffened at the sight before him as the dust and smoke dispersed, and beyond the cracked arena, no one was in sight. On this side, Cao Trang listened in fear as A Tui's voice echoed, "Trang Kot Troi Sin, your small hand tightly holding on to me. Sorry, I am a naturally born martial artist." A newborn baby, innocent and crying his first cry. The birth of Cao Trang seemed destined from the start to be a mistake. When he was born, his large body made it difficult for his mother to give birth, leading to postpartum hemorrhage, and the midwife finally used a smooth-edged knife to perform an emergency cesarean to take him out. He stood there stunned, his body lying motionless on the ground. At 5 years old, Cao Trang's father went hunting on the mountain and was struck on the head by a falling rock. When he was found, half of his face had been gnawed off by wild animals. Maybe everyone is right, I really am a comet. The hateful crowd throws bricks and stones at me, cursing me as a comet monster. Get out of here, you've already condemned your parents to death. He is locked behind iron bars, his longing for freedom shining in his eyes. When Cao Trang was 12 years old, a drought occurred around him. Village Chief Baba believed it was because Cao Trang had offended heaven. They treat us like livestock, randomly deciding which family Cao Trang will be sent to work on their fields today. He works tirelessly but still gets beaten mercilessly by the owner. The village chief said this was Cao Trang's punishment. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. Cao Trang grits his teeth as tears of frustration fall, not understanding what he did wrong or why he is the one accused. The group with swords stormed into the village attacking. They no longer had a chance to answer Cao Trang. Son Tak arrived and they killed everyone in the village. Cao Trang felt like a burden had been lifted from him. The bandits had set him free, and life seemed easier than before. One of them stepped on his chest and suggested, "Could we sell him to Zhao Fu for a good price?" The guy next to him was excited, saying that amount of money would make the brothers happy. This big guy should at least get 5 taels of silver. Cao Trang gritted his teeth in hatred, originally thinking his life would always be so dark. The figure of Than Ha appeared, standing proudly before the sea of flames. But luckily, his master and senior brother arrived, and he was saved. The last iron collar was finally removed from Dai Trong's neck. Everyone spent nearly 2 years telling him he wasn't a star. He pats his head gently and whispers praise, saying, "Da Trong, your talent is a gift from heaven." In the bamboo forest, Lam Dai carefully teaches him martial arts. "Fool, watch closely, this move will look really cool." Han Yi also happily shared, "Daizhang, tonight the senior sister is making fried chicken that you like the most. Previously, you were always called a comet, a name given by your master and senior brothers and sisters. Daizhang, silly boy, strong boy, loud mouth. I am determined to say I cannot lose. I finally managed to help. Master and senior brother are doing something." A shui catches the fist to assess the increasing strength. He stared directly at him, but the moment their inner energies collided, a terrifying shock erupted, tearing through space, causing the ground beneath them to crack and shatter into pieces. And he declared that it still wasn't enough. Outside, the audience exclaims, "Wow, Brother Luang's strength is even greater than his." Cao Trang strikes back. Atui swiftly dodges the attack by leaning aside. He pulls back his hand and delivers a deadly blow to his stomach. Cao Trang lost his balance, falling backward. The crowd cheered excitedly. "Tui Ka is amazing." Cao Trang, his whole body turning red, knelt down, clutching his chest. Surprised, he wondered if Atui was assessing his condition and concluded that he had entered a demon state. Facing him, Cao Trang kept holding his head and muttering, "I can't lose. I must win. I must win." Lam Dai realized the problem and shouted to remind him, "Idiot, control your emotions." Than Ha could no longer stay calm and stood up shouting, "Duong clan leader, we accept the challenge." He no longer listened to anyone and slammed his hand down on the floor in protest. "I haven't lost yet. I want to rebuild the martial arts hall's reputation." Cao Trang kept expressing himself. "I want to give my senior sister a sweet from Lang Van Lu. Brother Lam Dia needs elixirs," he roared like crazy. "I cannot lose." Ha Trang clenched his fists, panting as he repeated, "I can't lose." Atui carefully calculated. With his current state, if he doesn't intervene, he will die. I have to intervene mentally, that's the only move. With that, he speeds up and rushes toward Atui. He raised 2 fingers, gritted his teeth, and just enough aura to dazzle him. Not using his full power, but just to try. Aithui Mo to golden eyes, pouring all her strength into the summoned sword, roaring fiercely as Ku Han still easily pushed away Cao Trang, who was stunned and leaning back. Aithui looked down in relief, thinking she had won, while Than, Lam Dai, and Han Yi hurried over worriedly to help Cao Trang up, asking how he was. And he sadly looked at Than Ha, apologizing. "Master, I'm sorry, I lost," whispering to himself that he was fine, that they had tried their best, and that they could go to another district. Then applause erupted. Everyone cheered and congratulated. That was truly spectacular. The people of the Bang clan's martial arts hall are so skilled. Brother Luang is so talented. Than Ha didn't expect everyone to react like that and was a bit stunned. Dong Hung also stepped forward and said, "Brother Bang, you've already yielded." He clasped his hands together, sincerely expressing his congratulations. "Well, congratulations to the Bang family for coming to Binduang County." Than Ha modestly replied, "I have thought everything through and feel ashamed." He clasped his hands and responded, "Thank you, Brother Duong." Tui focuses on sensing her own abilities. "Since the last arena battle, I've realized I haven't fully explored the strength within me." He said that only the Trang Trang with innate strong bones could rival the Four Eyes, and if I had innate martial bones, I would be even stronger. Atui sighed tiredly, and the arena battle at that time also earned me 200 taels of silver, so later I might ask Brother Luke for help to complete my repayment. The maidservant stepped forward and announced, "Master Luong has sent someone to the horse temple, saying your blood dragon horse has arrived. Atawi had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now it has finally come, so he immediately headed to the horse temple. Atui saw Dong Hung and called out, "Master, you called for me." He softly replied, "Xiao Ju, come here and see the dragon blood I chose for you." Dong Hung said that a male horse, although hot-tempered, would become a great help to its owner after long contact. Atui wondered silently. Hot-tempered? I wonder if I can subdue it with control magic. If taming the horse can also be upgraded, could he improve as well? Seeing Atui's expression, Dong Hung guessed immediately. It seems you need to find a groom. A horse can't get fat without eating at night. Adai didn't forget to express, "Thank you, Master, for choosing the horse to help. Speaking of which, I feel a bit shy. Master, I want to ask if you have time. I have a problem I need your help with." Atoi recounts everything, mentioning that earlier, the disciple found a small pond where it seemed there was a lair of a great beast. I investigated and saw 3 spirit fish guarding the entrance, with a golden glow shining inside. I've heard that the Huai River has a legend of the true dragon, and my disciple suspects there might be a treasure related to the true dragon in this cave, so he asked the master to help investigate it. But if you're truly too busy, Dong Hung would be happy to agree right away. If it's already a demon, how can it be defeated easily? That surprised Atui. Doesn't the master ask me why? Dong Hung smiled gently and said, "Xiaoju, everyone has their own secrets, especially you, my true disciple." Then he reminded, "Don't dawdle anymore." Dong Hung excitedly declared, "I will go teach and kill demons on behalf of others." Is this the place where Tu Chao is observing the surroundings? Ati confirms this is the place. There are 3 spirit fish monsters patrolling at the lake entrance, so I dare not go further inside to avoid any accidents. Based on the current situation, Dong Hung's cautious approach is the right choice. Being close to the river naturally brings blessings, but also danger. Du Don, Luke Kang, Tu Chao, you 3 go prepare to block the river entrance. They responded in unison. Yes, Master. Dong Hung stood still for a moment. It's been a long time since he last fought with full strength. Seeing his aura, Atoki couldn't help but be amazed. The full strength of a beast tiger realm expert is truly rare. Dong Hung begins to draw his sword, then releases a tremendous killing intent and stabs the sword straight into the ocean. Atui is surprised and turns to look. Is this the beast tiger realm? Watching the flowing water, he was sure something was rushing out. Atoi commented that it looked quite like a human shape, definitely with veins on its body. Dong Hung quickly announced, "It's injured! Stop it!" Tao stepped in front of the dragon's head, then punched it hard in the face. But instead of weakening, the dragon spirit suddenly surged with rage. Dong Hung immediately launched an attack against it. He swung his sword repeatedly, leaving it no chance to fight back. After finishing, Dong Hung sheathed his sword. It's over. The dragon's spirit collapses exhausted and falls heavily to the ground. Atui is stunned. Another great beast killed so easily. And only now does Dong Hung finally breathe a sigh of relief, glad that this beast lacked combat experience and that its longevity and cultivation were due solely to a treasure. Then he quickly orders to pull out its tendon, as this could enhance others' innate abilities. Dong Hung suddenly froze as if he had realized something. He examined the dragon tendon. Isn't it supposed to be milky white? Why is it yellow? Could it be a dragon tendon? At that moment, the system interface appeared, detecting the aura of the dragon lineage. Songhuai has only had legends about the true dragon's foot so far, and the sturgeon, because of its shape resembling the dragon's foot, is called the dragon sturgeon, and is considered a good omen by fishermen. Dong Hung truly didn't expect this. He never imagined that this dragon sturgeon would actually have dragon tendons on its body. Dragon tendon and dragon spine are treasures that even elephant tamers are moved by. According to what he knows, the aura of the dragon seed radiates from the dragon tendon, causing surrounding creatures to fall into a frenzy. Atui was once again surprised. The aura of the dragon bloodline. Even the system displayed it prominently. It seems to have something special. The system displays a message indicating the presence of the long bloodline aura. Dong Hung continues his journey. There must be a treasure at the bottom. Let's go down. Below the ocean, water droplets form a beautiful scene. Atui looks around and doesn't see the great beast anymore. Probably it ran away because of the aura emitted by the master. So Gong Gong confirms this is where the great beast lives. There are indeed many strange places at the bottom of the Huai River. Dong Hung calmly confirmed that it was likely a treasure, having discovered something. Could it be a cactus bone? Can Dong Hung feel somewhat reassured? If this is a cactus skeleton, then that dragon tendon can be explained. Tsu Zhou marveled. Oh my god, the treasure here must drive all the masters in the true form stage crazy. And he probably thinks this sturgeon keeps absorbing the remaining energy in the cactus to develop to this extent. He happily reports that in a few months, this sturgeon will be able to absorb everything and return to nature, making it very hard to find by then. Tsujo sighed. Your junior brother is really lucky. Atui shyly spoke up. It's all thanks to a Phi. Then Dong Hong also reminded us. All right, let's go back. He said we should go split the dragon's tendons. The fish is being transported on a large cart. Dong Hong divided it as follows. The master and madam split the fish meat into 3 parts. One part is stored in the basement of the mansion, and the disciples all covet it. Another part is kept at the martial arts hall for the students to use to boost their vitality. The fish still has additional benefits, and the final portion is given to the villagers, so everyone can survive this winter war. Ataoi looks at the special reward before him, and the dragon tendon is divided into a 2-trung long piece. You must know that my master only has 5 trung, and the cactus has been entrusted to Brother Sixth to complete the weapon for us. You admit one thing, even Ayui finds it very hard to resist the temptation of the dragon essence. So Atui was very curious and decided to see what level he could reach with this dragon tendon. Then he directly ate a piece of the dragon tendon. The system kept notifying. Spirit essence of water cave plus 1090. Spirit essence of water cave plus 1030. Spirit essence of water cave plus 1085. After a while, Atui felt her back was too hot, as if she had entered a blood barrier. The system says that absorbing a bit of dragon essence grants a dragon pattern. Atui gazes blankly at the mark on his back. Is this the Yinglong pattern? The system has updated to Cloudbirth Yinglong, Chudulukhu first level. Atui's body is now filled with vitality, and he has been transported to another space. The scene before him is extremely chaotic. The small children are crying loudly as a barrage of arrows rains down, hitting innocent civilians. Atui witnesses this scene in shock, with constant turmoil. Chudulukhu, unpredictable and both firm and gentle, lands on a roof that even Adai can't understand. Why am I on this roof? The system announces the river's favorability at 0.1. He can't believe his eyes. The 0.1 increase used to be just 0.001 during a river sacrifice, but now it's 0.1. This makes Atui wonder if he has already reached the Blood Gate. I wonder if this slight favor from the river might bring about some change. Right now, a Phi is gliding on the water's surface. The water ahead is raging fiercely, rising like a tsunami. After a while, a Phi landed on the ground, and that familiar voice spoke up again. Kid, you're here again. What toy did you bring this time, or what? As soon as Tai Hua saw the doll on the altar, he agreed. Satisfied, you've chosen a treasure. Now take it and go. Is this the whirlpool you were talking about? Are you saying the whirlpool leads to the place where Big Brother Frog lives? Did you exchange this feather from him? He brought it close to his eye to examine. This feather isn't a fiery dance feather, but a normal dragon feather from a fiery bird. One of the 2 great beasts we saw that day is probably the big toad a Phi mentioned. From then on, Atoi speculated that this underground waterway might lead back there. Could this be the supernatural power of that frog? You pondered for a long time, but no matter what, this is a profitable deal. Trading toys for treasures. In the end, Atoi decided that there was no rush. This can be dealt with later. Before the bell rang, a Phi was told to keep good relations, and the dragon tendons also fed the Phi gang completely. So I should head back first. The ships on the sea are enormous, and someone looking out wondered what they were. The others started to discuss, saying that a big character like Zhang Dun or Sohaba had arrived in our district, and wherever the ship went, the fish jumped along. When it got closer, everyone was amazed. It's so huge. Everyone gathered around the big ship. Zhangxi asked in a stern voice. Not found yet, the subordinate reported in fear. My subordinates are useless. The skills of Commander 2, capable of summoning gods and demons, are truly unpredictable. I really can't find him. Trung Tuk was so angry that he looked like he was going fishing again. Then he looked around, and sure enough, Wei Lian was here looking uncomfortable all over. At the same time, Atui continued to check the mission board. Currently, under the blessing of the dragon tendon, more than half of the experience needed for those unable to move has been accumulated, giving hope for a second evolution. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Kid, do you know? Atui was startled and turned back. Hey, you haven't even had a chance to strike the opponent's pressure points and they can't move. The other person added he's also a martial artist, but too impatient. Yalong asked, do you know which way Binduang County is and how far it is? Atui gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. I realized then that I had temporarily sealed your meridians, I'm sorry. Then he immediately lifts the seal for you. Atui quietly comments. He's so powerful. This person is as profound and unpredictable as my master. Little brother, I was fishing on this river surface and ended up delaying my time. By the time I reacted, I had lost my subordinates, didn't remember the way, and didn't know how to get to Binduang district. Atui silently guessed that this subordinate might be a big shot. You have some questions, so I will inform you that Master Nyak Long has shown the token and revealed the identity of Tu Nyak Long, the new deputy commander of the Binduang District Water God Office. Deputy commander of the Water God Office is Tu Nyak Long. Atui was once again surprised that his superior was someone else. That's right, if you count the days, Sohaba's colleagues will arrive within these days. You quickly bow your head. The new Sohaba, Luangku, has come to pay respects to the great lord. Nyalong looked over and then commented, You are Luangku, Duang Thuk's young disciple. Atui was confused. My uncle is Kwanan Ba from Van Truk, and my great-grandfather is Hu Kwang, the son of Duke Wei. That was the year Uncle Yang risked his life to save my father, so ever since I remembered, I've called him Uncle Yang. Atawi was suspicious and asked, Is there really such a good thing? But the Holy Emperor shouldn't be unaware of these matters. It can only be said that this was deliberately arranged by the Holy Emperor. If it was deliberately arranged, then why is it the position of deputy? What does it mean? Nash Long continued, Unfortunately, this time Uncle Duong might not be able to live in peace. He already saw through everything. Are you curious why the Holy Emperor sent me here and only gave me the position of deputy? Atui confirmed. That's right. Nyak Long began to explain everything in detail. Our commander is Wei Lan, the grandson of the Marquis of Luang from the Wei family. And since the Marquis of Luang's son cannot match my father, Wei Lan cannot match me, so I have to take the position of deputy. Atui could sense the balance. This is the Emperor's strategy. But there's still one thing you don't understand. Why this Marquis Luang would make my master unable to live in peace. Nyak Long solemnly confirmed that the death of Uncle Duong's second son was related to the matter. Master, we've announced for so long, but the commander still hasn't come down. Isn't the envoy supposed to be someone we know? The Emperor is truly clever, with the flag flying high atop the ship. One subordinate reports that Duong Dong Hung and the district officer Dudon are both waiting below. Sir, look. Yang Dongheng, commander of the Shabawei, Lu Lian responded confidently. In the village alleys and narrow lanes, rustic folks from the woods are nowhere to be seen. A large ship has just docked, and Nieman happily greets it upon seeing. Big Brother, too, has returned. Atui is rowing the boat some distance away, and finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Big Brother, too, you have finally come back. Nieman asked, Tu Daika, did you fail to catch any fish again this time? Nyak Long honestly replied, I still haven't gotten used to the fish here. This is Nyak Long, he introduced him. This person is Luang Ku, a young disciple of Duong Tuk. Luang Ku is the nephew of Lord Feng Ning, Nyem Trong Tuk, and Nyem An's nephew and niece. Yen Long assigns responsibilities. Nyem Trong Tuk is considered your superior. He will take on the role of team leader. Atui bows her head in greeting and respectfully requests an audience with Lord Nyem. Nyem An speaks kindly, saying that Duong Thuk's disciple doesn't need to be so formal. Just call me Nyem Elder Brother. Are you Luang Ku, the one who invented the method of sound fusion? She kept chatting casually, but she is human, not a great beast turned human. Atui quickly corrected, Miss Nyem, I am human, not a great beast. That caused Nya Long to raise his voice to remind her not to be rude. Then he asked Brother Trong Thuk to take Luang Ku to see our Lord Sohaba, so he could learn the easy way to get the equipment. I will visit Uncle Duong. Zhongxi received the order. Yes, Big Brother Tu, Atui expressed. Yes, Lord Tu. Then Trong Thuk began to move. Indeed, that was the case. Luang brothers, follow me, I will take you there. He summarized briefly, although this is a new establishment, the regulations and system of Sohaba will remain unchanged. We do not follow Zhou Fu's orders, but the commands of the head of the water department. You are the water god, and normally there aren't many mandatory tasks. Most of the time you patrol with your dolphins to protect the safety of the river in the shallow waters area. Trong Thuk gives a detailed introduction. This is the records room where missions are assigned. Military merits are accumulated and revenge is exchanged, and everyone is happy to chat when they see him. Hello, Lord Nyem, please come in and sit down. But Trong Thuk refused, saying, I'll take the newcomer to see the department. Phúc To started to gossip. What kind of newcomer needs to be led by Lord Nyem? Binduang replied nearby. Probably a junior of some important figure we must remember. Trong Thuk led Atui down to the basement, telling him that this was the place where the dolphins were received. Trong Thuk also gave a treasure, a token to control the dolphins. By injecting your blood energy into it, You can summon them. Atui took the seal in his hand, and the dolphin immediately leapt out of the water, with Trong Thuk praising him. This is a male, Brother Luong, you're really lucky. Atui came closer to pat its head. From now on, you will be my partner, and after the mission, Trong Thuk left. Brother Luong, just stay here and interact with the dolphins. I won't bother you anymore. Atui sincerely appreciates it. Big Brother Nhim guided me all the way. Sorry to trouble you. I truly appreciate it. And Zhongxi responded calmly. Brother Luong, there's no need to be so polite. We are colleagues and should support each other. Atui watched his figure, knowing that having a close relationship with the deputy commander doesn't mean everyone around must treat him well. What matters is the threshold. If you have enough strength, it's a door. If not, it's just an entrance. And with enough talent, you can attract benefactors. He looked again at the seal on his hand. But if anything went wrong with the deputy commander, those around certainly wouldn't miss the chance, not to mention Veilan being nearby. That's why Atui was determined. He absolutely couldn't get complacent or forget his purpose. He had to use every means to strengthen himself to gain freedom. You think that since dolphins are aquatic creatures, they can be controlled too? Atui knows that neither the animate nor a Phi are domesticated beasts. Although Fist and Aoi are very cunning, they are quite special. Atui immediately casts a spell to test if it can succeed, then begins touching the dolphin to start the control process. You focus all your strength here. Atui has seen the signs on the dolphin. It was successful. The system immediately announced that the control was complete, allowing the expenditure of 1,500 essence points of the water pool to evolve the dolphin into a dolphin king. Then Atui named it, saying, "Your head is so round, from now on your name is Round Head." The other dolphins also followed suit. Atui understood what the round head conveyed. Are you saying this is your wife and child, and they want to follow me? You seem a bit pleased with this achievement. Usually, a sea god only has one dolphin with great power. Atui smiled to herself. I actually have 3 of them. It's time for Atui to say goodbye. Big Brother and Nhim, I'm heading back first today. After finishing the house chores, Haba will start working tomorrow. Zhongxi responds. With Brother Luong, there's no need to rush. Tomorrow at the area over there, there's a well-known vendor selling yogurt mixed with milk and brown sugar. Here is the finest silk, top-quality silk. Buy some for the madam to make clothes. Tui drew the attention of the crowd, and the servants who saw him praised him. Your Excellency's horse is so beautiful. What's its name? Atui immediately replied, Its name is Shich Son. Since bringing the horse home, I named it Shich Son. The servant immediately guessed. Is the reason the master came here to find a servant? Atui confirms, yes, we need to find a coachman and a chef for the new house. The servant carefully inquired, where is the master's house, and how large is the property? Do you mind sharing the space with others? Atui responds that Luong Trak in Nghia Hung has a 3-room area of about 2 mu with a horse owner and doesn't mind living together. Hearing this name, the steward's face showed surprise. The Luong family in Nghia Hung? Are you Lord Luong Ku Luong of Tran Nghia Hung? Atui guessed correctly. Yes, I am. The person bowed and said, Benefactor, please accept my bow, then I will recount everything. This is my daughter, who was taken by the Xiao family half a year ago. If it weren't for the elders of the Yang estate coming to our rescue, we might have already been lost forever. At this moment, Atui remembered it was the time to visit the demon mother's base. Then he replied, It's a small matter, Binduang has it under control, we won't abandon it. The servant assured him, I will definitely find a good servant for you this time. Just then, someone ran in to announce that Elder Than Tien has arrived, truly majestic. The hooves of the horse stomped the ground majestically, while it let out a long breath. Not just one, but an entire herd of horses. Atui couldn't help but be curious, what kind of horse is this? The servant reported, Your Excellency, this is a Than Chao horse, large in size and with a broad back, only suitable for pulling carts. A Shui asked doubtfully. Than Chao horses? Suddenly you remember that Master Tu once mentioned that the district magistrate is from Tu Than Chao. Nialong was fishing when he delivered some news. This time Binduang City might even become a prefecture. This is the only case in Da Thuan. This time, the forces of the water god and the Chok Ut's people who came here are not to be underestimated, including the newly appointed district magistrate. Atui is very curious. Who is the county magistrate? Nialong revealed the true identity of the Jian family in Than Chao, adding that this person is 21 years old, named Do Bang Han, skilled in chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose. He has been using Long Mang Great Dan from a young age, possesses profound martial arts skills, reached the tiger and leopard stage at 34, and owns the heavenly origin hand technique. Atui found it hard to understand why such a powerful figure would come to Binduang to become the district magistrate, Nyalong unconsciously clenched the fishing rod. Binduang is no longer the Binduang of the past. Now, it is a lucrative piece of land, and when it becomes a prefecture, someone will be in charge, and transforming from a county into a prefecture still requires a county magistrate. Now, Atui finally understands. So that's the case. Nak Long emphasized it strongly, but I feel it's better not to get close to this person. He said that my great-grandfather once met Jian Trungia, and after returning, he summarized this person with one sentence. Nak Long could never forget the terrifying image from that time. Zhang Bao's white robe stained with blood, both Buddha and demon in one body. Based on that, he is certain this person is very strange. In the carriage, the Lama is focused on something. Then he speaks, "Master, luck has not disgraced the mission," and after 107 days, the great forging was successfully completed. This is a divine treasure that merges heaven and earth. Lama, a polishing tool that has been tempered for 9 years to truly become smooth and gentle like a sacred artifact passed down through the ages. Perfectly complete, as someone holding a skull in their hand speaks cunningly. "Master, you've worked hard." Great Snow Mountain of the Lord of Thanchao County, Jian Zhongyi, sits enjoying himself before a group of beauties. He continued to ask, "Master, I'm about to take on a new position to deal with that Ghost Mother sect. But how does the Ghost Mother sect's trusted spirit, the Yin Sat Tui Old Mother, compare to Great Master Tuyet-san?" The Lama simply replied, "Not as good as my Buddha." He gave the answer that the evil spirit Old Mother is a combination of resentment energy, created by the followers of the Demon Mother sect, and their fetus pills are not for restoring experts or expanding the sect's power, but to supply that Demon Mother. Such vengeful spirits are rootless, formless, and naturally cannot compare to the true Buddha enlightenment that I have achieved. Just one strike of Buddha power from the Great Sun Vajra Sutra would eliminate all hiding places and cause everything to vanish instantly. Zhong Yi wants to know more. Wei Lin is brutal, Tunyak Long is lazy, and the little demon girl is not good at fighting within the country, which truly hampers my cultivation. When will I be able to attain enlightenment? The Lama pushed open the door to examine it, and then assessed that the body's tendons and bones were quite impressive. Trungia did not understand the hidden meaning behind this. What did the master mean by these words? According to what the Lama saw, their tendons and bones are comparable to tiger bones, and using their bones to forge weapons will be extraordinary. Master Ji is 43 years old, and if he decides to switch to practicing my cultivation method, the 8 techniques will be very helpful, and the power of the peak will become even stronger. He has taken notice of something, including the blood horse. Trungia calmly reminds him, "Master, the blood horse is a gift from the king. Without an official position, even if awarded, it cannot be owned. Do not act rashly." The lecherous Lama shouted, "Adida Fat, in Binduang district, you are the district chief." That statement made Trungia very pleased. "Master, you're right. Under the water, a beast was wounded and driven by water spears, unable to withstand it, and sank to the ocean floor. Moreover, she was bitten by the dark dragon, then a Fai stepped in to control her with a vine. Tin Man, furious, used all his strength to break free. Atai has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now it's finally happening. This time it's your turn to charge forward. Let's go." Tin Man opened his mouth and roared, and in an instant, Atui returned with the prize. Brother Luong's skill in killing aquatic beasts is truly impressive. Everyone praised him, saying which number this was in the week. It's nothing special. After a week of hard work, Atui has finally earned good results. I've been in Sohaba for a week now. I've been training and killing water beasts all week to accumulate small contributions. Today, I've finally gathered enough and can exchange for military merit. Thofuk just saw Atui and encouraged him. "Lord Luong, you're really skilled." Atui places the harvest down and makes a request. "Today I want to exchange for military merit." Thofuk held up the record book. "During these days, the Lord has accumulated a total of 10 small merits. Luong Dainyan, please check the small work exchange book to see if you want to exchange the contents listed on the page, which details the sacred fruit treasures grown by the great farmer that mature once every 4 seasons. Slightly sweet, it has the effect of replenishing vital energy, tonifying the kidneys, and boosting cultivation. When exchanging 2 small contributions, you can get 3 fruits. Note that eating more than 3 fruits a day can cause bloating and reduce the effectiveness by half. The red windflower fruit treasure, grown by the great farmer, matures once every 6 seasons. It has the effect of nourishing blood, activating circulation, regulating meridians, relieving pain, and easing constipation. Using it can increase your cultivation in martial arts. When exchanging a small technique, can this small technique be split and used separately? Thofuk reveals something. My lord doesn't know. This is a benefit belonging to our Sohaba. The items raised by the great farmer are countless, and these quail fruit love water, so they are stored in large quantities at the sea god's storehouse, making them very cheap. Atawi was a bit surprised. For him, this kind of treasure has a dual effect, which makes him feel excited. I choose the Kwan Kwa. Please take 12 for me. Thofuk said that Lord Luang can check the rest to see if there are any techniques he needs. Manager Huang has arrived at the warehouse to get the Kwan fruit for you. Atui continues reading the information about the types of cultivation techniques, including the Han-Tu technique, a lower-tier, lower-grade small technique, the Thong Tai fist technique, a lower-tier, lower-grade small martial art, and the Quiza scripture, an 8 small technique, and the Lai Tui Bu martial art, a lower-tier mid-grade 12 small technique. The water control technique is a mid-level lower-grade skill with 21 small units. The Du Shen arrow technique is an upper-level lower-grade martial art with 100 small units, and the Hun Yuan water technique is a mid-grade middle-level skill with 360 small units. Accordingly, he assessed that most of these lower-tier techniques are around 50 small units, but underwater killing techniques are not as high as the martial arts level taught by his master. From that, Atui deduced that he doesn't need martial arts when fighting underwater, just brute force to break through. Then he decided to settle the Kwan Kwa first. The other 2 small techniques he saved for later. Thofuk took out a box and said, "Sir, please come often. This is your Kwan Kwa." After opening the box, Atui commented that Thao was right to call it Kwan Kwa. It really looks like a chicken's head. As he held the items unsure how much essence of water he could store, the system immediately notified him when he put it in his mouth. The essence of the water vein increased by 200 points. Atui was quite surprised to get as much as 200 points. He realized something was different. Normally, to earn 200 points of water essence, you'd have to eat until full. I didn't expect that just one fruit could have this effect today, and I wonder how much water essence higher grade treasures would yield. After finishing, Atui stretched and ate everything. Nearly 1,200 points of water essence after 12 fruits. Then, he pondered again, and he could feel his blood gate opening wider. Find the opportunity to exchange for blood stasis pills and blood transformation pills, then you can activate the blood gate. First, make your choice. For now, head back first, as you still have to go to the academy for the exam tomorrow. When Atai got home, it was already dark. He diligently read the paper in his hand, finding it quite interesting. Jianghuai Tretda is a large river near the sea, thousands of miles long and wide. From what Atui remembers, the map of this world is much bigger than in the previous life. A rough estimate suggests the entire planet is at least twice the size of the world in the previous life. Such a massive river might really be home to a true dragon. He happily looked up at the house in front, feeling so comfortable to have a home of his own. The big house with 2 entrances was like the 4 courtyard houses from his previous life. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Master, please stop." The great master let out a sigh of relief. Amitabha. The petitioner has finally returned. Atoi politely says, "Sorry, master, I didn't bring any money with me. I'll go inside and get some cash for you." The great master introduced the candidate. "I don't do fortune-telling." Atui scratched his head in confusion. "Not doing fortune-telling." The old monk made a request. "Do you have a master? If not, would you be willing to become my disciple?" With his intuition, Atui guessed that he couldn't sense the aura of this monk at all. He must be a master. After a while, once Lao Nap had eaten his fill, he didn't forget to express his sincerity. "Hey, Amitabha, thank you for offering the meal." Atui asked directly, "Why does the Grand Master want to take me as a disciple? Are you feeling suspicious inside that there's no trickery involved?" Lao Na simply explained that everything that happens is due to fate. But his personality made Atui remember, "Why does he remind me of those people from my past lives who sold Buddhist necklaces in front of apartment complexes?" That monk also said the same. "We are destined to take 50 yuan. I sincerely believe that the owner of the Bone Dragon and Tiger Bones has a technique called the Dragon Suppressing and Tiger Resurrecting Diamond Sutra, which ordinary people practice only to reach the highest level, but for the benefactor it is an ultimate martial art. Master, I am just an ordinary person and do not dare to hope for enlightenment. Do you really think reaching enlightenment is that easy? Why are there people who spend their whole lives unable to attain the Tao? There is a truth that almost everyone knows. Beneath each realm is a sea of people, with the bones of cultivators forming the foundation of the path in each stage." Atui changed the subject. "We'll discuss this later. I don't know where the Grand Master is from. Lao Nap said he has no fixed residence, so if I tell you, it's from Than Chao." Atui realized another similarity. Than Chao is the same place as the county magistrate. He sincerely questioned whether the master was too casual in accepting disciples. Just a quick glance was enough for him to decide to accept. Lao Nap explains everything. Lao Nap, on his way, saw the donor donating money to save a person and the tent master giving out porridge to kill mountain demons to protect the villagers. What kind of person is the petitioner? Old Na has already guessed. A few days ago, more and more people came to ask for porridge. This is the best offering to the river god. The doubts in Atui's mind also eased. It seems it's not a trap. Still, I want to ask the master if I can be a bit bold and inquire about his level of cultivation. The old man responds instinctively, and according to what people say, it's called controlling elephants. Atui spat out a mouthful of water, yet Lao Na manipulated the water flow again. This action leaves Atui stunned. Is this water control? Why did the water I spat out go back into my teacup? Old Nap takes the opportunity to invite me again. So, do you want to become my disciple? Atui politely declines. Master, to be honest, I already have a master and cannot take another. Old Na is not satisfied with your master's level. Could it be higher than mine? I can find him to discuss the Tao. Atui tries to soothe him. The master remains calm. Please have some tea. Old Na burst out laughing happily. I really didn't misjudge you. The benefactor won't be swayed by external things. To be honest with you, I was unexpectedly attacked by a demonic surge. My Dantian was damaged, I need some time to recover, and I want to temporarily borrow your house for a few days. But clearly, Tui remembers that the Dantian was destroyed. Isn't it already ruined? You replied, I am alone. My family's new house just finished building. If the Grand Master doesn't mind, feel free to choose freely. Lao Nap agreed, and at this point, Atui was still stunned, never expecting a big figure to come from a small county like Binduang. Truly astonishing. With his next plan in mind, fine. Having the Grandmaster here is no problem. My secret house won't be exposed. Tonight I can help Vanthang Baonguin enter the trance state. Then Atui focused again on cultivation. The characters on his back began to glow, shining brightly towards the house, making the old master pay attention. The sacrificial lord carries great destiny. From that day on, it could be confirmed that the Dragon Bone Buddha and Tiger Sky Skeleton were born with innate talent. This cultivation method seemed to be an internal cultivation technique, indeed having a good master. But Lao Na's expression showed complexity, unfortunately. There are always petty people who cannot tolerate others' kindness. Master, that Luang kid is inside. Please, leave one alive. The subordinates are very arrogant. It's easy, little one. The Lama's expression clearly shows danger. Amitabha. But before they could rush in, a barrier of energy blocked their way. Who's there? I show my face. Amitabha. The Buddha is compassionate, but those who disturb the offering disrupt the peace. He looked at them with disgust, and the old monk directly took him to meet the Buddha. Soon, dawn broke again, and Tui Dian stretched comfortably after a tiring night. Now, he is completely at ease. Vanthang Baonguin has finally ascended to the spirit refinement stage. Because Tui achieved another victory, his spiritual platform became more complete, allowing him to understand martial arts more quickly and operate his cultivation method smoothly with every step, no longer needing to meditate. His body was filled with energy. Simply put, my cultivation technique automatically trains and grows non-stop at all times. Atui happily opens the door to the room, and standing before him are Phuong Di and Lu Thuk. Seeing Mr. Phuong Di happily say, "Boss, you're awake," Atui silently guessed that these two were Phuong Di and Lu Thuk, very capable servants introduced by the broker. Phuong Di said that according to your orders, we have prepared breakfast for you and the master at the table in the courtyard. Hearing that, Atui immediately moved to the dining table. Madam Phuong, Uncle Liu, good morning. Don't forget to greet properly. Master, good morning, Lao Na replied. Good morning, sir. Seeing your mood, he immediately guessed that the progress yesterday wasn't bad. Atui scratched his head foolishly and said, The master is joking. A servant reports that the head of the library, Zhao Shan, has asked someone to deliver a letter to you. What's going on? The servant said that there's a competition at the library today. Just come before noon. Atui suddenly stands up and shouts, I almost forgot. At this moment, Chung Hia is walking down the library corridor, assessing the place. The Thuongho Library truly lives up to its reputation as the best in Binduang. Master Dan is truly legendary. Zhaoji smiled and said, Master Jian, you flatter me. I really dare not accept it. Suddenly, Trung Gia lowered his voice, but there was a major issue. Triu Kai hurriedly asked, What does the Lord mean? Does Trung Gia think it's too small? He generously handed over a banknote for 1,000 taels, personally sponsoring the library. Triu Kai couldn't help but be amazed. The district magistrate usually only received less than 500 taels in annual salary. so he hesitated and wondered why the nobleman would do such a thing. Trung-Gia appeared generous, just a small amount of money. Then he continued on his way, and Trung-Gia's demeanor made Trioki exclaim, "The young master from a noble family. This time Trung-Gia is visiting a classroom." He asked in a deep voice, "I heard there's a talented person in this county who invented a method of sound merging. Is this gentleman here?" A Shui looked up involuntarily when he heard the voice, and as soon as he recognized the person in front of him, he froze in shock. "The district magistrate. Why is he here? Everyone, quickly stand up and bow. Thank you for your favor. I am truly ashamed." Trung-Gia said, "I don't carry much on me when I go out. Just some banknotes, so please don't take it to heart." A student's eyes light up at the sight of money. That's 100 taels. Trung-Gia reminds that the benefactor's gift cannot be refused, and everyone should show their gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your generosity." Trung-Gia declared that as the appointed magistrate of Binduang County, he would focus on governance to ensure the elderly have a place to seek refuge, the healthy youth have opportunities, and children have a place to grow. He ordered that the poor, orphans, abandoned, lonely, and disabled be taken care of, emphasizing that those with meritorious deeds would be rewarded and those at fault punished, with clear rewards and penalties and generous payments. A servant holding a few banknotes in his hand, he let them fall and scatter. "Zhongyi thinks that Luang Ku will probably win the first place in the contest today, right?" Hang Nia replied, "The competition is not over yet. The results are still unknown, but he is very worried inside. Although Luang Ku is more talented and invented a method of combining characters, studying is truly difficult for him." Atui sat writing with sweat dripping down her face. "Your mind is spinning. What is this?" The content on Atui's piece of paper. How vast it is, the people cannot name it. How magnificent it is, the achievements are evident. How brilliant it is. Winzhong is clear. Trung-Gia had a plan. After a few days of investigation, he discovered that this talented martial artist would reach the realm of a martial artist shortly after joining the martial arts hall. He is extremely eager. As the one who discovered the method of sound fusion, he must be proficient in both martial arts and music. Achieving the Bat-Fap formation has ultimately allowed him to develop to this level. I really look forward to it. Trung-Gia takes Atui's letter and says, "Let me see your talent." Han-Gia's whole body trembled in fear. "Master." But he saw him smile and then turn away without leaving any comment. "The court still has important matters. We may meet again if there's a chance." "Your Excellency, aren't you going to watch anymore?" But deep down, I am extremely furious. Using this kid's bones as a ritual vessel to pass on the teachings won't make me as foolish as him, right? Trung-Gia left a comment on the paper. "I think it's right." Now he is stepping outside with an extremely proud look. "Your reasons better be convincing enough to me. Why did you act on your own?" The followers are holding the injured person in pain, and the Lama begins to chant Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. He speaks, all thinking of the great way of the Master. The offering of eternal life in the sky is not enough. Zhongyi angrily asked, "Then why did you fail?" The Lama reports the situation, and there is a master beside him who has reached the trance state. Trung-Gia's eyebrows furrow tightly. The elephant state. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "All right, but acting on your own without permission is something I cannot accept, especially if it leads to failure. You know I operate by principles." The Lama said in a deep voice, "I understand these people are the sacrifices for the celestial longevity ritual this month." Everyone was stunned. "What? The subordinates are scared. Isn't it true that we are not on the same side?" "No." The Lama presented a bowl and said, "Lord, please take a look." Zhongyi reminded himself of his own words. Those who have contributed will be rewarded. Those who have committed faults will be punished with clear rewards and penalties. He smiled cunningly. "I always play fair." Someone exclaimed, "A water monster. There's a water monster. It's really a water monster." Tears streaming down, I have to save my mother and go back. The people of Trano Tuilu are in chaos, rushing away. "Sohaba, I have to go to Sohaba to report to the officials." He kept muttering, "It's all gone. Everyone is dead." At this moment, Atui is diligently practicing. The three main features of the long, resilient golden Vajra technique are invigorating energy, a golden body, and exercising evil. He practiced all the techniques to strengthen his energy, improve his quality, accelerate his cultivation speed, strengthen his body, and increase his resilience against attacks, evil spirits, and demons. According to Atui's understanding, cultivation is fundamentally about refining the root, and this body cultivation technique elevates the root to a higher realm, surpassing ordinary people many times over. Then he calculated that he now had the complete Victory Storm Yuan to maintain his mind, and the golden Kangjing dragon form to train his tendons and bones. The Grand Master was right. This is a cultivation method that can be practiced simultaneously. Ati clenched his fists, having achieved dual cultivation of internal and external martial arts, reaching the perfect state of unwanted. He sighed, feeling that although he hadn't fully completed his cultivation, he was close to breaking through the blood barrier and could do so at any moment. Next, Atui takes out a bottle, previously exchanged for blood-stopping pills and blood-replenishing pills with military merit, waiting for the right moment to break through. After drinking, he lies down on the bed. Atui now takes out a book to read. A few days ago, he asked the bookkeeper to prepare this reward exchange book for him. When exchanging a major technique, be careful on the path of swordsmanship. Those who lack perseverance should be cautious in their cultivation. The medicine body cannon, the core cultivation method of the medicine god sect, can absorb hundreds of medicinal energies, strengthen bones and flesh after reaching great success, and quickly heal normal injuries. The requirements for exchanging a major technique are that those who are not wealthy should be careful in their cultivation, including the Hoa Long Kin Quang body technique, Bak Hong Kwa Nyut Kin, and Dui Thuk Thuat. After reading through them, Atawi assessed that these techniques are much more advanced just by their names compared to the minor techniques exchanged with a single major technique, most requiring only one, a few needing 2 or 3, but currently they hold little benefit for me. You read another page of the Crimson Fire Dance. After the Crimson Fire Dance is extinguished, the feathers can be used to forge spirit weapons or absorb the essence of life inside. When exchanging 2 great techniques, the longevity of the Peach Blossom Table and the spiritual beast of heaven and earth takes 30 years to mature, increasing lifespan by 5 years. Exchanging the first fruit requires 1 great technique, while the second fruit needs 3 great techniques. Be aware that the effectiveness of the second fruit is halved. The third fruit has no effect. A person can change it at most 3 times. The Tu Van Bao Dao takes 60 years to mature and increases lifespan by 10 years. When exchanging for 8 major achievements, note that in 3 of the fruits, the effectiveness will be halved compared to the previous one. The fourth fruit has no effect and does not conflict with the longevity peach tree. Tuvan's longevity peach tree is at 159, increasing lifespan by 20 years. When exchanging 15 large efforts, be aware that in 3 of them, the effectiveness will be halved compared to the previous one. The fourth one has no effect and does not conflict with the 2 types of peach tables. Atui spoke, surprised that this realm could exchange treasures to extend life. But for now, I don't need to prolong my lifespan. His eyes fell on a line of words. Tuilin Chi. Ati reads more information about it. Tuilin Chi is a divine creature that takes 30 years to mature. When exchanging a major task, pay attention that the 5th tree has no effect, and it can enhance human adaptability and water-based techniques. Then he immediately got up. It was him. Atui was very excited and went to ask the manager if there was any suitable task. Seeing Atui, Lei Ka cheerfully greeted him. Good morning, Atui. You smile back and say good morning. Manager Lai is so delighted that he opens his eyes wide. Atui, you've arrived. Give him a delicious dish, Binduang's most famous pork bun. Manager Lai, try it yourself. Shofu might be worried about causing Lord Liang unnecessary expense. Then he asked, how is it? Any major missions lately that suit you? Yes, except for you, just announced this morning, Atoi suddenly appeared. Is it just a coincidence? What kind of mission is it? And Thofuk reveals the investigation of O Tui Fortress. Suddenly, night falls, and that beautiful woman makes everyone turn their eyes, glancing at her and startled by her slender figure in the mirror. Countless sorrows and regrets cloud his brow. The mountains and seas change, but beauty fades and fate is cruel, blaming heaven. Because of my deep love, my heart aches with pain, and my days of sickness and sorrow continue endlessly. I no longer wish for curses or fate to be broken apart. We are destined to part. The magistrate trains the wind spell. Du Trong Van praises it as beautiful and worthy of reward. Son Yi continues to dance on stage, and Chuang Van Tam praises, that leader Lu Bang is truly fortunate to have such a top-tier concubine. Lu Tiet, leader of Kinbong, responds dismissively. If the magistrate likes, Xuan Yi can serve him tonight. Chuang Van's refusal isn't a good idea. The master behind the scenes wants to voice an opinion. But after all, this is Lu Bangchu's concubine who hasn't officially entered the door. Lu Tich humbly expresses his stance. What are you talking about? Xiao Xuan just told me that when she met the magistrate, she felt like she had known him for a long time, and if she couldn't serve beside you, she would regret it for the rest of her life. His expression clearly showed danger. I was just doing a favor for someone else. Chang Wen laughed loudly, and the master teacher said, the district magistrate indeed did not mistake Lord Lu Bang. Lu Tiet leaned in and whispered, Master, Look at my youngest son's patrol duty. Truong Van looked displeased. Master Lu, tonight I will not discuss work, and that makes Lu Tiet feel awkward. Here, I drink this to apologize to the honorable magistrate. Then Chang Wen left saying, Master, I will go to my room to discuss Feng Hua Tuyen Nguet with Xuan Yi first. The master bowed in greeting. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Lord Lu, the magistrate always keeps your son's matters in his heart. Liu Tiet expressed his respect for the Lord's hard work, and after they left, second boss of the Qin gang, Liu Yi, spoke up with a troubled tone. It's been 8 years that damn fat guy has been abusing his power to suppress us. Liu Tich is tall, and inside his mind he thinks, what does this fat guy's stomach contain besides shit? Lu Ngia continued, and I heard that someone from our town led Sohaba's people here in Binduang. Lu Tich clenched his fists in anger. He wanted the traitor to die. Big brother, how should we respond? I wonder how the people from Sohaba are doing. All the people who drowned are good swimmers, he gritted his teeth. This is our territory. If he dares to come, let him keep his life. Now at the dock, someone's pleading can be heard. Sir, please give me a few more days. Without this fish, my family will starve to death. But I was still kicked hard by that person. Get out of here! The third boss of the Qin gang, Trin Tien Fu, orders. To give him a few days? So who sent me the letter? That kid is clinging to my leg, crying. Jia Ga. Tien Fu speaks loudly. Everyone knows that right now the one causing trouble in the water realm is the Fish King. Who is protecting your safety on the river? Is it the officials? Are they Sohaba's people? He spoke so loudly as if shouting. It's us. Our brothers, we risk our lives every day to protect your safety. So is it too much to charge a small protection fee? No one dared to say a word. Uncle Hua couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. But you pirates occupy the dock every day, taking half the toll. Ordinary people like us don't have that much money to pay you. The gifted one suggested that if you have no money, you could sell your child to gather the funds. With each child sold for 3 taels of silver, enough for you to rent a boat and pay off your debt, causing the young boy to tremble in fear. Uncle Hua was so angry he lost control. What kind of tax is that, Fish King tax? Every day we have to hand over the biggest fish we catch. Living like this is truly unbearable. Genius talent is furious because someone dares to talk back. You! Someone's voice rang out. Third brother, what's all this noise about? Seeing Liu Jai's attitude change clearly, the young man said, Big brother, you're here now? Then start blaming us. This old man has no money to pay the support fee and refuses to hand over the Fish King tax and keeps causing trouble. Lu Tweet furrowed his brows and scolded, then leaned down and asked, Huathuk, didn't I already tell you that at your age you should know shame? What do you need? Huathuk begged, Please, let Huathuk go. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I really have no money. I beg you to spare Huathuk. Brother Liu, please let us go. Lu Tiet sighed and said, I can waive your rent easily, but what about later? He made it clear, I will waive it for you. But what about Uncle Zhang? What about Uncle Li? Wang Di, Chu Bei, what about these people? Should they also be exempted? So what should our brothers and I do then? No salary. Who among the brothers is responsible for protecting the water region for you? Who is responsible for the safety of the villagers? He sneered with a wicked smile. What about you? Huathuk trembled and couldn't say a word. I have already done that, and Lu Tich is also cruel. The tax collector is the county magistrate's order to collect offerings for the Fish King to protect everyone. Huashu, do you consider the safety of the villagers a stepping stone for your family to live comfortably? And he criticizes, you are too selfish. Huathuk suddenly becomes the one to blame. I didn't do anything. He was hit on the head with a stone before he even had a chance to learn more. A woman did that. Old Hua, I still have nephews and nieces in my family. Are you trying to get us killed by not cooperating with the district magistrate? Everyone outside started to gang up. That's right, the one who deserves to die is that worthless worm of yours. They focus on physically attacking Old Hua. On what basis do they use our safety to feed themselves? Old Hua is helpless. I have nothing. They kept cursing the ungrateful ones. The kid was crying softly. Please don't hit my family. Liu Tiet was proud of his own achievements and disrespected this elder. Damn it! Tien Fu suddenly called the boss. He seems completely inhuman. If this old man gets beaten to death, what should we do? Liu Tuyet Vuang ordered to sell his nephew and split the rest among the brothers. Then he ordered the Sohaba side to make a move recently. Tell the younger brothers to watch over the treasure. Tien Fu was excited. Yes, boss. So how are things arranged on your side at Sohaba? Liu Tiet smiled, his eyes revealing deep insight. It's all arranged. At the same time, in another place, a Tui exclaimed, Wearing a uniform to work really is comfortable. He happily sat enjoying himself, not expecting Sohaba to even arrange a boat just for Haba. Truly a great deal. Then Etui opened the Biozi basket, and Master Fuang's skill truly lived up to its reputation. He asked softly, "Do you want to try some?" Liu Tong refused, saying, "I am not hungry, sir." Etui smiled kindly. "It's okay. Let's eat together. I still have a lot." Finally, Liu Thon couldn't hold back and ate eagerly, happily saying, "Sir, I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." Etui softly replied, "Eat slowly." Liu Tuan suddenly shed tears. If only my mother could enjoy such delicious food, that would be great. Atawi understood the seriousness. In this world, many followers of the demon mother religion ultimately sacrifice themselves to release a large number of mountain demons, causing extremely serious consequences for the surrounding people. Then he asked Han, "What do you think happened to you all?" Lutun Anam recounts, "It was the Fish King. Many fish kings." Atui ponders, "So many fish kings? Does Fish King refer to cunning spirits?"
"Did you just discover something?"
Lu Thon shouted in panic.
"What happened? The water is surging violently."
Lu Thon was terrified. "It's the Fish King. It's them. They were the ones who ate members of our boat crew. A Shui of the Abyss, the Fish King. How could that be?" Liu Village sat down on the floor in panic, retreating backward. "They're coming again. The Fish King is here to take our lives. The river gate of Fengfu district is their territory." The next moment, a figure flashed past him, confirming in a deep voice, "The territory of ours, your spear of the 3 lives strikes powerfully onto the boat." In front of Liu Thon is Athui's sturdy back. He calmly declares, "This water area is entirely under my control." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly shouted softly, "Stop!" The entire boat was battered by the rushing water, with waves crashing continuously against the sides. "Master," Atui only gave him a cold glance, his voice carrying a calming tone. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon." The scene that came into view next left him stunned for a moment, and Atui couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are the dolphins acting like that? Everyone knows that dolphins have a friendly connection with humans, so why are they attacking people? The very next moment, the dolphins suddenly charged at him aggressively, the entire pod rushing forward in a frenzy, their eyes blazing as they fixated intensely on Atui. The successive sound waves hit, and he gritted his teeth to endure, secretly thinking, "It's you." Atui quickly regained his composure and thought, "I guess I have to defeat you to find out." Thinking this, he directly summoned a pie and the black dragon. At the same time, Liu Thon on the boat was worried sick, wondering if that great master was still alive. Honestly, even now, he was still in shock, thinking that this great master could create a huge whirlpool. Could this be the true power of the master from Sohaba? Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Something fell onto the boat's surface. Liu Thon, startled and pale, turning around quickly. Atui had just landed, softly reassuring him, "Him isn't afraid." He smiled happily and said, "It's taken care of." The other party cheered happily, saying, "The great master is fine." Then he paused and asked hesitantly, "Is this Niu Wang?" Atui explained, "They're just some clever dolphins, but they seem a bit different." Soon their boat continued on its way. Liu Tong happily announced to the Lord that it was O Tui Tran, and everyone knew that the Bull King had been killed by the Lord, so they would surely be very pleased. Atui nodded slightly in response. As they were just about to reach the boat dock, Liu Thon cheerfully shouted, "Everyone, I'm back with good news." Everyone on the shore was stunned, whispering and gossiping among themselves. "It's Liu family's eldest son. Liu Tong, weren't you with Chu's group going fishing? Why did you come back alone? Is something wrong?" The boat just docked, and Liu Thon excitedly ran down to happily share the good news with everyone, summarizing the situation in a brief sentence. "The Fish King is dead, so everyone can go out and fish to their heart's content." The crowd immediately started to get excited. They eagerly pressed for confirmation. "Is it true? Really dead? How could that be?" Liu Thon nodded repeatedly, confirming it was true. It was true. That is the head of the Fish King, the great person whom Sohaba killed. The people present all turned their eyes to the head behind him, with voices filled with joy. "Is it true? Are we safe now? Is Phai Dan Ka involved?" At this moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out among the chaotic crowd. The villagers bowed to Lord Sohaba. "The villagers of Otui Train thank you sincerely for your great kindness." Atui quickly assesses the opponent. This aura belongs to Bon Makan. Lu Tik excitedly approached, cheerfully calling out Big Brother Lu, and with a sly smile, he started a conversation with Atui, introducing himself.
I am Lu Tiet, the owner of the fish farm here, and over the past few days I relied on my subordinates to protect the nearby waters. Now that the Fish King has been eliminated, your grace has saved us. He modestly replied, I'm not in a position to be courteous, but secretly wary, feeling something is off.
Lu Tiet accepted too quickly, as if he knew in advance. On the opposite side, Liu Ti was smiling insincerely as he reminded the crowd around him. Now that Elder Than Thien has arrived, our Otui town has been saved. In that case, everyone can now go down to the river to catch fish as they please. No need to pay for fishing anymore. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd became lively. They cheered loudly. This is amazing. Old Master Liu is generous. We are saved. Thank you, Old Master Suha. Liu Yi was the first to suggest, Xiao Li, go into the river and set an example for everyone. The other party responded happily. Big brother Lu Ngia. He decisively jumped in, excitedly waving his hand and shouting, It's really safe now, everyone come down to the river. Soon after, someone followed suit. Xiao Li enjoyed the feeling of being submerged, softly muttering, It's been a long time since I swam in the river. The person next to me also smiled nostalgically. So refreshing. Suddenly, a Shui sensed something unusual and his face suddenly turned serious. He hurriedly urged those in the water to come out, but it was too late. The figure who had just been laughing and talking was suddenly pulled under, and the bright red liquid spread across the surface, causing him to scream in terror. The others, seeing this, were also panic-stricken and swam with all their might back to the shore, all shouting in terror. It's the Fish King. The Fish King has returned. In an instant, the crowd that had gathered around the dock dispersed, leaving only Lu Thon standing there in confusion. Why would I see it? Liu Ji stood to the side, taking in the scene, a smug smile creeping onto his face. The Fish King is still alive. Everyone run quickly. Soon, the dock was filled with countless mournful cries. Old King, wake up! Some people are muttering and whispering, what's going on? Wasn't it said that the Fish King was dead? That's right. Lu Village said he was no longer alive. Lu Thun here is also terrified, face pale, muttering tremblingly, So it's still alive. So it is. At this moment, an old woman suddenly appeared, aggressively pushing through the crowd.
Has Liu Village returned? Where is my son?
Lu Ton, Chu Hung, and Chu Vi, where are they? He asked tremblingly. Grandma, Chu Daka, and Chu Erka were eaten by the fish god. What? The woman next to her quickly caught the old lady and angrily questioned Lu Thon. Why is it that our eldest son has also died, but you are still alive? The very next moment, she lunged forward fiercely, grabbing Lu Thon by the collar. Lu Thon, you're truly cruel. The one who usually cares for and looks after him. Why did you hurt him? He choked back tears and explained that it was Chudaka and the others who died saving me and going to report to the authorities, not because I harmed them, I didn't kill them. But the woman completely ignored him, frantically blaming Lu Thon and lying, saying you killed them for money. As soon as these words were spoken, others around echoed in agreement. Today, you deceived us. Our master is also dead. Liu Village kept shaking his head weakly, protesting, no. But the crowd completely ignored him, gathering to criticize him fiercely. It's all your fault, you monster-harming people. Return my husband's life. Lu Tiet stood behind, watching this scene with a faint smile on his lips. Just then, a figure suddenly turned back to the dock and someone immediately shouted loudly, The Lord of Sohaba has returned. All eyes are fixed on the creature. Tui casually threw down. They all take a deep breath and exclaim, It's the Fish King, he's killed so many. It's over, Lord Fish King will surely be furious. Atui stood silently, narrowing his eyes in thought. I was too careless, always sailing smoothly before, which has made my instincts sluggish. I should have realized earlier that the protection fee appeared just in time for the fishing, so there must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. At this moment, you can be certain that all of this is a conspiracy, and these sea monsters are bred, with the most likely culprit being him. Thinking of this, Ataui's gaze sharply fixed on Lu Tiet. He pretended to smile and hurried over to flatter Atoi. Your Excellency is truly a divine person. If my underwater skills weren't really lacking, I would definitely help you. Then Lu Tiet shrugged awkwardly, feeling deeply regretful about this matter. It certainly wasn't the master who was careless. As for little brother Lu Thon, he must have his own difficulties. Is that right? He kept denying, no, I didn't. Liu Tich didn't care at all and turned to invite Moa Shui. Do you want to rest inside the village for a while? On the spot, the crowd around immediately started to protest. Why should he be allowed in? At first, when the Fish King killed our people, they didn't come. Now they come to deceive us into the water but end up killing some of us. If there's one person doing it, there will be others following. That's right, he can't enter the village. Who knows if that Fish King was really called by him? Many people quickly showed their agreement. That's right. Lu village immediately stood up to defend Etui, saying that Lord Luong didn't eliminate those sea kings to avenge Chu Daka's people, nor did he summon them. Someone immediately snorted coldly and said maybe the two of you are in cahoots, and the person next to them quickly echoed, "Yes, you two are a team. Two are a pum." At that moment, Liu Qi stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Listen to me. The Lord surely has his reasons. Everyone should show some understanding. Sympathy? My big brother's life is over. Who will sympathize with me now?" Tui remained silent and directly exerted his power, emanating an intimidating aura. The crowd immediately fell silent. Even Liu Qi was stunned. Is this really the aura of a core official? Next second, a Tui slowly spoke. "Everyone, I will definitely give you all an explanation today." His eyes showed determination as he declared firmly, "I will investigate the origins of these water monsters." Luthon couldn't help but worry and gently called the Lord. A Tui patted his shoulder to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry, go back first. After I investigate everything, I will come find you." In a corner unseen by anyone, a tiny creature quietly slipped behind Lady Luthon. Luthon appeared friendly and stepped forward to mediate. "All right, everyone disperse now." Having finished, he turned back and bowed with clasped hands to a Tui. "Sorry for the trouble. I really have an important matter and can't meet with you." "No worries. Maybe I'll come looking for you, old Master Lu." The other person still kept a smiling face and replied, "You are too kind, sir." As soon as you disappeared from sight, a subordinate rushed to inform Lu Tiet, "The great master has called back as you said. This little brat definitely won't be found." He raised an eyebrow and sneered, "This swamp is perfect for his burial." The scene shifts to Etui standing on the boat, observing his surroundings and muttering softly, "Clever move. They hid everything immediately." A Tui couldn't help but feel relieved that he had already warned everyone not to follow. In the next second, he slowly closed his eyes, focusing on sensing every movement around him. Before long, Atui grasped something. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Found it. The scene shifts to a rocky outcrop not far from the pond, where schools of dolphins are swimming in a line along the current, their eyes gleaming with strange golden light. Tai Huang Yak and a Phi quietly hide in a corner, closely watching the movement of the dolphins. Behind them, they also have the authority to lead. All three exchanged silent glances, and Aethui's boat just arrived at this spot. He paused for a moment and said, "They must be nearby. Wait for a Phi to find the exact spot." A Tui grew more curious, now basically certain that these dolphins are controlled, retreating in a patterned way. Surely someone is giving the commands. But what exactly is the method? At this moment, a movement suddenly came from the color of the dolphin at his feet. The boy glanced over and was startled to find something in his mouth. A Tui picked it up to examine and was momentarily stunned. "Is this the anger of the fish?" You silently evaluate. It looks very similar to the angerfish from the previous life, but it seems a bit different, though both are parasitic and control aquatic creatures. It seems these people have used this method to control the dolphins. The more Shui Kang thought about it, the angrier he became. Only Sohaba is allowed to raise aquatic beasts, and yet they dared to use this evil magic to harm the people for profit. He crushed the angerfish in his hand, truly wishing to die. At the same time, the group of dolphins swam in a line toward the secret base, with two people waiting on the shore, one of whom was Elder Kuyuk. He snapped irritably at the person in front of him. "Come on, be gentle. This thing costs half a tael of silver per fish." He spoke sternly, warning that if the third master saw this, he wouldn't forgive you. The other side nervously retorted, "Lao Ku, don't speak so loudly. Tio Lao was just punished by the third master for doing something wrong and was made to feed the fish." Lao Ku snorted coldly. "Well then, boy, just behave yourself. This time I've saved enough silver to pay for your mother's treatment." Little La stammered and asked, "Aren't you worried that the people in the government office will find out about this secret business of yours?" "Discover? Where do you think these dolphins came from? Do you really think a powerful gang could pull off all this?" According to him, these things are all the work of the old masters from far away. Xiao La muttered to himself, "I just feel that what we do will be condemned by heaven." The very next second, a slipper was thrown straight at his head. Xiao La held his head and complained, "Old man, why did you hit me to save Auk?" He pointed directly at your face and shouted, "If heaven punishes, in this world I myself struggle to survive, let alone worry about their lives and deaths. Are we going to kill those people? We only feed these angry fish. It's already morning and you're making so much noise. You want me to throw you down to be eaten by the fish, right?" Old Q's face twitched as he turned around. "Sir, when did you arrive?" the other party asked, coldly. "What? Do I still need to report my schedule to you?" Old Q could only stammer and force a laugh. What is the third master talking about? Your visit is already our greatest honor. At that moment, Tianfu finally turned his gaze to Xiao kneeling beside him, his face suddenly grim. His eyes fixated intensely on Xiaola's palm, and his tone was extremely grim. Did you kill a furious beast? He slightly changed his expression, cold sweat unconsciously breaking out. And then suddenly, the savage, innate ability grabbed Tiula's neck and lifted him up. He shouted in fear that the strength of the innate ability was growing stronger, almost grinding his teeth as he emphasized each word. It seems you usually don't pay attention to what I say. Xiao was unable to speak clearly. Help me, please! He hurriedly rushed forward to beg.
Please, third elder, my grandson is ignorant. Please forgive him.
A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Tianfu's mouth. Old Ku, you're not new to this either. These angry little ones are assets of the sect, and it's hard for me to handle them. Old Q hurriedly pounded his chest and promised, I will compensate for him. With this promise from him, Tianfu finally let go. Xiao collapsed to the ground, and in his ear was the mocking laughter of the opponent. You have a good uncle. He calmly searches something in his shirt. Let's discuss the compensation next. Old Q was so panicked he broke out in a sweat. What are you talking about?
Isn't it half a tael of silver? Tianfu replied coldly. Half a tael of silver is the price of anger.
The old man paused for a few seconds, then sneered with a sinister smile. I have spared your nephew's life.
He then directly snatched the old man's bag, sighed softly, and pretended to be reluctant.
Fine, I'm not a greedy person anyway. He choked back tears as Tam Dangjia, struggling to get up, forced out each word. This money is for my mother's medical treatment. You can't take it. Tianfu glanced at him, smirking as he asked, What do you want then? Xiao suddenly lunged forward and shouted, Give my old man back! Old C's face instantly turned pale as he cried out in despair.
No, but it's already too late.
Tiula was brutally kicked by Tianfu, spitting blood and being thrown into the cold water. Old Ku collapsed in despair, didn't he? Tianfu calmly said, It's all because this little brat brought it on himself. Old Ku, I've tried my best. The opponent's whole body trembled violently, their lips quivering for a long time. No, why are you so stupid? Tianfu, on the other hand, looked extremely pleased. This little brat is doomed. The things in the water won't let him go. But then, in the very next second, the water suddenly erupted with tiny bubbles, and a powerful boat shot out from beneath, splashing water everywhere. The fairy Fu and old Q froze in place. The newcomer is none other than Atui, who casually brushed Tiula and then emerged from the water. Standing on the boat, Atui coldly scanned the person on the shore, with Tianfu slightly surprised before fiercely questioning. Who are you? Old Ku also looked blank and called out to little La. Under their focused gazes, Atui slowly announced his name as Luang Ku of Sohaba. Hearing this name, Tianfu's expression immediately changed.
Sohaba, how did you find this place? Atui asked sternly, accusing you of secretly keeping aquatic beasts for Sohaba and being involved in the matter of the Fish King in Otui Town, so you need to come with me. To my surprise, the other side not only didn't fear but also burst into laughter, and he threw his head back, laughing loudly. I thought some important figure was coming, but it turned out to be just a naive kid.
Tianfu said arrogantly, then tilted his chin. A trip? Do you know who's behind this operation? A sea god with such a big attitude.
The more he talked, the more confident he became, raising his voice in defiance. I'm standing here. Try to touch me if you dare.
Before he could finish speaking, he was stabbed in the shoulder by a Tui with a fierce force, forcing him against the wall with blood splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, a Tui charged straight at him with a determined look. You just raised your hand, and the wooden wall behind Tianfu shattered, causing him to immediately lose his balance. A Tui grabbed his neck firmly and forcefully pushed Tianfu into the water. He was terrified, but couldn't see how quickly the opponent struck, yet he quickly regained his composure and tried to react, hurriedly grabbing Ah Tui's wrist. You clearly didn't anticipate this situation, and for a moment, you froze in surprise. What catches your eye is the sinister smile of Tianfu. He confidently asserts that using water against me is your greatest foolishness. At that moment, there was a creature hiding inside Tianfu's mouth. He secretly thought, damn those angry fish that have been transformed, down in the water, I can control all the dolphins. Then suddenly, countless sound waves spread across the riverbed. But Tianfu waited, and everything remained silent. He started to get anxious, trembling as he opened his mouth and asked, Why? Where are my dolphins? He clearly couldn't accept it, muttering softly, How could this be? On the opposite side, Atui's lips curled slightly. You're wondering where your dolphins have gone, aren't you? Then, I'll kindly give Tianfu a little hint. The group of dolphins he was eagerly waiting for has been caught in the water prison by you. The gifted one is almost speechless, wondering whether he is human or a deity. A Tui looked coldly at him and said, I will fight you first, then ask you to answer. She gently shook her head in self-blame and said softly, If only I weren't sick, you wouldn't have to go out to make a living. Lu Thon hurriedly took his mother's hand. I have invited Lord Sohaba to eliminate the Fish King.
Once everything is revealed, I will apologize to everyone. As he spoke, his tone grew even more earnest. By then, I will definitely earn money to treat my mother's illness and give everyone an explanation.
The other person smiled softly and said, Village child, your mother trusts her son's character. There must be a misunderstanding here. At that moment, a loud cheer suddenly came from outside.
This is that bastard's house. Don't let him escape. Everyone block the door. Lu Thon quickly runs outside to check, shouting loudly, What are you trying to do?
The scene that came into his view next left him stunned, as countless people with torches surrounded his house. Leading the crowd is Liu Tie, clutching his face in a look of helplessness.
Why is it so noisy? But I can't go against the wishes of the departed villagers.
Liu Village's face turned pale with horror, unable to speak. Big brother Liu Tie, what's going on with you all? The other side directly interrupted him, their expression gradually distorted. Liu Tong, you should give the deceased family members an explanation. The crowd, stirred up by Liu Shi, began to curse Liu Tong for being a fraud, calling him a bastard worth 1,000 cuts.
One of them shouted loudly, It's all because he's talking nonsense. My daughter just died at the mouth of the Fish King.
Immediately, others chimed in, saying that we were all living well under Lord Liu, but it was him who seduced us and caused me to lose an arm. Soon, many others followed suit. That's right, that's right. Some people lament and cry, how will we live in the future? Even among the crowd, there are those who voice their doubts. The death of Chu family's son must also have some hidden story. Liu Tie was very pleased with their reaction, shrugging as if he was righteous.
Liu Village, you need to give a reasonable explanation. Everyone will not falsely accuse the innocent.
Liu Village was frightened by this trap and stammered, I have no defense. I clearly saw that the great man of Sohaba was about to speak when someone interrupted him. Surely this little brat colluded with outsiders to harm us for profit. As soon as the words finished, someone nodded in agreement. Who knows if that person from Sohaba is really genuine or not? Liu Village was cornered and desperately tried to defend himself, saying over and over again that he didn't want to harm anyone. Those Sea Kings really were killed, probably more than just those. Liu Shi immediately interrupted him. So even you are not sure, you are just making assumptions and then asking us to believe them. With just a few simple words, he easily led the crowd, everyone shouting in anger. It's really despicable, Besme. You do have a scheme. Luckily, Lord Liu Bang intervened in time. The very next moment, someone in the crowd shoved an egg into Liu Thon's face. It was a young girl who struck out, tearfully scolding Liu Thon, Give my father back to me. The villain. Liu Tietu took the opportunity to step forward and pretend to ease the tense atmosphere. Everyone, the important thing is that the Fish King is very angry right now, and everyone has seen the consequences. We must immediately hold a ceremony to appease the Fish King's anger. Lu Thon quickly knelt down upon hearing this. I am willing to go fishing to soothe the anger of the Fish King, but unexpectedly, Lu Tuyet sneers mockingly. Fishing again? Are you sure you don't think this sacrifice will still be the whole thing? His eyes sharply fixed on Liu Thon. He sneered and said, This time the sacrifice is you. Faced with countless hostile gazes, Liu Thon hurriedly stepped back in fear. Me? Are you trying to kill me? Just then, his mother staggered out and begged tremblingly, Don't hurt my son. If you want a sacrifice, then sacrifice this useless old woman instead. Liu Thon hurriedly turned back in panic. Mom, why did you come out? Go back inside, this doesn't concern you. Faced with this situation, the crowd began to waver, exchanging confused glances with each other. Liu Tiet sensed that the situation was unstable and immediately signaled his subordinates behind him. The other side understood and quickly raised their voice to divert the crowd's attention. Why did everyone die? Only Liu Thon is still alive. It must be that Ngu Vuong chose Liu Thon and didn't sacrifice him, so no one else can expect to live peacefully afterward. As soon as the words finished, many people hurriedly followed suit. That's right. Who doesn't have parents? Let him go. But what about our loved ones who have died? They all pressured Liu Thon to capture him. Yes, capture him. He must calm the anger of the Fish King. He was quickly surrounded and captured by the crowd, but he still anxiously searched for his mother's figure. Are you okay, Mom? Mom? A group of people are holding the opponent hostage, and she tearfully calls out, Little one, don't be afraid." But soon, her entire body was pushed over, staggering and collapsing onto a pile of firewood nearby. Just then, the small creature that had been hiding in Liu Thon's collar suddenly crawled out, frightening the surrounding captors into releasing him. They staggered and fell back in panic,
shouting, "Monster, you said you weren't collaborating with outsiders, but you're hiding a monster."
Liu Jie silently watched from the side. Is this a spirit creature? But his aura doesn't seem quite right. Meanwhile, Liu Thon, having just broken free from control, hurriedly ran over and embraced his mother. Mom, please wake up."
Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "You're still pretending? Catch him now!" At the critical moment, Tui appeared just in time, coldly shouting, "Who dares?" And the crowd immediately froze in place, whispering, "How could it be that this is the great person of Sohaba, and why is he here? Didn't he already go down to the river to find the Fish King?" There are still stubborn people muttering, "Sohaba can only handle matters underwater, and we are on land." Atai quickly saw through his intentions and clearly stated, "Liu Thon is an important witness. I brought to investigate the case in Otui town, or in other words, this is a protected witness by Sohaba. What right do you have to doubt?" You said that and looked directly into the nosy person's eyes, causing him to stammer and be speechless. I, Liu Tiet, quickly stepped forward, feigning a smile, and said that Your Excellency could arrive in time to explain on behalf of Liu Thon, which is a great thing, and I trust in Your Excellency. As he finished speaking, a faint mocking smile played on his lips. Surely the honorable guest won't disappoint us either, right? Without waiting for Atui to reply, Liu Tiet stepped in front and said that tomorrow there would be a ceremony to honor the Fish King. The servant had prepared fine wine and food on the boat, hoping the Lord would honor them with his presence. Atui dismissively shouted, "Get out!" without bothering to continue the conversation, while Liu Tiet, unbothered, smiled and turned away with the crowd. "Please rest well. We will meet tomorrow." Behind Atui, Liu Thon was holding his mother tightly and crying. "I didn't mean to harm anyone. I just want to earn money to treat my mother." "Sorry. I arrived too late." Atui gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. "I have investigated everything, but acting rashly will only hide the truth. I can't kill everyone in the town, but I swear I will clear your name," he muttered softly based on what Zheng Tianfu said. "Liu Ji is a martial artist of Bon Ma Jing, and Liu Yi is a Bloodgate martial artist." Not long after, it was late at night, and the entire space was extremely quiet. Atui stands outside Liu Thon's house, clenches his fists silently, and looks intently at the 2 elixir bottles in his hands, finally deciding to stop the blood-refining pill and transform the blood-opening pill to break through the blood gate. Atui's boat quietly anchored near a rocky outcrop. The surrounding space was somewhat deserted. He sat cross-legged at the bottom of the water, motionless, with a Fi's group guarding around him to ensure his peace for cultivation. Atui closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his senses on the flow of energy within his body. At a certain moment, he took out the pill and silently thought, "Now is the time." As soon as he put the blood pearl into his mouth, Atui felt a fierce transformation in his body. He thought to himself, "The danger of the blood pearl lies in the 3 passes and 3 stalls." Atui understands that each blood exchange is like passing the edge of the underworld, blood spilling out, relying on the foundation of the 3 halls and 3 passes to hold a breath, then testing his will. In an instant, his skin turns fiery red, and the surrounding water ripples violently. Suddenly, cracks appeared on Atui's body just as the peak was reached. They gradually spread out. He forcefully waved his hand, and the blood-red layer covering his body immediately shattered and disappeared completely. Atui slowly opens his eyes, his gaze becoming even sharper, a blazing red mark appearing on his back, and a faint smile forms on his lips. "I have broken through the blood barrier and am now a 4th-stage warrior. I am fine. This breakthrough is over. Now I am fully prepared." The next moment, Atui's face suddenly turned grim. Liu Tiet should settle the score now. The scene shifts to a different place, a luxurious and mystical boat floating on the water. In a room, Liu Ngia anxiously questions Liu Tiet. "Big brother, is it really true that that kid from Sohaba will come?" The other side smirked confidently. "Don't worry, that little brat definitely won't come. If he boards the boat, he has to listen to me." Liu Yi nodded to himself. "That's right. Officials are all the same. They won't give up easily before getting what they want." Then Liao Tiet suddenly changed the subject. "Hasn't Lao San responded yet?" Liu Ngia shook his head slightly and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Still not yet. He probably won't run off with the money, right?" Liu Tiet leisurely sipped her tea and replied softly, "Old Third isn't a fool, although he's brutal.
There are some things he still understands clearly. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly rushes in to report. "Boss, that little brat from Sohaba has arrived." Lu Tiet narrowed his eyes with interest, chuckled softly, and said, "Let's go, and we will entertain this distinguished guest." Atui had been waiting outside for a while, and as soon as Lu Tiet saw him, he put on a welcoming smile. "Lord Luong, your esteemed presence is a great honor for us." He grinned and suggested, "The wind is strong outside, Lord Luong. Please go upstairs to talk." Not long after, Atui and Lu Tiet's two companions entered the elegant room on the second floor. He smiled and asked, "Luong Dai Nyan, how is it? The food here isn't worse than the big taverns in Binduang, right?" Atui sneered coldly. "Luong Dai Nyan,
I don't think I ever told you my name, did I?
you said that while playing with your wine glass, your tone carrying some hidden meaning. It seems that Lord Lu has done a thorough investigation of me." Master Lu Tiet still smiled calmly and said, "Luong Dai Nyan, heroes emerge in their youth. News of the fight of Vokot Troy has been spreading gradually. The youngest Haba of Sohaba entering Bat Son Kui Mountain, Master Luong has a glorious victory." Atui snorted coldly and said, "I dare not claim to match the reputation of Lord Lu Bang here."
Mentioning the military governor's name is even less useful than mentioning Lu Bang's, yet the other party pretends not to understand and enthusiastically offers you a drink. Luong Dai Nyan, don't joke. If you encounter difficulties here in the future, just mention my name and help will come.
But what Atui said immediately afterward was so shocking that Lu Tich's hand holding the wine cup froze in midair. "Don't you feel it's cowardly?" Lu Ngia was the first to get angry, slam the table and shout loudly, "That villager is just an excuse for the great master to extort money, isn't he?" "How much money do you want to leave?" Lu Tiet immediately stopped him. "Second brother, be quiet." Then he slowly spoke. "Master Luang, there's no such thing as being cowardly or brave in this world. It's all just for survival.
No matter how much I risk, I can't enter official service or enjoy a peaceful meal, so I have no choice but to do this.
Moreover, this business is overseen by the elders above. Do you still want to interfere, Your Excellency?" A Shui replied clearly, "Sohaba only manages river affairs, that's the rule." Liu Shin nodded with satisfaction and casually handed a stack of banknotes to the boy. "That's right. If the Lord understands the principles involved, it will be convenient for me to do my work.
This is 3,000 taels, enough to cover the costs for your breakthrough to the Bon Ma realm."
"Do you not know my master Duong Dong Hung? Are you looking down on me? This little amount is not enough." Liu Tai's strained smile turned into a low voice as he made a condition. "If you leave now, in a month, 2,000 tiles will be delivered." But Atui still stubbornly refused, saying it was not enough. Lu Ngia, hearing that, angrily jumped up. "Lord, don't bully us. How much do you want?" Atui didn't reply immediately, slowly playing with the wine glass in her hand and softly smiling. "I just want to—" Before she could finish, Lu Tiet's expression suddenly changed drastically. He didn't expect Atui to attack him directly, leaving him no time to dodge. The entire room was in ruins in an instant. Faced with Atui's threatening punch, Lu Tiet staggered and fell to the ground. Atui's lips curled slightly, slowly uttering the last half of the sentence. Cut to a street where a messenger is hurriedly chasing after a figure ahead. "Young master, take it easy. Although we wanted to surprise the master, we are secretly sneaking out of the library. But does that make sense?" The opponent is Lu Van Duong, Lu Tiet's son. He smiled slyly and replied, "I wonder when I will finish learning. But my father's birthday is only today." Then, Van Duong quickened his pace and excitedly exclaimed, "We're almost there. That's my father's boat." At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted on the boat, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. What happened? At the same time, Lu Tiet was struggling against Atui, grinding his teeth and forced to admit that he was indeed a prodigious talent, having become a fourth-order martial artist in just one short night. He clearly was not willing to accept this, drawing his sword fiercely to attack, but it was still not enough. "I am a martial artist at the extreme frontier of the nomadic warrior." The sharp blade quickly descended, but Atui skillfully dodged just in time, then tightly seized Lu Tiet's sword, silently reciting in his mind. The four-gate martial artist crushes the city into mud, leaps over the spring, with a proud gaze that captivates and an unbeatable aura. Then, in an instant, the opponent's sword shatters, and he can't hide his shock and horror as he exclaims, "What?" But it didn't stop there. Atui forcefully kicked Lu Tiet, causing him to fall backward into the dust and smoke, and his voice rang out clearly through the haze. "Of course, I know that my current strength isn't enough to deal with you, but I can't shake the image of Liu Thon's face in my mind." Liu Tich forced himself to stand up and directly addressed the issue. "So what do you want?" Atawi clenched the spear in his hand, almost biting out each word, fighting fire with fire, blood for blood. As soon as the words finished, he summoned Trakdin. Lu Ngia's face changed color. What is that? The crowd on the shore immediately panicked and shouted in fear. The river is rising. Atawi calmly used water control magic. Countless waves surged and engulfed the large boat. Liu Ji looked around in panic, his voice growing more urgent. What did you do? Who are you really? Facing his panicked expression, Atawi just smiled and said, Follow me down to the riverbed to fight. As soon as the words finished, the huge boat was submerged to the bottom of the river. The crowd shouted in horror, It's the Fish King angry. No, wait, it must be the river god. Faced with the chaotic scene, Binduang was stunned in place for a long time, unable to speak. At the same time, Father, Liu Ti at the bottom of the river, was extremely confused and unable to use his powers. Lu Ngia nearby is no better off, suddenly realizing that the water has drained away his strength. Lu Tiet quickly regains his composure, thinking that although he can't use his power, surely the opponent is in the same situation. But anyway, I am still at the extreme riding stage. Holding my breath underwater for a long time is no problem. He quickly grabbed the nearby sword and thought to himself, As long as I strike steadily and advance cautiously, I still hold the advantage. In the very next moment, he charged fiercely towards Atawi with his weapon. You didn't bother to dodge, calmly lowering your voice as your aura fluctuates endlessly, wandering everywhere. How could a novice in the Banma extreme realm cut through a gentle breeze? Lu Tiet's failed assassination left his face pale. Why did I cut into empty air? Immediately after, the scene that caught his eye was Tai Huangak growling and charging forward. Lu Tiet was startled and exclaimed in surprise, and he naturally couldn't dodge in time, getting hit in the stomach by Tai Huangak's heavy tail, causing Lu Tiet to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lu Ngia, shocked, shouted, Big brother! He quickly turned to criticize Atawi. I didn't expect you to control water beasts, you're a demon. Anger flared fiercely. Liu Yia charged forward with all his strength, intending to attack Atawi. He calmly raised his spear, easily blocking the opponent's attack. He was knocked back and quickly plunged his sword into the water, struggling to stand firm. Only then did Liu Yi realize with horror that a shui was not hindered underwater. Meanwhile, Liu Tiet was still struggling to deal with Tai Hua Yi, shouting fiercely at it, Get lost! At that moment, he suddenly heard a noise behind him and turned around in surprise. Liu Yi confronts a shui, clearly in a weaker position, only able to curse bitterly. Damn it, second brother. Atawi remains calm as if nothing happened, slowly uttering two words. Tui Lao. As soon as he finishes, Lu Tiet's entire body is restrained and unable to move. He was terrified inside, believing that all kinds of martial arts stemmed from himself and affected the outside world, but at the same time, Atawi rushed fiercely to Lu Ngia's front, throwing a spear straight ahead, and in an instant, Lu Ngia was completely defeated. The bright red blood spread across the water as Atawi slowly withdrew her hand, her cold eyes sweeping toward Lu Tiet. Now it's your turn. Lu Tiet, of course, refused to accept defeat, gritting his teeth and roaring arrogantly. He lost all composure and charged at Atawi to challenge him. You will die. At the same time, everyone on the shore watched the turbulent water with extreme panic. What is happening underwater? Are people fighting? One of them blurted out, Who could fight against Master Liu? I heard he's a martial artist of the Bonma Jing. Someone hesitated and guessed, Isn't he the officer of Sohaba from earlier? Binduang, standing behind, overheard the news with a slightly suspicious look about the officials of Sohaba. The scene shifts to another place. A serious voice echoes. 7 days, Liang Ku, 7 days have passed. This is Duang Thuk's disciple. Why are you only telling me now? Faced with such intense questioning, Thofuk stammered and said I thought this was just an ordinary mission. But Bing Shuang from the side interrupted and hurriedly explained this mission is in Otui town nearby with the lowest difficulty, but I don't know why he still hasn't returned. Trong Tuk became even more anxious after hearing this. According to the regulations of the Sea God Pavilion, if a low-level mission is not completed within 3 days, its rank will be upgraded, and if it's not returned after 7 days, it will be considered missing. Binduang then sternly asked Thofuk, What do you think? Why was this mission assigned to Luang Ku? The other person scratched his cheek and smiled apologetically. I think Luang Brother's strength isn't bad. Even Master Bon Makan isn't that powerful. I believe nothing serious will happen. It can be finished in a few days, but I didn't expect it. Hearing this, Chong Tich cupped his head in frustration, knowing that if Brother Tu found out, he would be doomed. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone. I already know. Binduang quickly turned around and respectfully called out. Commander Tong quickly greets him as well. Big Brother Nok Long frowns and gets straight to the point. Tell me the details. What's going on? The scene shifts to Otui Town, where the water surface is now bubbling with countless waves. In the next moment, a sudden huge wave crashes down. The crowd on the shore gasped in shock as Atui firmly landed with Lu Tiet at the dock, the lively chatter of the onlookers ringing in their ears. Is it true that Lord Liu Bang has been defeated? Atui looked coldly at the person lying at her feet. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Tiet Trung glared, showing clear anger, secretly cursing, Damn it, I will make you pay. Thinking so. But in the next moment, he suddenly sat up, running and shouting for help. Someone's been killed! Someone's been killed! Lu Tiet pretended to be terrified and collapsed to the ground, shouting at the crowd. The dog officer has killed someone. This person is the one controlling the Fish King, and he even wants to use the lives of the villagers to threaten me. Very quickly, many people believed his words and started criticizing loudly. What is this? I've long seen through you as no good person. With me here, don't even think about harming Master Lu. Someone from elsewhere still wants to take me down. Don't mess up. Atui remains calm as if nothing happened, even sneering coldly. I knew you would play this trick. He glanced at the boat behind him and quietly signaled, Come out. Despite old Q trying to hold him back, Xiao La remained determined to face it. Old uncle, you saved me. I have to speak out, especially since I can no longer tolerate this kind of thing. All right. As soon as they saw the figures of the two Xiao La, the crowd started to discuss excitedly. Isn't this the pair of relatives from the Li family? Aren't they supposed to have gone missing? In everyone's surprised eyes, Xiao La patted his chest and said, Ladies and gentlemen, we are the ones who raised the Fish King, and the mastermind behind all this is Lu Tiet, the leader of the fish assistants. He clearly pointed out Lu Tiet. His face immediately turned pale. He still tried to argue, shouting loudly and spitting blood. Xiao La then recounted the whole story in detail. Liao Ti and the third gang leader secretly raised dolphins, then used their anger to control the dolphins, killing people in the water to scare us, so we could only rent his boat to go fishing, or else the Fish King would notice. C and I agreed to help him take care of the dolphins for our own benefit. As he spoke, he became even more indignant. These people use such methods to kill and rob. There's no evil they wouldn't commit. If you don't believe me, everyone can come with me to the island. Trin Tien Fu's body is still there. As soon as the words were spoken, someone tremblingly asked back, Is that true? My son's death was caused by someone else. Lu Tiet, panicking, took a reckless step forward, roughly grabbing a girl and threatening her fiercely. If you come here after eating the apple and climbing the fig tree, I will kill her. At that moment, Van Duang's voice suddenly sounded right behind him. Dad, he stammered nervously, asking Lu Tiet, Is everything he said true? His whole body immediately froze, and he awkwardly turned to face Van Duang. Duang Yi, how are you? Shouldn't you be at school? The other person didn't respond and simply turned around and ran away. The servant saw this and shouted in panic, Young master, wait for me! Faced with this situation, Lu Tiet finally lost his mind, grinding his teeth as he blamed Atui. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared wildly and charged at Atui. I will kill you. The boy calmly lifts his spear and decisively ends Liu Ti. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, still stubbornly raising his voice in defiance. Kill me if you can. The underworld does not discriminate between old and young. I will wait for you below. Atui looked at him coldly, her eyes calm and unwavering, and replied, The underworld is just a river. If that day truly comes, you will die once more. You said it and decisively retracted the spear, fresh blood dripping from the tip as the scene shifts to a luxurious mansion where a frantic figure rushes in to report. Chuang Van was startled and sat up quickly, asking urgently, What's going on? The other person stammered incoherently, They're all dead, they're all gone. Chuang Van suddenly fell into confusion. What do you mean everything is dead? The subordinate hurriedly reported, Lu Tiet and Lu Nia of the King Gang are all dead. After hearing this, Truong Van furrowed his brows in suspicion. Are they all dead? Who did this? Who has such great skill? Lu Tiet is a martial arts master of Bon Makan. The other side immediately truthfully revealed everything. I see from afar that the person wearing the official robes of So Haba is a 7th rank Haba. Hearing this, Truong Van's face immediately turned pale. Someone from So Haba. Not long after, on another side, Atui just finished dealing with the remaining henchmen. Just then, a cheerful laugh suddenly rang out. It was the young hero, Truong Van. He hurried here after hearing the news. lowering his voice and saying with a smile, "I heard that a young hero from Sohaba came to eliminate the evil bandit king, so I rushed to see Dongyan." After saying that, he looked around at the people lying scattered on the ground and spat directly, already annoyed with Lu Tiet. Young Hero Keat, you have eradicated a great disaster for Fong County." Having said that, he rubbed his chin and looked helpless. "Poor me, I've been the district magistrate for over 10 years, yet I have no real power. Nothing ever goes my way. I am ashamed before the common people and this official position." A Tui coldly interrupted him. "I speak frankly and don't beat around the bush. Lord, do. There's no need to put on a show in front of me. You're just wasting both our time." The opponent stammered, unable to speak, then saw Tui turn decisively and walk away.
Sohaba protects the waterways with water demons causing trouble. I kill the water demons. With the threat of the cane bang, I kill the cane bang. You emphasize that anything else is none of your concern, as long as it's beyond your authority and against the law. I am not a hero saving the world, nor am I generous enough to sacrifice myself for others.
Up to now, my life has been going smoothly. I don't want to invite more trouble. At this point, a Tui suddenly stopped, but Truongvan broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "But what exactly?" A Tui shot him a warning look.
Sohaba can't control a district magistrate like you, but I will have someone organize all the books in the gang and report honestly to the 3 officials. Truongvan outwardly maintains a gentle smile, but inside he feels extremely bitter.
Haba still has a son, and yet he dares.
My lord, the district magistrate won't stop you. I warn you all, my mood is not good right now.
A Tui's face was grim to the extreme, almost snarling out the 2 words, "Get out." The people facing him all trembled like leaves. What's wrong with this guy? His aura is even more terrifying than Bon Ma Kin. Just as they hesitated, Truongvan's close aide threatened them. "What are you waiting for? Let him go. Can you escape?" Seeing the officials set up a formation blocking his way, Shui couldn't help but sneer. Yet they were all martial artists of the Bon Ma Jing. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out unexpectedly, startling the officials. "You dare to openly surround and kill officials of Dai Thuan again?" They panic and turn back in fear. "Who is it?" The very next moment, he was struck by a whip and staggered back in pain. The one who struck first was Nak Long. He arrived and coldly shouted, "Do you think my Sohaba has no one?" Thui was surprised and softly called out, "Brother too." At the same time, the beaten officer angrily demanded to know who Nak Long was. He immediately raised his badge to clearly identify himself as the deputy commander of the Shaba department. From Nak Long. Hearing this title, Truongvan and his subordinates were stunned and panicked. The deputy commander of Sohaba. The officials under his command didn't need to be told twice and immediately scattered, shouting to escape. "Run now!" Nak Long moved so quickly that he blocked their path before they could escape. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you want to run away?" Without giving them a chance to answer, Nam Long immediately threw a powerful punch, quickly sweeping the entire group to the ground. Truongvan was so shocked that he stepped back, stammering for a long time. It was only then that a Taui spoke up.
"Big brother too, why did you come here?"
Nyat Long shot him a sidelong glance and snapped back. "I was so focused on the mission, I lost track of time. It's been 7 days, and since you haven't returned, I thought something had happened and rushed here." Atui only managed to scratch his head and smile apologetically. "It takes 3 days by boat to get from Binduang here." From the elder brother, and yet he arrived in just 1 morning. Nhak Long also didn't forget to smile and praise you a few words. "You are quite talented, kid. 4 gates defeated Bon Macan and won. No wonder you are a disciple of Uncle Duong." Atui modestly replied, "It was just luck." The other person then sighed and said, "This was a big matter. You did well." His eyes suddenly fell on Truongvan, and he slowly said, "This guy has at least 2 major merits?" And he looked pale and shrank back, not daring to say a word. The boat dock in Otui town was filled with whispers and gossip as the rioters were being dragged away, shouting and screaming loudly. "Sir, this is an injustice." The officer coldly shouted at him, "Hurry up and go. Stop talking nonsense." Atui walks straight to Luthan's house and immediately encounters the doctor coming out. He shakes his head in helplessness and says, "It's too late." He spoke and summarized the situation briefly. "When we arrived, it was already like that. Too heartbreaking. The pulse was shattered." Seeing the other person leave, Atui slowly stepped inside and quietly watched Luthan lying motionless beside the bed. At that moment, Atai suddenly remembered the brief time they spent together. Luthan used to happily say, "Lord Luong, these past few days have been the most relaxing in my life since I was born." He was then full of hope for the future. "My mother said everyone had their livelihoods cut off by the Fish King. Now that the Fish King has been defeated, Everyone will surely live better and better. My life was saved by Big Brother Chu risking his life. From now on, I will also treat his mother as my own, then go fishing and earning money, marry a wife, and have a chubby son. Lu Thon at that time excitedly promised a tui. By then, I will definitely tell him the story of the hero defeating the Fish King. Returning to the present, you gently help Lu Thon close his eyes and whisper that this farewell is not forever. Maybe after a few years we will meet again in a different world. Having finished, a tui slowly walks out the door. The sky is somewhat gloomy, with dark clouds gathering suddenly from nowhere, and rain suddenly pouring down on Ah Tui, who stands lost in thought. He was slightly startled. It's raining. The rain continued for a long time, and not long after, Ah Tui returned to the dock. You step onto the large boat and enthusiastically ask the person inside the cabin, "Did eldest brother call me?" "You're here, then? I found something very interesting for you." Ah Tui was suspicious when she heard that. "What is this interesting thing?" The other party smiled and revealed. "Hearing your master talk, it seems you've been very interested in archery lately. This mysterious large crossbow suits you perfectly." Ah Tui took the bow, examined it for a while, then asked, "Is this Lu Tiet's weapon?" He carefully examined the large bow in his hand, silently calculating in his mind because he had previously been favored by the Emperor's protagonist, so his cultivation had advanced rapidly in recent days, and his martial skills improved quickly, especially with long weapons that seemed almost blessed by the gods. So logically, a bow weapon should be the same. You must understand that the belt holds a crescent-shaped bow, the spear with 3 tips and 2 blades. Here the bow is just an ancient bow type. The only difference is whether it shoots arrows or bullets. Atai carefully examined the bow and thought to herself, as the saying goes, a good bow can shoot 10,000 arrows, and a good bow body is extremely important. A suitable bow must at least be able to draw and hold 3 breaths to be considered comfortable and usable. Thinking of this, he immediately drew the bowstring to test it. Nhalong stood nearby watching and had to praise silently. "Not bad, kid. That heavy iron bow can be drawn and held for a breath." Ah Tui held it for a moment, then lowered his hand, breathing somewhat heavy. He thought that the usual soldier's bow weighs about 17.5 caddies, but this bow is at least 100 stones or 750 caddies. As expected, defeating Liu Shui was just about taking advantage of the water, his strength still far below his. Atai quickly regained his composure, turned to smile and chat with Nyak Long, joking that he had only managed to draw a breath so far, still a long way from enough. "Are you giving me this bow? Does our summary mention that Lu Tuyet has used this weapon before?" Ah Tui's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly replied, "No." The other person grinned mischievously and said, "So clearly this weapon was brought by you to deal with Lu Tiet, just not used yet." Ah Tui still hesitated a bit and asked, "So could this become a weakness?" Nak Long honestly replied, "Yes, there is indeed a weakness, because from the beginning, Tich Thura's product was already a tempting target." He paused for a few seconds, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Then I will teach you one more thing. Don't think about becoming a perfect person. It's best to leave yourself with a few minor weaknesses. It will be better for you. Take on your responsibilities yourself and don't be too strict or completely just. You're not a god, you're human." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject, causing Ah Tui to momentarily be stunned. "I heard that the younger brother used to love eating baked goods at that corner shop. Maybe we should try it." Nyalong smiled warmly and made such a proposal. Atawi understood his intentions clearly, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth as he decisively agreed. They are transported to somewhere beneath the water, where A Phi and Tai Hua are stunned as they observe what's in front of them, a giant clamshell lying quietly in a hidden corner. Soon after, A Phi, curious, moves closer to take a look. The very next second, a sharp voice rang out, startling it. "You shameless fat fish, what do you want to do to me?" The tight shell opened and a small figure crawled out. As soon as it stood firm, it shouted angrily, "Why are you disturbing my peaceful dreams for no reason, stupid fish?" On the way back, Atai scratched his head and sighed in relief, finally home and able to sleep peacefully. Then he rubbed his chin, confused, recalling the message. "A few days ago, a Phi kept sending me messages about a treasure, but I didn't know what he meant. As soon as I opened the door, I didn't see anyone inside." He looked around the empty room and muttered, "The master is not here again. Has he gone out?" Lu Thuk Phuongdi and the others didn't know he had returned and didn't go to work. At that moment, Atui went out to the backyard to look at the small pond he had dug himself. Since discovering the underground water vein connected to the river beneath the well in the backyard, he had built a small pond next to the well for A Phi, so he couldn't rest. A moment later, he saw Hoangak and Afai peacefully dreaming and scolding affectionately. These two are sleeping in late again. Seeing them move toward him, Atui waved his hand to signal, "It's okay, I'm fine." Then he suddenly bent down to look at the strange object.
"What is this?"
Atui shouted in horror.
"Why is there a giant river boy like that?" Suddenly, the object trembled and shouted, "You disrespectful brat! I am not a river boy, I am a giant clam."
Despite this language ability, he was surprised with wide eyes that he could talk. At that moment, the old man growled angrily and accused him, "Do you hear what I am saying? Who are you? Why did you order this fat fish to kidnap me?" After hearing that, Atawi awkwardly tried to explain. "Kidnapping?" Afai hesitated silently beside him. Without hesitation. "I'm really sorry, Afai. I was joking too much." "Sorry, sir. I will find a suitable place for you to live tomorrow." Afterwards, the elephant praised with a nod. "Kid, on the contrary, you are quite refined." Atui mused quietly. Indeed, this world is full of strange things, but a talking elephant tusk shell? Such creatures probably don't have vocal organs, right? At that moment, he frowned and tried to look deeper inside. The old man was breathing heavily inside the shell, without hesitation, and the elephant ear clam pointed and demanded to know his name. "Kid, what's your name?" As soon as he finished speaking, Atiwi shouted in fear. The talking conch spirit turned into a fairy, and the old man, displeased, commented that, "I took back what I said earlier and called you disrespectful." Meanwhile, he suspected and sighed. It seems it wasn't the elephant-tusked shell talking, but this old man. But why can I see and hear him? At that moment, Atui suddenly realized that the secret of the treasure guarding his soul was the Trak Din. Did the Trak Din grant me this power? Then the crazy elephant angrily shouted, "You and this fat fish are the same, let me go." Hearing this, you frowned and asked, "Old master, can't you walk on your own?" Then he angrily shouted, "I am just a spirit. Have you ever seen an elephant-tusked elephant that can walk?" Shouting at Votri. At that moment, Atui remembered the knowledge from the ancient spirit books, recalling that I had read about this kind of story in those texts. He recalled the records. Everything in this world can give rise to spirits. Spirits are intelligence, just under very harsh and unclear conditions, but one thing that can easily produce spirits is the weapon of a martial saint. Then Atui wondered aloud, why could this elephant tusk produce a spirit? The irritable elephant tusk pouted. "Are you bullying an old person? It can't move. What's wrong with you?" Seeing the white worm in its mouth, Atui was stunned. "What is that?" You pick it up and notice the mysterious pattern surrounding it. This is a silkworm, but it doesn't feel quite right. "Are there any markings around the silkworm?" Without saying a word, the old man confirmed, "This is a battle insect." After hearing the name, Shui pretended to be naive. "Do you know what this is, old sir?" "What is a trungtran?" The proud elephant refuses outright. "Why should I tell you?" Then he quickly whispered sweet words into his ear, revealing the profound and unfathomable knowledge of the venerable old scholar. "You must have reached the level of a grand scholar. I sincerely ask the venerable immortal for guidance, so I can broaden my horizons." After hearing that, the old man blushed with pride and began explaining proudly, "Don't think I will forgive you, just because you said that. I respect your eagerness to learn." The elephant statue nostalgically recounts the ancient fairyland, where legends speak of 3 immortal islands, Penglai, Fangjing, and Shangzhou. Each island is home to countless strange creatures, and the unique products of each island differ. Around Penglai Island, white bones are constantly covering the area, and those bones are produced by the trap insects. What is the purpose of this trung? How to use it? At that moment, the old man shrugged helplessly. How would I know? I've never used it before, and besides, it's just a legend. It might not have any effect at all. Just as he finished speaking, he sighed in disappointment. Is that all? Then forget it, and wait until tomorrow to continue the research. After finishing the conversation, Shui turned and walked away. "I'm going to rest first. Don't forget," the elephant hurriedly demands. "Release me tomorrow." Time passes into the night, and now he is deep in sleep. On the table, the magic circle suddenly vibrates and emits a strange fragrance. Thick auras of energy densely surround Atui, and at the same time, inside the dream, a raindrop suddenly falls onto his handsome face. Atui stands in the rain, stunned and wondering where he is. Shouldn't I be sleeping inside the house? Suddenly a voice echoed in the void. "Liangku, we meet again." You turned around using your body. Who is it now? Liu Tiet roars fiercely, demanding his life. "I told you, I will wait for you in the underworld." The next moment, Atai looked at the enemy in confusion. What is this situation? I've never heard of it. You are stunned by the presence of a vengeful soul. The dead suddenly appeared before him. Confronted with the strange illusion of the dreamscape, a Tui knelt down to ponder. Could it be that this world really has the underworld? Liu Jie still arrogantly insisted. Luangku, I told you, you're definitely going to die. Then you look around the street and realize a Yui is missing. And if I remember correctly, this is the street of Trano Tui, which also exists under Huang Tuyan. Just as A Tui was lost in thought, he suddenly charged forward to attack. Could it be? Lu Tiet roared wildly. Luangku, this is our last chance! Then he decided to put all his strength into betting on this last hope. With things at this point, he could only rely on that one remaining chance. A Tui fiercely swings his spear, Emperor's Slash. As he shouts, the illusion of the deity appears, leaving him stunned. It's really happening. The god of war closes his eyes and summons his power without a word. A Tui controls divine energy and then delivers a deadly slash. At that moment, he stared in shock. Luangku, who exactly are you? Seeing Liu Ji gradually vanish, he understood secretly that it was indeed a dream created by the trap. Relying on imagination to summon the emperor, though fake, the immense power was truly unbelievable. At that moment, the divine general asked, "Who are you?" He asked curiously, "Why do you have that on your body?" Immediately, Shui was startled and sat up suddenly, shouting loudly. He wondered about the last words before disappearing. The emperor is actually alive. What did his last words mean? Did he realize Troc Din? As soon as he finished speaking, a Tui looked in surprise at the dangerous act. Sure enough, it was the fog caused by the strange battle that was playing tricks. This is probably over now. Later, you will focus on making plans. This strange insect swarm is too bizarre. Next time I can't summon the Phantom of the Emperor casually, but it would be perfect for training. Then A Tui tensed her muscles and realized a miraculous change, feeling that fighting in her dreams might actually influence her muscles in real life. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting my thoughts. "Master, are you awake?" Someone at the door asked me to hold something for the Lord. It seems very valuable. I'm happy to say the item I exchanged for has arrived. The scene shifts outside the flower garden. A Tui sitting on the ground holding a mysterious box, delicately examining the two rare items he just received. This rare water-type plant was exchanged for two major merits I asked Brother Tu to help me choose. A Tui Ko Truntru follows the instructions, holding the flower petal in his mouth and then focusing to cultivate. Immediately, the system reports an increase of 3,200 points in water pool essence and 5,200 points in water pool spirit. Feeling the flow of energy through his meridians, he happily praises. This feeling seems like two streams of hot and cold energy merging within my body. It's so exhilarating, truly incredibly exhilarating. Hearing the loud noise, the elephant statue was stunned and admiring. This little guy's cultivation causes such a huge commotion. The old man sneered contemptuously, only proud that he had seen the true dragon back in the day. At that moment, the Jending inside Shui's body suddenly shook violently. The elephant was stunned and exclaimed. In an instant it darted out and grew enormous. The old man tremblingly pointed without saying a word. This was suddenly caused by a letter hitting the elephant's head. The old man knelt down urgently, promising, "I understand now. I will definitely die protecting the secret of the Supreme Immortal." After finishing the training session, he let out a long breath, and Tai Tuang cautiously looked up. "Is it over?" Seeing the old man cling to him, a Tui was suspicious. "Sir, are you leaving so suddenly?" The elephant statue shyly changed its tone to flatter you, saying, "I'll stay a few more days to teach you some secrets," then immediately started bragging. "You should know that I have lived for thousands of years and know quite a few secrets, right?" the boy asked. He ticked in surprise. "Thousands of years. So, have you ever seen a true dragon?" "I heard there used to be a true dragon in the Huai River." After hearing this, the ear spirit nodded in confirmation and sneered inwardly. Of course, this kid has no idea about the origin of what's inside his body. Compared to that, the true dragon is nothing. Facing the future, Hui Huang secretly admired that the potential of this young boy was beyond measure. The scene shifts to a dark, damp prison. Inside, Binduang is lying on the table enduring torture. Next, the black-clad figure tries to persuade him. To seek revenge, you must beg your mother to grant you strength, and this strength requires you to sacrifice everything of yours to her. Hearing this tempting offer, he hesitantly agreed. "I understand now. To take revenge, I am willing to sacrifice everything of mine." Hearing this, the dark-clad demon leaned in and asked, "Tell me your name." Binduang, panting, revealed his name. "I am Lu Binduang, Then he straightforwardly asked about his goal. Who do you need this power to kill? Binduang determinedly said in a firm voice, I want to kill Luang Ku, and returned to the private residence. Right now, A Tui is sitting drinking tea, and he asks Han in amazement, so all along there have been 3 true dragons appearing after the death of the River Huai Dragon King, and the one now in the Dragon Palace is because of the dragon? Tai Tuong nodded in agreement. That's right. That's exactly how it is. After hearing the explanation, Atui wondered, how did the old sir know? Isn't he unable to move around? At that moment, the old man proudly lifted his nose, naturally having his own information channels, but secretly reminding himself that he couldn't just rely on hearsay from small talk. Suddenly, a knocking sound at the door caught his attention. As soon as he opened the door, head of the hottest lie suggested, Atui, today, I come to discuss this year's river offering ceremony with you. Hearing the request, he raised an eyebrow in suspicion. The river offering ceremony is for you. After settling into his seat, Atui poured tea while pondering. Shouldn't the head of Lai family have approached local wealthy people to discuss such offerings? Then he smiled sincerely and asked, what can I do to help? He pondered and explained, Atui, you know that many outsiders are coming and going at Ngiahung these days, so organizing the river festival has become even more complicated. So we need some elders from outside to contribute money for the river festival, and this depends on you, Atui. Hearing this, Bang Huang sighed and said, why me? Even though you are the sea god, you can't control this matter. Afterward, Director Lai quickly put down his teacup and clarified, no, I didn't mean that. Then he solemnly proposed, I want you to be the master of the sacrificial ceremony, moving the scene to the palace during the day. At this moment, Dai Thuan, who was playing chess, smiled and asked, why do you have free time to play chess with me today? He sneered and said, the new martial saint doesn't announce his promotion to the world and hides in the palace playing chess. That's really funny. After hearing the sarcastic remark, Lord Ning happily explained, Your Majesty, don't joke. If this matter is made public, some little worms will escape. A second later, he subtly reminded, at that time, won't it still be you who faces the trouble? I heard that your people have traced the whereabouts of the Kui Mao royal branch. Then, Nin Hao nodded attentively. Indeed, this branch has been making some moves in Binduang recently, so I sent someone to investigate. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned at their recklessness, surprised that these people dared to be so bold, then narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, what are they doing? Thuan replied coldly after hearing that. Did they find it already? He analyzed fiercely. People at the Bonma stage only live over 100 years. Only at the Tongsu Trantuang stage can they reach 300 years. The martial saint of the Dragon Realm is only about 600 years old, as lifespan is one of the greatest taboos. Searching for this secret method is no different from seeking death. He nodded in agreement and placed the chess piece with a clear judgment, which was only natural. Dai Thuan did not waste words and went straight to the point, asking about the opponent's personnel structure. Marquis Ning immediately listed the hidden experts in the shadows. There are 2 elephant transmasters, but the others need not be feared. Faced with a weak force, Dai Thuan was worried and said, I remember Tam Fap Ti and Sohaba from Binduang don't have trance beasts, so how can we catch them? He confidently declared. This time, I will personally take action, and the deadline is in half a month. Your Majesty, please decide. After hearing the decision, he chuckled and stood up to approve it. I see you share my concerns, so I naturally won't object. Yang Yui still has her daughter this afternoon, so without hesitation, Da Shun straightforwardly ordered, then just kill her. Lord Ning solemnly accepted the order with clasped hands. I obey the command. After finishing the conversation, he slowly left the garden. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, with the chessboard still showing the remaining moves and the difficult position. Suddenly, a tiny ant climbed onto a white go stone. As soon as it touched, a crack appeared on the stone. In an instant, the entire chessboard and the stone suddenly cracked open. Then the stone table shattered into small pieces. The scene shifts to the dock where sailors shout slogans. Raise all the sails and take in the anchors. In the tense atmosphere, they hurriedly head to the armory. At this moment, Atui asked curiously, Nyem Daika, what happened? Trung Tuk honestly explained that this is a serious matter, a joint operation led by Sohaba involving Tam Ti, with Tam Fap Ti and Chok Yu Ti coordinating the action. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and wondered, is the reason the 3 talismen are willing to act together because of the Demon Egg School? Seeing Atui's vacant expression, he nodded to confirm the plan. That's right. After investigating the hideout of a branch of the Demon Nursery, this time we'll wipe them out once and for all. Then, Zheng Tuo analyzed their fatal weakness. Although the Demon Nursery has a Grand Master of the Tran Tuong realm, they face a major problem, their lifespan. They are all from the old era, at least several hundred years old. But the maximum lifespan of the Tuang realm is 500 years, and their current strength is less than 10%. He reassured them by listing rare treasures, especially since it was to deal with them. This time we are fully prepared, and they have summoned the 2 sacred weapons, the dragon elephant prison sword, which is truly terrifying. In the face of such terrifying power, he marveled and praised, yet they are 2 divine soldiers. Each divine soldier is a weapon that the war god dragon realm spent a lifetime forging and has gained sentience. They can take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Then, a Shui doubted the suspicious presence. So why is there a trade guild in this expedition? What is the significance of the trade guild's involvement in this operation? Zhongxi smiled confidently, meaning there is a 90% chance of victory this time. He looked puzzled and asked, why? He emphasized that this important occasion is the best opportunity to showcase the strength of the court and to suppress the villains. Next, Zhongxi revealed the enormous benefits. The Heavenly Silver Trading Guild is fully funding this operation. Don't think about the costs because they stand to gain quite a lot. Recognizing the superior wisdom, Atui nodded in approval. Indeed, officially, the Heavenly Silver Merchant Guild is a trading organization directly cooperating with the Imperial Court, and their reputation will soar in a short time. This is the bidding invitation. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling them. Brother Luong, Vaithiu stepped forward, warmly greeting him, feeling familiar from afar. Indeed, Brother Luong. He smiled warmly, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. I am Wei Xiao. Greetings, Brother Luong. He looked suspicious and asked, Vaithiu, why are you coming to see me instead of accompanying Vaituang? Noticing his not-so-good reputation, he frowned and recalled that he had heard Veilan liked adopting adopted sons from everywhere, and Vaithia was indeed the adopted son he took in, so what was he coming to see me for? Then I maintained a distant attitude and asked directly what Lord V wanted with her, pretending to be friendly while beginning to shower him with empty compliments. I've heard that Lord Luong single-handedly destroyed the Qin gang in O Tui Town, shattered the Quimao cult's nest, and saved the common people from disaster. I truly wish to establish a connection. Seeing Vaithio try to touch me, I quickly asked, Lord, if you have something to say, just say it directly, no need for roundabout talk with me. At that moment, he sneered and replied, Fine, Brother Luong is indeed straightforward. A second later, Wei Xiao cleverly made a proposal. Historically, the power of the second-in-command has always been less than that of the leader. Brother Luong has achieved such great merit, yet the deputy commander hasn't been rewarded with anything significant. You just need to come into our place to work, and as long as you're willing to come, I will personally give you a royal dragon pill. Then he happily agreed to the condition. Yes, Lord Wei will give me the Huanglong Dan now. I will go to your place to work immediately. Hearing this, he looked embarrassed and retorted, Are you joking, Brother Luong? Atui sneered sarcastically. Were you joking earlier or what? Vitiu angrily made a comment. The deputy commander truly has recruited a good subordinate. You didn't hesitate to respond with a sarcastic remark, unlike Lord Wei. Oh, sorry, I meant the father of the pot. Seeing his pain point touched, he clenched his teeth in anger, knowing that opportunities like this don't come often, but fearing some people don't know their place and think they're better than others. Then Zhong Tuo stepped forward to mock further, saying, Vaithio, are you here just to make a fool of yourself? Are you trying to go crazy and take a reckless step now? This isn't your adoptive father's boat. If you can't have it, then the two of us can fight for it. Vaithio coldly smiled, appearing calm with a hint of seriousness. I am not a fool. At this moment, Atui cheerfully mediates. Luong Ku, I was just joking earlier, he is giving one last chance. But now I can offer you an opportunity. Come to my side. I can ensure your career goes smoothly. Then, Vaithio Han warned that if anything unexpected happened during work, it would be bad. Faced with the bold statement, Zhong Tichi growled in annoyance and demanded an explanation. Tio, are you threatening him? He said quickly, patting his shoulder to comfort him. Nyimdea, this is a trap, don't hesitate, Atawi confidently asserts. I can also firmly tell you, it can't be. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Luong Ku, you will regret this. Then Vaithio grumbled and ordered, Let's go. At that moment, he was puzzled by his audacity. It's strange. Why does this guy dare to drag others in front of me? You nod in agreement. That's right. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao smiled wickedly and thought to himself, Luong Ku, I told you you'll regret this. After Wei's group left, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Seeing everything is settled, Zhong Ti excitedly turned to announce, That's right, I heard that tonight the Shanghai Shanghai has an event. Don't forget to grab a good spot first.
A Shui looked puzzled and asked, "What kind of event?"
He happily reports on the Van Hai auction. As evening falls, the boats have stopped moving and are docked together at the pier. At this moment, a magnificent ancient pavilion overlooking the ocean and the mysterious night, inside the dazzling hall, Bin-san steps onto the stage to greet the audience. Welcome, esteemed guests, to tonight's Van Hai auction. I am the host of this event, Chu Bingzun. In front of the guests, he clasped his hands together and praised their presence, making tonight's auction anything but ordinary. At that moment, Bin-san clapped his hands and ordered, "Let's stop the chatter and start tonight's auction. Bring out the symbol of the Celestial Silver Merchant Guild and the Binduang Hong Kyo Thu." In an instant, a stunning young woman stepped forward carrying a precious vase. The next second, everyone looked at the Binduang Hong Kyo Thu in awe and asked, "What is this? Is it a rare plant?" At this moment, Zhangxi explained that it's a kind of rare plant, but it's quite special because it doesn't grow with water. I asked in confusion, if it doesn't live on water, then what does it live on? As soon as the liquid inside was poured into the small bean, he confirmed it was the blood of a saint. Atui was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The saint's blood was this color. Then, the small bean immediately sprouted into a giant tree, and he exclaimed in amazement. The space inside this tree was different from the outside and could hold many precious items. Trongthuk was impressed and admired, and normally it could be in a fake death state to turn into a seed, but the precious items would not be lost, considered a top-tier artifact. At that moment, he sighed regretfully, but it required the blood of a saint to awaken it, making it a harsh condition since saint's blood was hard to obtain. Witnessing this miraculous scene, you open your eyes wide. Although it's a rare plant, only the blood of a saint can awaken it, truly like a holy vessel. At this moment, Bin-san excitedly announces, and the first item of today's auction begins. This is the Hongyun Beach Hua fruit from Lanzhou, said to bring great luck to its owner, and then he revealed the incredible power hidden within. This originally has healing effects. The blind tree can be refined into medicinal pills. The auction cup publicly announces the starting price at 300 taels, and now the bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction atmosphere heated up. 340, 500, 520, 1,400 taels. Then he immediately sealed the deal with a huge bid of 1,400 taels. Bin-san smiled in approval, saying, "Congratulations to Lord Number 32 of Sohaba for acquiring this tree." Next, he solemnly reminds everyone, "I have a word of caution for the distinguished guests participating in the auction for the first time." Bin-za states seriously that if only 2 people bid the same highest price, the final ownership of the item will be decided through a duel on the arena. But this rule only applies when there are exactly 2 bidders. He presented the next auction item, the crimson gold sacred plate. Hearing this, Ataui was stunned by the level of wealth. Wow, those old men from the city can easily bid 1,400 taels without blinking. Looking around, Zhang Ti curiously asked, "Do you have anything that moves your heart, Brother Luong?" You shake your head with a bitter smile and silently lament that for now, I don't have enough. Just over 1,000 taels, probably enough for only 1 item. At that moment, Big San loudly snaps his fingers and announces, "The next item is the centerpiece of today's auction." A moment later, he revealed the origin of the treasure. It was purchased by our trading guild from the central region. Without saying much, Ding San reached out and touched the cloth wrapping the treasure, then decisively tore it off and announced that it was a pair of golden eyes from an adult golden spirit beast. What? He felt a powerful vibration within himself, stunned as he clutched his chest. Trak Din was born with an uncontrollable desire for it. Could it be connected to my Trak Nyung? At that moment, Bin-san began to boast about the power of the divine eyes. Everyone knows that if you tame the beach Tui Kim Tin beast, you can ride it to the sky and across the sea. Nothing is impossible. Its eyes shine like the sun, able to distinguish loyalty from treachery and shatter illusions. The fake remains real. This is a pair of golden eyes from a rare celestial beast that has not yet been extracted. Its essence still intact, starting at 800 taels, with bids increasing by no less than 100 taels each time. Hearing of its divine power, Atui was excited and resolved to master the art of alchemy. The power of the void-piercing blade surges through him. This is innate martial talent. Could the golden eyes also be a special ability? I must get this pair of eyes no matter what. I immediately bid 900 taels. As soon as I finish speaking, Wei Xiao from behind cuts in, startling Atui to bid 1,200 taels. He happily calls out the highest bid. Lord number 78 bids 1,200 taels, and you turn around quickly recognizing Wei Xiao.
Atui reluctantly bids 1,300 taels, damn it. I don't have enough money. At the same time, Dong Hung is quietly watching from the high platform. Dudon beside him looked surprised and asked, "Is Xiao Ju practicing alchemy now, master?" At that moment, he softly whispered, "Little Ju, I will help you with the bidding." Hearing the encouragement, he was moved and called him master. However, Wei Lin also signaled Wei Xiao to continue bidding, and he smiled smugly at this. "He is my godfather." At this moment, his face was solemn and determined to obtain the treasure. Then Wei Thiu happily bid 1,700 taels, secretly vowing in his heart that Luang Ku wouldn't get these eyes today. At that moment, the crowd began to buzz about the confrontation of destiny. These two probably have a grudge, right? The young man can't win anyway. After all, that's Wei Thiu. Isn't there still another way? They questioned each other in suspicion, saying, "Could it be that you mean the arena fight?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." The man sneered, guessing Wei Thiu was a mid-stage expert in horse riding, and the young man, worried, advised Luang Ku to give up this time and try to negotiate with Tu Dainyan instead. Atui shook his head, dismissing the warning. "Brother Nyim, no need to say more. Stand up and declare your victory. My master once said that what martial artists fight for is a breath. And this breath?" Atui emphasizes the fierce competition, fighting against heaven and earth. At this moment, he turns to look directly into his opponent's eyes, fighting with the person. Next, Atui stepped off his seat, shouted the name loudly, "Wei Thiu, don't hesitate, point to the stage and demand a decisive match. We both want this, so let's settle it in the arena." The murmurs of conversation spread. Is this little Luang Ku crazy or what? That's a mid-stage beastmaster. I heard he also handled a beastmaster in Otui town. Everyone seriously assessed and said Wei Thiu is not just an ordinary bon makan. You know, having a legacy makes a big difference. In the end, they concluded that although he was a martial artist, his strength was worlds apart. Wei Xiao sneered and taunted, "Kid, you're really bold to challenge me. You should feel lucky that you can't use weapons this time, or your master would be crying." Atui silently agrees. "Yes, if it were me from half a month ago, I truly wouldn't be a match, but now I have a chance." He recalls the days when he fought against Liu Tiet and various martial masters in his dreams every day, accumulating combat experience, hunting monsters in the country for rare treasures, improving his compatibility, and honestly, he's really looking forward to it. Atui enters the battle stance. How strong am I now? The system displays your status information. Vatio Hung rushes forward angrily. "Kid, he's constantly attacking, but Atui has dodged them all." Then, you seize the opportunity to deliver a direct blow to Vathio's chest, and everyone is stunned by this scene. What? He actually knocked Vathio away. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth in frustration and said, "Kid, you've made me angry." Vathio boasts confidently. This is his water shield step, his ultimate move. Although it's mid-level martial arts, he has mastered it perfectly. He shouts excitedly, unbeatable on land and underwater. Then Vathio rushed towards Atui. He carefully observed the current situation. "Tiger." Atui summons his beast. "I do too." Vathio is approaching from the front, distracting him. As he approached, Atui punched him square in the stomach. Vathio was stunned. How could this be? But in just one move, it broke my technique. Dudon asked curiously, "Master, we hurriedly explained this martial art from Donghong. I don't have favoritism. I also don't know this martial art." He smiled contentedly. The boy's luck was strong, and even the young master seemed interested. No wonder he's a disciple of Uncle Yang. Velan silently remarked, "Luang Ku from Huyen Kong Tu is quite interesting." Atui here declares, "You lost if you want to continue. I can go on." Wei Thiu, insulted, growled. "You," Velan interjected and scolded, "are you still not ashamed enough?" He felt guilty. Even your godfather didn't say much. He just announced that the golden spirit beast belongs to you. Luang Kua Thui looked up and silently assessed. "So that's the Veilan commander." Bin San approached and announced, "Congratulations, young master, the Kim Teen beast belongs to you. The auction house will deliver it to your room after they finish processing." Atui silently sighed in relief, finally getting it. After a while, he wondered how he should proceed in the room. Atui curiously asked, "Could I eat it directly?" Then he raised it and prepared to take a bite. In the next second, Atui's eyes shone brightly, and a powerful light radiated from his body. Seeing this, he cheered in excitement, as expected. The gold eye technique was effective. Looking at the crystal spirit beast in his hand, Atawi decided once more. At the same time, there was urging outside. "Ready to fight, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." A few people on the boat hurriedly shouted to each other, We've arrived. Drop the anchor. It's starting now. Everyone is busy preparing.
Inside the room, a tei was also ready, and it was starting. Transition to a scene of boats anchored by the shore on a lush green field, a grasshopper feeding on plants, a frog below hunting, and in an instant, the grasshopper was in the frog's mouth. Just then, someone's footsteps pass by. They remind each other to be careful, watch their footing, stay alert to their surroundings, as the ghostly assassin is skilled at hiding and ambushing, so everyone must pay attention to any movement around them. As they went further in, Atui suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right, Brother Name. The fog around here is getting thicker. Trungtuk once again reminded everyone to pay attention to their surroundings and regroup. Yes. Suddenly, someone appeared ahead, causing everyone to startle and shout, but that person quickly ran away. Trungtuk, with a cold gaze, ordered, "Let's go after them." This comment makes Atui smile with amusement. With Neem, elder brother. A moment later, he looked around confused. There's something wrong with this fog. Clearly, Brother Neem was still nearby just now. Atui's face shows clear worry, so they are lost from each other. After sensing his surroundings, he found it even harder to believe that even the aura was concealed. Suddenly, a call made Atui startle and look over. Luang Ku, the one who came, is Zhongxi. He explained that as soon as he turned around, he couldn't find you anywhere, not even your aura, so he hurried back. There's something wrong with this fog. Atui also agrees with that idea. That's right, Brother Neem. In this situation, should we still head southeast as arranged by Commander 2? Chongthuk happily agreed. We will follow Commander 2's plan next. As he finished speaking, a spear was thrust toward him. Zhongxi, holding his face, asked, "What are you doing, Luangku?" Atui looked alert at the person in front of him and said, "Let me tell you, Nahyemka will not say the 3 words, Commander. He only calls Tuka." You grit your teeth and peer through with your keen eyes, saying, "Moreover, your disguises are very transparent in my eyes." Wenyang curses bitterly. "I didn't expect you, Luangku, to have this trick. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with disguises like this, and he would have taken off his mask. If that's the case, then there's no need to play anymore. I'll just kill you directly." Atui asked coldly, "Who are you? Who is this?" I've never seen him before in my memory. Family of the enemy. The henchmen sneer mockingly. Stop wasting words. The 4 of us are all half-step martial horse realm experts. Killing him is too easy. I can't hold back anymore. I'll go first. After finishing, he quickly charged forward. I want to taste your little brat. But Tui punched him directly in the face. That guy was knocked out and flew backwards. Seeing this, Binduang was worried. Could he really be a half-step martial beast? Then everyone charged forward at the same time. We all went up. They kept attacking, but Atui dodged and fought back. One of them was hit directly in the chin by Yu. Another was kicked in the stomach. And the head wound was aimed straight at Binduang, crawling on the ground. Filled with hatred, he was extremely resentful, saying it was all because of you, my life, my studies, everything of mine. Binduang shouted in anger. Everything was destroyed because of you, so don't let him talk nonsense. Atui was immediately eliminated. Only then did I realize, I remember now. Liu Ji seems to have a son whose whereabouts are unknown. So you joined the Demon Mother School. How did you find me? Atui continued analyzing. Your father founded Kimbang to drain Bakhtin's blood and eat Bakhtin. I work according to the law, but the law is inherently merciless. Hearing these words, Binduang stepped back, and your voice suddenly became ominous. Young master, I'm in so much pain. Young master. Atui was also surprised. Everyone says the Demon Mother guards openly and secretly. If he's out in the open, then where's the one in the dark? At that moment, another person appeared from inside Binduang. It hurts, young master. It hurts so much. Seeing that, Atui was also startled and amazed. This is Binduang's annoyed questioning. Xiaoqi, why are you only waking up now? He didn't answer, but looked at Atui. I remember you. You're someone of Sohaba who killed the old master. Then Binduang made a request. Xiaoqi, if we work together, we can definitely kill him and avenge the old master. And he agreed. The way I am now is all because of him. I have to make him a part of me. Both sides grip their weapons tightly and charge into battle. With a single move piercing through several trees, dust and smoke swirl around Atui, whose face looks a bit disheveled, and after the other person awakens, his strength suddenly reaches the Bon Ma realm. Binduang and Tuki, with 2 heads each, rush to attack again. Let the sword be damned. He firmly grasped the spear in his hand, ready to face the battle. Although the opponent had reached a high level, in the end Van Non had never studied martial arts. Atui quickly identified the weakness in the brief moment before they could reach him, possessing strength but not knowing how to use it. He lunged straight, piercing through one of Xiaoqi's arms, while the other half swiftly coordinated with his limbs to block Binduang's attack. Before they could react, the shadow of a tiger and a dragon appeared, and a roaring dragon fist and a fierce tiger cry were unleashed by a Tui, instantly knocking the opponent to the ground. Xiaoqi lay weakly on the ground, still trying to defend himself. "Luangku, you stepping on my family's corpses and getting rich, isn't that right? Are you finished talking? You're just dirtying my path." After dealing with these two, Tui didn't stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Nyim Daika was nowhere to be seen, when suddenly a sound from the forest made him stop in his tracks. What happened? Following the sound, I found a Tui facing two people in midair. "Earl Uinin, you've actually become a saint." His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim,
"Is that a holy soldier? Such great power!"
But Tui realizes that where he is standing doesn't seem normal. What's going on? Dark bones are trying to invade Tui's body but fail, yet it seems he has a protective shield around him. "This is Longho Kim Thon. This fog really is suspicious." After realizing the situation was dire, Tui looked around for a moment and quickly searched for an escape route. Duong dispersed slightly, revealing windows and a building right in front of Tui. When I could see clearly, I was completely surprised to realize this place was a house. Even though I didn't know exactly where, I still confidently stepped inside, thinking maybe this was the home of a demon preschooler. While he was still hesitating, the owner of the house suddenly discovered a stack of papers neatly placed on the table. The great warrior Saint General Zhang Gongdong, written in calligraphy, made Tui realize that the bones of the martial saint still surrounded the house and the corner of the yard where a coffin lay. At this moment, a sound comes from inside, making the atmosphere even more eerie. A hand with long claws reaches out and touches the wooden surface, making a chilling noise. Tui still doesn't know that your lord is still exploring inside the house. He encounters a completely black fish swimming in the water jar. Is this a demon fish? I've never heard of it before. Tui gently lifts the fish into a water sphere, then removes it from the water container. Happily watching the fish being placed into a smaller jar he holds in his arms, an unexpected harvest. Unaware that a figure had appeared behind him from somewhere, Tui turned around at the sound of footsteps and immediately became alert. A figure neither fully human nor ghost stands at the door, staring intently at him. The figure shows no signs of life, only a skeleton wrapped in a withered corpse. He roared loudly, a terrifying and ghastly sound. This aura was Lang Yen's desolate and dry aura, and before Tui could think further, he charged at him. Tui immediately reacted, channeling his energy to retreat. But he was not spared and was chased closely. Unable to escape, he chose to face the attack, but unfortunately, Sak Ko caught him easily with one hand. Taking advantage of the situation, he delivered a powerful kick to your stomach. The force of the blow made a Tui crash into the stone wall, which then shattered behind him. At the same time, the fish that the boy was holding lost its water bottle in magic, causing that moment to rise before Tui's eyes. The fish's body curved into a beautiful arc around, seemingly covered with a faint light revealing primordial aura. An image of a shiny goldfish carrying a treasure and shining light appears, with a series of notifications about the increasing spiritual water essence as efforts are made to awaken a Doe. The host is unconscious and trying to awaken the increasing Troc Lin. Weakly lying among the wreckage, there are no signs of waking up for now, but thanks to the system's relentless effort, Tui finally opens his eyes. The power of water surrounds him like an infusion of energy, allowing him to gradually sit up and recover. The displayed information shows that Tui has refined the spirit pool to a certain degree of fusion. Receiving divine martial arts and water affinity skills, the ability to control beast tamers is expanded. Tui was quite surprised to learn that she leveled up while unconscious. Did that fish just give you an idea? Tui carefully looked at the notification board showing the new skill, Whirlpool, which can create a small compartment to store and transfer steam to others. Is this my new skill? You raise your finger to draw a stream of lingering water vapor into your fingertip. After testing the skill, Tui's hand clenched as he stared straight at the corpse, ready for the next battle. His disgusting, messy head growled in response to Tui's challenge, while elsewhere, the crowd was lining up to board the boat amid urging shouts. "Everyone, get on the boat quickly! Quickly! Quickly!" The two people beside Nieman, standing next to Nyak Long, looked puzzled. "Big brother, what happened? Why did Hien Huan act like that?" His expression looks a bit uncomfortable when mentioning this. Those old men can die if they want, but they're dragging others down with them. Creating this black fog is the result of their research. Thinking back to the bizarre scene of white bones inside, which are animal remains, I can't help but curse, using the lives of two saints to nurture this perversion. damn which Nyim Un is even more worried.
So, my big brother. Nyak Long understood her thoughts. Your big brother probably is fine. After all, he's a martial artist from Lang Yen realm. But before he could finish speaking, someone ran over and interrupted him. From what I hear, something serious has happened.
Seeing that Zhong Tuan returned in anger, Nyim Un spoke first. Recognizing that only he was there, Daka Nyak Long asked, "What happened?" Luang Ku, the head of the sect, lowered his head with a more serious expression.
It's all my fault for not noticing that I and Luang Ku were separated, and that someone from the Ghost Mother sect disguised themselves as Luang Ku, causing injuries.
He heard that and looked towards the deep forest, sighing helplessly. Now I can only follow the will of heaven. I must inform Uncle Duong. At this moment, the dry skeleton is frantically fighting a Tui, who controls a water bridge to dodge his attacks while countering.
Despite passing through a Tui's barrage of bullets, the dry skeleton remains unharmed, and soon, with swift agility, he closes in on a Tui.
He extended a bony hand with sharp claws aimed directly at you, but a Tui refused to back down and thrust the spear straight into the skeleton. The spear tip, as if containing the power of a dragon, surges with spiritual energy directly at the dry skeleton, with both sides facing each other, evenly matched. The illusion of the dragon dissipated as he held the spear, but Atui had already vanished. Sakko, upon seeing the situation clearly, quickly reacted and turned around. At that moment, the swift figure of him was already ready, 2 fingers pointing at the center of Sakko's forehead. The scene suddenly resembled a battle formation, with him in the middle while Atui was desperately sealing Sakko.
On the edge of the forest, the boat still hasn't left, and a line of people stands there, gazing into the depths of the woods as if waiting for something.
Trung kept watching but saw no movement and grew increasingly anxious. Maybe I should go in and look for myself. Waiting like this isn't the way either. Just as I was about to act, Nyak Long stopped me. No way. The black fog is about to engulf this place. How can he stay calm? The deeper we go into this black mist, the more terrifying its power becomes. Luang Ku, hey. Dong Hung is somewhat more mentally stable than the others. The fate of little Ju won't end here. Surely something has held him back. A bystander who doesn't understand the situation spoke up. Master Wei, that guy Luang Ku seems to be lost and hasn't come back. Wei Thiu also agrees. With his strength, he would be dead within half an hour if he entered the black fog. Then a third person joined in and started discussing from behind. Exactly. Forcing us to wait for him and even insisting the boat dock cannot move? Are we not risking our lives for this? One person speaks with little influence, but their continuous questioning stirs resentment in people's hearts. That's right. Why should we wait for him? Who is he? Wei Xiao stood to the side, smiling smugly, thinking his plan had succeeded. Luang Ku, that day I applied the powder to your shield. Even if you grow wings, you won't escape. Before coming here, in a small alley, the black man handed something to him, and you smeared this powder on Luang Ku. Wei Tiao also wondered, "My lord, why do you care so much about Luang Ku? However, he's just a petty thief. The other person won't explain everything. Are you doubting me?" Wei Tiao quickly retracted his words. "I dare not." After waiting a moment longer, Wei Lan ordered, "It's time, let's go." After finishing, he turned and left, ignoring Nak Long's words behind him. Wei Lan, I still have subordinates who haven't returned. He stepped onto the boat without any intention of stopping, his sharp eyes glancing down at Nak Long as he started the boat. "Respecting Elder Tu, I will overlook your kneeling act this time." He was displeased, his face turning more grim than ever. Valen hadn't finished speaking when he was cut off, but there won't be a next time. At this moment, the crowd saw something that caused a commotion again. Lights flickering in the fog. That's right, what is that? Both Nyak Long and Trong Tuk turned their heads simultaneously toward the forest where a figure was approaching. Until his foot completely left the black bones and his appearance was clear, a Tui was seen holding a flickering candle as he stepped out. Luang Ku's large boat quickly moved along the river, and soon they saw closely packed houses near the shore. The 2 people on the boat huddled together, chatting, unaware that someone was approaching from behind. You have no idea. That Luang Ku guy came out of the black fog holding a lantern, making everyone gape in shock. So that was the thing the 2 martial saints sacrificed themselves to lure out. A Tui, overhearing everything behind, stood among the crowd looking up at the sky and sighed, feeling grateful to be alive. That's good. No one knows how exhausted you were during the life and death battle in that forest, using your last strength with 2 slashes to destroy that dried corpse, or else you would have been the one to die. Dong Hung from afar approached Han and asked, "Little Jiu, I heard you almost got trapped on Desolate Village Island." Dudan behind him also cares. "Junior brother Jiu, are you okay?" Ataoi's eyes lit up on her tired face as she found a little warmth again. Thank you for the concern of my master and senior brother. I'm fine, I was just trapped and couldn't find a way out. Dong Hung felt much more relieved after hearing that and thought the boy's luck was quite good. That's good to hear. I heard you found the demon-breaking lamp truly fortunate. It must be the work of the Devil Mother preparing for their people. Master, today I heard that the people from Sohaba have returned, so I came here right away. Deepening, is something wrong? Her face couldn't hide her panic and fear. Master, the back courtyard that you didn't let us enter has been making strange noises these past few days. After returning home, Atui followed Aunt Fuang's words to the gate of the inner courtyard where the screams truly came from. With curiosity and confusion, he slowly opened the door and stepped inside. What is that sound behind the door? Besides those pets of mine, there shouldn't be anything else, right? Did something sneak in? As soon as he pushed the door open, Atui's face immediately turned to panic. What is this? Surprisingly, a otter standing on a rock was shouting, causing Afai and Hoangak to be very annoyed, while the elephant's ears were covered and it was screaming at the otter. All right. No need to get upset and cause trouble, and stop shouting. So you're back, young Luong. Master Tui bowed and sat down in front of them, looking surprised. Old sir, this is Tai Tuang responding. I forgot to introduce him to you. As he spoke, the old man jumped up and hugged Hai Lai's much larger head. This is Hai Lai, a genius I discovered many years ago, and then explained the reason for this sudden appearance without warning, mentioning that you seemed to be troubled when creating the model. Hai Lai, upon hearing the name, waved back with his chubby hand. This person came out of respect for me. At this moment, Atui understood and responded with a smile. Thank you very much, old sir. It seems that Hai Li's IQ surpasses that of an ordinary Hai Lai. Outside, the voice of a servant from the estate could be heard, saying that Master Li Truong had sent someone to bring new clothes for the ceremony. Atui suddenly snapped out of it, her mind regaining clarity. Tomorrow is the river worship day. As night falls, the small room is lit up. He sits cross-legged on the bed with 5 water spheres floating around, spiritual energy moving tiny droplets of water that absorb the moisture from the air, forming a constantly spinning whirlpool on his fingertip. In his hand, it gradually grew larger and changed continuously. Last time he ended hastily and still didn't fully understand the skill's purpose, but this time he finally understood. After taking some time to consider, Atui had mastered the method of operation. The water vortex transforms the blood point on the body into the mouth of the space that accumulates words. These vortices normally open by conscious absorption of water essence and then store words. Your hand tightly grips it. A glimmer appears in your eyes. The amount of water you can control is probably only about 1% of what you can manipulate yourself. Using magic, Atui made the water vortex float beside the vase, and I also discovered something very interesting. The water whirl continued to operate, but it seemed capable of drawing in life force, causing the flowers in the vase to suddenly wither. It seems like I left a few things behind on that hill. The blue water gradually turns gray. Moreover, these things don't seem to be dead objects, but possess intelligence. After the performance, they are returned to Atui's side. Maybe in the future I could control everything, which would become my tactic. But for now, another issue has arisen that you need to pay attention to. But the most important thing is still the river sacrifice tomorrow. Atui walks over to the table and looks at the scroll, feeling a bit anxious. I only got 0.001% from the last river sacrifice, but I was just an onlooker back then. You slowly pick up the scroll and unroll it. How much can I gain this time by being the host of the ceremony? Watching the content carefully, my feelings are completely different. I really look forward to it. The next day is the River Sacrifice Festival, and Quang Kan is bustling and lively. Lap Ba stands with Kiet Shuang, marveling at how Atui has matured so much in just a year and a half, while Kiet Shuang still maintains that lazy demeanor. Who says I didn't win? I don't even know where I lost. Lap Ba glanced at his expression, clearly criticizing him. Are you really enough? Ji Zhuang clearly saw that he was criticizing him, so he angrily clenched his fist and threatened him. Kid, are you itching for a fight again today? You dare to talk to your father like that? I'll teach you how to be filial. The elders watching from behind also felt nostalgic seeing their playful antics. These two kids are still the same. Truly young at heart. Lam. They looked at the old man beside him, but Ngia Hung wondered if someone as prominent as Luang Kujia could be involved. Master Lai, you have made great contributions. Jawan felt happy upon hearing that. Of course, ever since Atui was young, I knew it would become an important figure in the future. Tung Yun suddenly appeared beside Lam Thay, Luang Daika's father. At that moment, the crowd, lost in their conversations and play, all turned their attention to one direction. A Tui, who arrived with a confident demeanor and neat attire. The river offering ceremony begins, as A Tui confidently walks between two rows of people towards the altar, stepping firmly onto the stairs amid the resounding drums, solemnly taking his place to perform the ritual in front of the villagers. Unrolling the scroll, A Tui's clear voice rises. The merit of the V deity and the Vu emperor opens the way. The land's qi flows like a silver belt, and the Huai River surges endlessly, anchoring the southern realm. Each word echoes with reverence and faith, bowing respectfully to the sacred gods. Virtue shines with the heavens and earth, swallowing the 9 streams and embracing the starry sky, piercing through mountains to select the 8 emperors. According to Atai's voice, it seems possible to see a picture of mountains and rivers painted, with hidden dragon spirits, a blessed fish dragon, a peaceful land and people benefiting, as the villagers seem to sense the spiritual energy and a bright future. The heavenly way may be a law. The virtue of the water is hard to gauge. The energy is like a drought. Winter's cold cracks and dries. When the rain falls endlessly, the divine spirits roam freely and mysteriously. Today, I lead the elder to offer incense and pray for the spirit. Atai's face shows seriousness, expressing his sincere heart. Honorable Huai River, I stand on the land of Trangia Hung by this river to convey the people's hopes. The announcement appears, expressing sincere devotion for the Huai River Festival, with an affection level of 0.007. Joy is hard to hide on your face. The favor gained from officiating the ceremony is indeed much greater. Beneath the deep river, the dragon's body seems to sleep peacefully, but its eyes suddenly open with a blazing red light in the darkness, awakening its power and causing the dragon to stir. Who took my head? Lu Long wondered confusedly, seeking an answer. The essence of Huai River is diminishing. Who could it be? Who is it really? The dragon body coils and rises from the water. Far away in the imperial city, the emperor sits on his throne, his brows furrowed and his eyes burning with fierce anger. This evil creature wants to die. The giant sword immediately blocks the head of the azure dragon. You bastard, do you want to start a war? This power is not something Luke Long can resist. A flicker of divine consciousness from the sword roared loudly. Get back. Luke Long is not willing to accept this. Some of you humans have stolen my belongings, so of course he won't believe the words of a dragon. Nonsense. Tianqi orders to apply more force on the suppressing sword. Get out. He can't take it anymore. Luke Long roared in anger. Investigate. Pass down the order. Investigate for me. Hui remains unaware that she has angered someone else and is still feeling the changes in her body. This time, as the officiant of the ritual, the river's favor increases visibly to the naked eye. A slight smile curved on his lips, but it was still not enough. The people around could sense the change in heaven and earth. What is that? The cold spiritual energy can be seen with the naked eye. The river god is revealing himself. Along with the voices of the villagers below, he also sensed something unusual. The chaos of primal creation gave birth to heaven and earth with sun and moon in the sky and mountains and rivers on the ground, and the river's favorability kept rising rapidly, adding 0.3 and then 0.12. Zhao An kneels with both knees bowed, praying for the river god to protect our righteous cause. The announcement rings out again, the river's favorability at 1.23. His eyes widen in shock. The favorability level exceeds 1. The space in front of a Tui seems to have a crack appearing. This is after the space crack and the familiar image of Earth, their homeland, appears. The system issues a new mission, a permanent return to their homeland. A Tui stands frozen, unable to believe what she just heard. Can I really go